You looking at is royalty. The king is here. Where I belong, sitting on the throne. You a clone, you should move along. The king is here. I'm the one holding the crown, going bow when you see me come around. The king is here.
King Steven, welcome back to Z Show.
Hello, Z. It's good to be back on here.
that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra.
Spooky. Hello, hello. Happy Halloween. Hello, hello. Oh, yeah. Smile, laugh, dance, sing. Come on, my niggas. Come on. Let's go, my niggas. Come on. Let's go. Get your fried chicken. Hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. I love my cult. I love my cult. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She's shocked. Sneaky snake. She's shocked. The sneaky snake. It's showtime, everyone. Hello, hello. 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 Hello, everyone. Hello, let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Nobody else opens a show like that. Nobody opens their show like that. Come on, my niggas. I love my cult. Where's my super fans? Here's one of them here. Creepy Keith, rebellious meat puppet, rebellious meth puppet. He's like, oh my God, I adore King Stephen. He adores me. Where's another super fan? Oh, here's a big super fan. This is a big one. This is a big one. You know she's at McDonald's right now, eating those Big Macs, double quarter pounders with cheese, pounding down the whole menu. Look at this one. Here's another super fan. She looks shocked. She's very shocked. Pearl clutching. After acting like a fucking bitch for months, she was shocked that I called her a fucking bitch. A fucking bitch. She's a fucking bitch. She's a fucking bitch. Excuse my Irish. She's a fucking bitch. Pardon my Irish. She's a fucking bitch. A fucking bitch. A right proper fucking bitch. Here she is. The sneaky snake. A sneaky snake. And what is the Asian girl, the Oriental, the chubby Oriental from Donnie Darko? What does she say? She's telling you something, Trexty. Trexty, she's telling you something. She's saying, shut up, shut up, shut up. The chubby Oriental chick from Donnie Darko is trying to tell you something. Shut up. Oh, damn. She's a fucking bitch. She's a fucking bitch. Look at this, the sneaky snake face. Look at it. Look how sneaky she looks. Look at her eyes. I'm going to have a goddamn laugh attack. Look at her eyes. She's the sneaky snake. She's got the sneaky eyes. She's the sneaky snake. She's a dark Jezebel spirit. It almost looks like she's wearing a wig. I don't even know if that's her real hair. I don't know if that's her hair. She might have a wig on. She might have a wig on. And this is me. That's her energy. This is me. This is my energy. This is my energy. Vibrant, alive, honest, true, spirit. Vibrant, alive, honest, true, spirit. Real energy. Not like these creepy creatures. These creepy creatures like this Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. This is Jack Talcott's producer or former producer. Rolling his eyes back in his head like a demon. He's a demon. Damon Jesus says, he's a demon. He's a demon. That's what he is. Goddamn demon. Look at their dark energy. The darkness of them. The dark energy of them. The dark spirits. The Jezebel spirit. Conniving. Manipulative. Dark energy. Sneaky snakes. Dark, dark energy. Their dark energy. Dark, dark energy. And then the light, vibrant energy of me. And this is me over 10 years ago. This is still me. It's a younger me, but it's a photograph of me, and it's one that I love. One of my pets is behind me in the background. She chased a squirrel up the tree, and she's there. You can just see over my shoulder part of her face. Out in the sunshine. Some people have said that I'm like sunshine. One former friend of mine said, Stephen, you're like Christmas because I'm full of joy. I'm full of joy and light. I'm full of joy and light and good humor and jokes and laughter and fun. At least I took it to mean that. She also, the same woman, also, full disclosure, said that I'm an angel with a pitchfork, meaning I can poke people sometimes. I can poke them and prod them with a pitchfork. And I do poke the demons. I absolutely do. Here's a demon here. A lot of demons. A lot of demons. This one reported me for copyright. He stole from me. He plagiarized me, and then he reported me to YouTube. All these demon tricks and demon games they play. Hello, Mind Mirage. Hello, good to see you. They play all these little demon games. This one on the screen is called Nick. Red Pill Option or Red Pill something. He's changed his channel name a few times. I'm not even sure. I don't keep track of his channel, so I don't even know how many times he has. But I do know he has changed the channel name. Let's see here. Let's see here. Over here. I've got another meme of him. Here's the sneaky snake Trexty. And then here's that Nicholas guy. Red Pill Option or Red Pill something. I'm not sure what his channel name is currently, but he's a copycat. He's a thief. He's a copycat. He's a thief. And he's a loser. He's a loser. That's what he is. He claims to be Canadian. Now he lives in Brazil. Now, Canada is a big country. For people that don't know this, it's one of the largest countries in the world. It's in the top 3 for size. Canada is a big boy. It's a big, thick country. It's a thick country. It's It's not a lightweight. It's a super heavyweight. But it's not big enough for this guy's nose. Honk honk. Look at this guy. Look at he's almost a chinless wonder with a big nose, and he's a thief. He's an absolute thief. And all they care about is their looks. You notice the recycling symbols right above his skull, part of his skull. You're going to get recycled, bitch. You're not going to remember this lifetime, you thief. Honk honk. Clown. Clown boy. Clown boy. He's a clown. The big honker. A big honking nose. Honk honk. Canada's not big enough to hold that big ass nose of his. He had to go move to Brazil. And here's a creepy creature here. There's a lot of creeps on YouTube. There's a lot of creepy ass creatures. But anyway, I'm going to move along because I do have a lot of things to cover here today. And let's jump into it here. If I were a Canadian, if I were a true 100% full-blooded Canadian, I'd say, get her done, buddy, eh? Get her done, eh? Get her done, buddy, eh? We got to get, but Canadians think I'm from somewhere else because of the way that I speak, my voice and the way I speak. I don't tend to say the word a very often, or buddy. Those are the two favorite words of Canadians. And nice, that's another word they love saying. They call everything nice. Oh, I'm nice, and she's nice, and he's nice, and everyone's nice. And it's just fake. It's stupid.
I realized I was in a very serious situation, that I was stuck on the floor of my living room, unable to breathe. I was going to die in a matter of minutes. And so I began desperately praying for healing, whatever it was that was keeping me from breathing, of pain.
Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. Rewind this. This is a Christian, tells his near-death experience. There's a few of them on this channel, ND Research Project. This guy's getting some views. He's getting some subs as well, 975 subs, and he's connected with Forever Con Man channel. He gets a lot of his content from Forever Con Man. In case you don't know who Forever Con Man is, it's
Hi, friends. I hope you find yourselves well. Are you going to talk about me again with my big nose and my tiny little hat? I love those shekels. I love those shekels. I love them. I love them. I love the shekels. I love them.
I realized I was in a very serious situation, that I was stuck on the floor of my living room, unable to breathe. I was going to die in a matter of minutes. And so I began desperately praying for healing, whatever it was that was keeping me from breathing, of the pain. I had been praying all those 3 days. I taught Bible classes on prayer. I really knew how to pray eloquent prayers, and nothing was working. And as my mind would shut down, I'd pray simpler and simpler prayers. And just before my mind blinked out, I prayed one last prayer, and it was one word. It was help. And behind that prayer, I put the intent that whatever God would do for me, whatever terms he wanted, I would accept, but just help me.
So this guy loves to do this static white noise, surrendering to the entities. It's like the static of television. Isn't that interesting? How they use TV programming. A lot of them do that. Joshua S. John has done that. A lot of them use the TV screen. A lot of these creatures call their channels TV channels, like We Are Awake TV channel. Ian, for example. Remember his channel till he changed it? Used to be for years. We Are Awake TV channel was the name. They love TV. Well, TV's programming. This guy's using TV programming, the white noise, the staticky screen. Interesting when you think about it, isn't it?
And the next instant, all my pain was gone. And the room was brightly lit. And I stood up and I looked around and I thought, well, this is unusual. All the lights are still off. And yet I can see perfectly in this room, and there's no shadows. I thought, this is different. And I thought, and I could hear. Oh, my hearing was amazing. I was listening and I could hear the traffic 5 blocks.
So this guy has tiny hands. He's got a big head. Some people would say, forget about his looks, Steven. Why do you mention their looks? I'm going to keep mentioning whatever the fuck I want, whatever I notice. He's got eyes that are close together. He's got a big wide nose. He's got a beard. He's got small chubby hands. He's kind of an interesting character. A diabolical system of guilt trips and deception. That's the title given by this NDE research project guy. And I think he hides his voice in his face for some reason. So he could be anyone. This guy that runs this channel could be Mark from Huey/Mark, whatever his name is, the creep from Forever Con Man channel that likes to dress up in women's clothing. It might be him starting a second channel. But you notice the likes, 195 views. It's already got 43 likes. People love this shit. They love it. Now, what's wrong with analyzing NDEs? Nothing. But I think this guy doesn't do the greatest job of it. And I'm suspicious of him because he's connected with, he praises Forever Con Man channel. I've seen him over there praising him in the chat and in his comments. So they're connected. So right off the bat, that's huge alarm bells and huge red flags going off.
Why do you gotta be suspicious of me? I'm just a shekels lover. I'm a grifter. Give me $150 an hour to speak to me on a phone call. Come on, guys. Book a Forever Con Man session to speak with me on the phone. I need some more money for my $1 million South Florida mansion. Come on, guys. Give me some money. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Guys, I want all the shekels, guys. Give me more shekels. Give me more. Give me more shekels. Give me more. More.
Blocks away, I could hear the wind blowing through the grass and leaves of the neighbor's yard. I could hear insects crawling in the walls of my own house. I'd never heard a sound like that before. I thought,
Got insects crawling in your house.
wow, I'm really healed. This is amazing.
What a dumbass. Wow, I'm really healed. This is amazing. You didn't think there was anything wrong. Fascinating. We're in a realm full of zombies.
Sound like that before. I thought, wow, I'm really healed. This is amazing. And I could smell. When I was in college, I got the flu very badly and it almost totally wiped out my sense of smell. But now I could smell.
He could smell Bextra Large from a country away. He could smell that big stinky beast.
Subtle things. I could smell paper. I could smell the fabric on the furniture. I could tell which paint on the wall I was in, which room I was smelling. It was amazing, and my sight was phenomenal. Not only could I see in total darkness, but I looked through the window across the street to my neighbor's yard. I could see the blades of grass in his lawn. I could see the grains of dirt between the great blades of grass. I looked at the wires on the screen in my window. I could see little flakes of corrosion just kind of peeling off the wires. And I thought, I can see like a microscope and a telescope at the same time. And I thought, wow, what an answer to prayer. I'm super healed. And then I looked down at the floor and I saw my body lying on the cushions there. And I thought, oh, I'm dead. This is not good. And I thought, well.
Then he thought, oh, I'm dead. This is not good. I can't help but laugh at this because it's like a species of retards. That's what it is. And this isn't uncommon, by the way, people to be at the level of this guy having this NDE. Most humans are at this level. They're easily duped, easily deceived spiritually. Easily. And they jump to false conclusions. They make stupid assumptions. They're easily tricked. They get angry if you tell them that there's tricks after death, after the body dies. Most humans are functioning at such a fucking low level that they're the perfect slaves for this system. It's almost impossible to wake them up. Almost impossible. like that Mission Impossible movie or expression. Mission Impossible. I wish it wasn't. I wish I could go around sharing the truth with people and their eyes would open up and they'd get curious and go, oh, I'm going to look into that. I'm going to look into your channel. I'm going to actually watch your videos and see what you're speaking about and really pay attention and be curious and be a truth seeker and try to understand spirituality and life and death and understand your experiences. You've had NDEs, Stephen. You've had shared death experiences. You've had out of body experiences. I'm gonna pay attention and learn something. That's extraordinary. That almost never happens in this realm. Most are like this guy, clueless and jumping to stupid conclusions that don't make sense.
Lying on the cushions there, and I thought, oh, I'm dead. This is not good. And I thought, well, I'm an engineer, I'm a problem solver. I better get to work and fix this, because I knew in my mind that about 5 or 6 minutes after death, brain death starts to set in, and I really needed to work fast. So I knelt down by my body and I looked at it, I felt at it, I was trying to figure, how do I get back into my body and reanimate it? And while I was engaged in that, I felt this sense of presence of evil start to approach me. I could feel like something really bad was coming.
Evil. Now, this is interesting because I've been around dying people, loved ones, family members, and sometimes evil comes around. I think that's very common. Now, stupid people, lazy-minded zombies would say, if evil comes around, it means you're evil. It means your loved one's evil. No, not at all. I think evil visits all of us on the way out, or it tries to. Now, some dumb people, weak people would be afraid, but smart people would say, oh, well, then I'm going to be prepared for it. I'm going to prepare here while I'm in this realm before I leave my body. That's what a smart being would do. There aren't that many smart beings in this realm, unfortunately.
Nearer and nearer. And I stood up and looked around and said, what's going on? And then right through the wall of my living room walked these two creatures. They were man-sized, but they were not people. They were covered with dark, short fur, almost black. They had arms and legs like people, but they weren't wearing any clothing. And they didn't have any genitalia, but otherwise they were naked. Their eyes were bright yellow. And when they opened their mouths, I could see a bright red tongue and white fangs. And on the tips of their fingers and their toes were talons rather than fingers.
Maybe they were angels. They just looked creepy and scary. Maybe they were angels. Maybe you should have done the human mind trick and just warped your mind and done the mental gymnastics to say they must be nice. Everything's good, right?
Nails. And they were both carrying manacles, big, heavy metal manacles. There were two of them, and they were very strong. I could just sense enormous strength in them. They were overpowering. And I was like, what are you? I didn't say this. I thought this. What are these? And they didn't say anything back, but I understood their thoughts. So I'm assuming this is telepathy. And it wasn't just words of thoughts. It was images. It was feelings. It was emotions. It was sensory perceptions. And they were hungry. The overwhelming sense of what I was experiencing was they were very hungry.
They were very hungry for you. They were looking at you like you're a meal. They were looking at you the way some darkies have looked at me when they get off the boat and they're working somewhere in Canada or across the border over in the States. And they're dark as dark, and they're looking at me like, oh, he looks like a vanilla ice cream cone. They were looking at you. They were looking at you. And I'm making fun of this because it is funny. Maybe after you do this for years, you'll see that it is funny, that you can't convince people of anything in this realm. And if you don't laugh about it, it's going to be very painful and very frustrating. What do I mean by that? I could have this guy face to face or on my channel live talking to me one-on-one, and he would probably disagree and argue with everything I could tell him without looking into it, because that's what humans do. Most humans, they argue and disagree and slander and dismiss things with no investigation. They prefer programming. They prefer lies, programming, fear, religions. They prefer everything other than the truth. That's what humans have shown me in my lifetime here. Rare are the ones that want any truth. There's a few, but out of the whole realm, there's not very many at all. They don't want to hear it.
They regarded me as food and fuel for their purposes. And they had come to take my spirit, my soul, to hell. And they gave me images of what hell was going to be like. It was chaotic. It was horrible.
Well, to scare you, they get more so-called louche, if you want to call it louche, food. You're a taste of your meal if they can scare you.
It was pain, suffering, torment, hunger, thirst, every possible thing that could be bad was there. And it was so awful that you wouldn't want your worst enemy to go there. I could not hate a person enough. And I've been abused by some pretty professionals. And I could not hate a person enough to want them to go there. And they were going to take me to hell. And I was like indignant. It's like, I'm a Christian. I was born again, baptized. Christ is my Savior. I've confessed my sins. I read the Bible and pray every day. I go to church every week and so forth. And they laughed. That was hilarious.
There's the programming. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. And then he says, and they laughed. They laughed.
They thought that was really funny.
Being a Christian doesn't help you. So they're talking about benevolent, and yeah, they're often mocked and laughed at because they don't take you seriously. You're following a belief system. You have a slave mindset when you're following a religion. That makes you a slave. I've explained this before. If you have a lord, a ruler, a master, a god, an authority above you, then by definition, you're a slave. And why do I say by definition? Because I didn't even define it. It's not me mocking you and belittling you, saying you're a slave. Ha ha ha. It's not like that. It's by definition. If you have a master, a lord, a god, a ruler above you, then by definition, you are a slave. It's not Stephen calling you a slave to mock you. And this is what, unfortunately, a lot of humans are at that level. They come to my channel and they think, oh, he's mocking us and he's calling us this. And I'm saying what you are by definition. I'm trying to teach you something, but people are so easily offended and insulted and thin-skinned little snowflakes in this realm. Generations of them now. It didn't just start recently. There are people my age that are snowflakes, unfortunately, and older boomers that are snowflakes.
And then they transmitted to me all these sins that I had never dealt with properly. And it was a very long list. And there were things that I had not even known were sins that were really enough to go to hell for that I had done.
So that stupid static really gets annoying. He said a life review by what did he put? Malevolent. Sorry, just a second. I got to rewind it. I want to make sure I get what he said. I.e., the life review carried out by malevolent entities. Okay. So what I agree with what the guy wrote on the screen from this channel, ND Research Project. If people want to watch this channel, go ahead. But I told you who he's connected with. And by the way, I emailed this guy and wanted to do an interview. He's not gonna. I don't think he'll do an interview because I think he's part of Mark's little group, Forever Con Man, nasally voice, Forever Con Man research channel. So they're all connected behind the scenes. These channels. I've tried to expose this to people to help you out, to help you see through it. If you don't want to see through it, that's your issue. If you submit to a life review, you're already fucked at that point because they're going to guilt trip you. They're going to make you believe that you're a sinner, that you deserve to go to hell, or that you deserve to keep coming back here to pay for your so-called karma, fake karma in this life. They're going to mind fuck you if you deal with these entities. Malevolent entities. Well, they're all malevolent as far as I can tell that are part of this matrix. There's no quote unquote good angels that come to rescue you. It's a trick. Okay.
Just a simple example was being hurt with a cashier at a supermarket because things were going too slowly. That's a sin. And, not paying my rent was a sin. And
they convince this guy that everything's a sin. He doesn't even know what sin means. He's an engineer. He considers himself to be intelligent as a problem solver. You're getting duped by entities fooling you, creatures with claws that want to feast on you, and you're believing them that being curt with a checkout girl is a sin. I mean, you just don't get it, dude. You don't get it. But I'm not just picking on this guy. And this is where quite a number of my audience gets thrown off thinking, Stephen, you're so harsh with this guy. Most of humanity's at this guy's level, whether you recognize that or not. A lot of you, I don't think, really do. That the people around you out in public are at this guy's level. If you talk to them, you'd have a hard time convincing them of anything that I speak about on my channel. It goes back to Mission Impossible. Most are like this guy. He's believing evil entities that want to eat him as food, telling him of his sins of being curt with a fucking checkout girl at a supermarket, as though that's a sin deserving of eternity in hell. Again, most people on earth function at this guy's level, whether you're aware of it or not. And some of you aren't. Some of you have a long way to go in terms of noticing what level humanity's at, because you think it's bad to even notice and judge them. You're carrying that programming in your fucking head saying, well, if I judge them for being stupid, then I'm bad. How about you start trying to see things as they actually are? That might help you.
in some sense, I've been taught in the church that if you confess your sins, that's sufficient. But no, if you've materially harmed someone, you have to make it right. If you hurt them.
You just go by whatever you're told, whether it's in church or a malevolent entity. You have no fucking mind and will of your own. No mind, no will, no discernment, no moral compass. Just believe what you're fucking told. Do what you're told, essentially. It's been drilled into his head, and he goes, oh, okay, I'll do what I'm told. I'll believe what I'm told. This is what I mean by slave syndrome. This is slave think, this guy. He's a slave to whatever he's told. No backbone. No backbone.
Monetarily, you better pay them. If you've taken some property from them, you better restore it. So I was going to hell.
So this guy tries to drop some little truth bombs, going to hell for not paying rent, even though rents have skyrocketed because mega corporations such as BlackRock have been buying up vast amounts of land. Is that true? Yes. Yes, it is. So am I faulting him for that? No. Is it ridiculous to go to hell for not paying your rent? Yeah, it is. It is. Would it be difficult to convince most Christians? Yeah, it would be, just like this guy with the glasses. He doesn't want to see the truth. He wants to be programmed. And eventually, I think some of you might start to realize that and sink in and go, you know what? It isn't just that they're programmed. They want to be programmed and lied to. It's more comfortable for them than thinking for themselves. You might start to see what I call the master-slave dynamic. It's a relationship. It isn't just evil that's overpowering at the top and slaves that are weak and can do nothing about it. They enjoy their slavery. They don't want to be on their own saying, fuck these fake authorities and stand alone. They don't want to do that. They enjoy their slavery. I think most people will leave this realm without understanding even that much about humanity. That humanity, for the most part, wants the slavery that they have, and they'll fight to keep it. They will fight to silence men like me speaking the truth because they want to remain slaves.
If you've materially harmed someone, you have to make it right. If you hurt them monetarily, you better pay them. If you've taken some property from them, you better restore it. So I was going to hell.
Yeah, damnation. That makes sense. He's being damned for. He said a few curt words to a slow working cashier at a supermarket. Send him to hell. Again, sorry about the static, but it's not my fault. It's the video that I'm covering. He loves this staticky noise. But the matrix entities in the astral dimensions never seem to point out their fellow parasites in the physical dimension, creating extra suffering. Well, they're working with them. I don't know why people can't see this. It's just so obvious. They're one and the same. Some of them are working on this level. Others are working in the astral. They're the same type of entity. These evil creatures. Creepy creatures. Instead, it's guilt, shame, and damnation for the poor individuals who can't pay their rent. Well, there you go. Well, it's a guilt, shame, lie, deception, trickery system. It's a slave system. One of the ways to control slaves is guilt them and shame them. Psychologically and emotionally, guilt them and shame them. Control the minds and the bodies will follow. You're in a mind control system.
And I realized I had no argument. They had me.
This dumb guy says he had no argument. They had me.
But I thought to myself, I've got to think of a way out of this. And in that state, I have perfect memory, total recall. If I had ever looked at a person's face, even a glance, I could tell you how many eyelashes they had. So I was able to review my entire life history up to that point in seconds, every detail, really fast. And I was analyzing, we're looking at what can I do, what can I do, what can I do? And I came back to time some years before when I was at the Plainsboro Gospel Fellowship in New Jersey. And there was a man, I wish I could remember his name because he literally saved me. Because he was kind of a really a Jesus person. And he would talk about Jesus, he'd talk about angels, he'd talk about demons, he'd give me these really interesting books to read. He was too far out for me at the time. But I would read his books and I would listen to what he had to say. And the one thing he said that really made the difference was, if you ever meet a demon, rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. If you ever meet a demon, rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. I'm good. I'll try that. I'll try anything at this point. And I said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And those two demons, it was like a wrecking ball hit them. They were flung right out of the room, and I didn't see them anymore. And I thought, oh, well, that's a relief. I thought, well, I'm the disembodied spirit. Do I just wander around here until Judgment Day? And of course, I didn't want to face Judgment Day in that situation. So I thought, I got to get back in my body. So again, I knelt down, I looked at my body. I was just trying to analyze the situation, trying to figure out, I got to get this body back alive. How do I do this? And I was thinking everything I had learned up to that point on, resurrection, everything I read in the Bible about resurrection. I was about to, before I could try something, I began to have a sensation that something really good was approaching me, something very beautiful. Something very holy was coming into my house, and Jesus Christ himself walked into my living room now, and he looked at
Jesus, praise Jesus. Jesus walked in, a fake Jesus walked in, and this guy believes it was him. That must be the real Jesus. It looks like him. It must be Jesus. It looks like Jesus. Surely it'd have to be him. It couldn't be a deception. In a realm of deceptions, how could it be a deception?
exactly like I had seen the pictures in the books and the Bibles. He was a Caucasian man with shoulder-length brown hair and a short brown beard. He had brown eyes. He was wearing a white robe.
He had brown eyes and a robe. Sometimes he has blue eyes. Sometimes Jesus has short hair. Sometimes he's 15 feet tall. Sometimes he's dark-skinned. Jesus appears to these people in very different ways. It's very inconsistent. But it doesn't matter. They just believe. Their belief is more powerful than the truth. Just believe. That's what they want to do. They don't want the truth. They just want to believe.
Robe. He had, I believe it was like a blue second robe over his tunic. He was wearing sandals on his feet. And the first thing...
He needs those sandals. And the blue was like my blue blanket that he was wearing.
He communicated to me. He never opened his mouth. I never heard him speak, actually. But again, this was mind to mind, so I'm saying telepathy. He said, Carl, I know all about you. I know every sin you've committed. He said, Carl, I know all about you. I know every sin you've committed, and I love you unconditionally. He said, Carl, I know all about you. I know every sin you've committed, and I love you unconditionally. And boy, that was very reassuring. I needed to hear that because I had just learned that I was a bad person. I thought I was a good person, but I was not a good person. I was a good person by the church standards, but not a good person according to his standards. And so the next thing he said was, this is not my actual appearance. This is not how I really look. But I am appearing to you this way, so you'll recognize me. Well, I would have had no trouble recognizing him, because when you're in the presence of Jesus Christ, you know who you're dealing with, because his presence, he's God, and there's no question about who he is and what, and that he is who he is. I mean, it just, I know that was Jesus Christ. And then he explained to me that because I had invoked his name, when I had rebuked the demons, that fit what's in the scriptures, and the scriptures are true. All who call upon the name of the Lord Jesus Christ will be saved. And so I was saved from hell, and I could go to heaven. But I had wasted my life because I had done what the church wanted me to do. I had not done what God wanted me to do. It wasn't clear what the distinction was at that point, but I failed my life course, and I would go to heaven as a saint of the lowest order. Basically having salvation, eternal life, but accomplishing nothing noteworthy, which was very disappointing because I had actually worked very hard at being a Christian. You know, I had been to church, I'd given generously, I'd helped out the poor, I'd gone on mission trips, done a lot of good works, and none of that counted because the motives were not right. And then he said that I had another option. I could come back to this life, because if I don't come back, my children would not be raised right and they would go to hell.
Then I blinked to another environment where I was like above the blown up truck, and I could see it down on the desert. I could see it as a solid truck, and each of us in it, there were 4 of us in it, each as, you know, as people, but I could also see the whole thing as kind of energy, organizations of energy. And I was with 2 other beings here. One was like an old friend of mine, and we were really goofing around. We were playing around with my injuries. So we were giving me different injuries, and then we would see like this little hologram of the rest of my life, which we thought was hilarious. Like, you know, oh, chop off her arm and see what, you know, put some shrapnel in her brain, and it's not funny. No, not funny at all. But it was hilarious then. We just thought we were really funny. And eventually just chose the injuries that I wanted or needed for the experiences that I wanted.
What exactly is the whole self's idea of fun?
Well, getting blown up was one idea. Or the whole self certainly made use of that. Maybe I created that, going to a war zone.
Getting blown up, right?
But you know, when I was out of my body and playing with the injuries, giving myself different injuries, and, you know, putting a piece of shrapnel in my head and laughing about what that would look like for the rest of my life, or severing my right arm and finding the rest of that life pretty funny. That's not funny to me from the human perspective.
Sure.
But I don't think that the whole self judges You know, we have a lot of judgments on what experiences are good and what experiences are bad.
I am sensitive to the feelings of clients whom I know to be in the early stages of development. I cannot count the number of times a new client has come into my office and said, "I know I am an old soul, but I seem to have problems coping with life." We all want to be advanced souls, because most people hate to be considered a beginner in anything. Every case is unique. There are variables within each soul's character, individual development rate, and the qualities of the guides assigned to them. I see my task as offering interpretations of what subjects report to me about the progression of their souls. I have had many cases where a client has been incarnating for up to 30,000 years on Earth and is still in the lower levels of 1 and 2. The reverse is also true with a few people, although rapid acceleration in spiritual development is uncommon. As with any educational model, students find certain lessons more difficult than others. One of my clients has not been able to conquer envy for 850 years in numerous lives. But she did not have too much trouble overcoming bigotry by the end of this same period. Another has spent nearly 1,700 years off and on seeking some sort of authoritative power over others. However, he has gained compassion. The next case represents an absolute beginner soul. This novice shows no evidence of having a spiritual group assignment as yet, because she has lived too few past lives. In her first life, she was killed in 1260 AD in northern Syria by a Mongol invasion. Her name was Shabez, and her settlement was sacked, resulting in a terrible massacre of the inhabitants when she was 5 years old. Case 20. Dr. N. Shabez, now that you have died and returned to the spirit world, tell me what you feel. Subject shouts, "Cheated! That life was so cruel! I couldn't stay. I was only a little girl unable to help anybody. What a mistake!" Dr. N. Who made this mistake? Subject, in a conspiratorial tone. My leader. I trusted his judgment, but he was wrong to send me into that cruel life.
Hear that? How much you need to hear? I mean, that one is right in your face. Let's just rewind, just briefly.
Cheated. That life was so cruel.
So cruel.
I couldn't stay. I was only a little girl unable to help anybody.
A little
What
girl.
a mistake.
Unable to help.
Dr. N. Who made this mistake? Subject, in a conspiratorial tone. My leader. I trusted his judgment.
You notice how he threw in the conspiratorial tone? That's interesting wording, isn't it?
But he was wrong to send me into that cruel life.
He was wrong.
To be killed before my life got started. Dr. N. But you did agree to come into the body of Shabez.
There we go.
Subject, upset. I didn't know Earth would be such an awful place full of terror. I wasn't given all the facts.
Ah, boy, doesn't that sound familiar, right? We've all been down that road. We weren't given all the information. And yet, here we are. Left to our own devices. Not like the whole point, right, is to not rely on outside forces at this point. We've figured out that the outside forces are working against us, not for us.
The whole stupid life was a mistake, and my leader is responsible.
Responsible.
Basically, I've always remembered what I thought when I was born. And and all of this was instantaneous. It was an awareness that was just there when I was born. And I wasn't happy, to be here again. I knew that I had to be. I knew that I had absolute knowledge on the other side. And I knew that I couldn't have absolute knowledge while I was here. And that really aggravated me. So I knew that I did not want to come here, but I knew that I had to, that I was told to. And so for those of us who remember how wonderful it is and the joy and the love, and I'll use the word bliss, how blissful it is. Yes, we're not questioning whether we have a choice or not. We're just so happy to be doing whatever it is we are to do. It all feels wonderful. It's not a chore. It's not like, oh, I have to do this paperwork.
Right.
It's a joy. Everything is a joy. It's just wonderful.
Mm-hmm. So there's a huge group online right now that is having this conversation about free will and choice, and some people who are claiming that beings on the other side are taking advantage of the fact that we don't understand how difficult it's going to be here, and that they're coercing us into coming down here and getting caught in a soul trap. What would you say to those people?
I would say that sounds like it's coming from the human perspective. They shouldn't have sent us here because it's so unpleasant and they didn't know. I just feel that's from the human perspective. If I'm correct that one purpose of being here, of the greater drama, is to move humanity forward, it's not up to me to question that, because we're all playing roles, and yet we're not. I don't feel that we are puppets, that we're being manipulated. We're marionettes being manipulated. I wasn't happy, to be here again. I knew that I had to be. I did not want to come here, but I knew that I had to, that I was told to. It's not up to me to question that. We're not. I don't feel that we are puppets, that we're being manipulated. We're marionettes being manipulated.
Hi. I want to share in this video what happens after awakening. And I'll speak from my personal experience, or what life is like after waking up to your true nature, to yourself as everything, waking up to the realization that there is no self, that there is no person. So waking up from the illusion or the dream of separation into unity consciousness. So that's what this video is going to be about. And that was a brief definition of
what I mean when I use the word awakening. Lots of people define that word in different ways or use that word in different ways. And when I use that word, what I'm referring to is the disillusionment of separation. The falling of the belief that there is a separate someone here that I call Jennifer that is different or separate than anything that's experienced, than anything out there, so to speak. So with that, in my experience comes the dissolving of the sense of an inner world, the sense of an inside and an outside, the sense of self-other, the sense of subject and object, that there's a someone here viewing objects, the dissolving of being able to turn anything into an object. And those aren't conceptual things. That's not, knowing in the mind or carrying a belief around that there's no separation, that I am one with everything, that we're all from the same source. That's a belief. It's actually a shift in identity, a shift out of a personal identity into knowing oneself as that, as God, as everything, however you'd like to say that, as consciousness. But even that doesn't quite capture it, because even consciousness, even awareness is an experience. There's no awareness that can be found apart from experience. So there's no awareness that can be aware of anything. That's still subject and object. That's still duality. So that's just a little, primer on what I mean when I use the word awakening. But I've gotten comments on this channel asking me, just like practically speaking, what changes? What's different? So I want to do my best to try to answer that in this video. And in many ways, practically nothing changes. So there's still, an experience of a life that's being lived. There's still a human experience being had. There's still, bills that need to be paid. There's still food that has to get made. There's still interpersonal relating that occurs. So, all of those things are, all the ordinary human stuff is exactly the same. In one way, exactly the same, in that it still happens. The difference is that there's not an identification with the person anymore. And so, just in a practical sense, there's much more ease and just peacefulness in life. There's not a lot that, like rubs me the wrong way, or that I get upset about, or there's not the triggers anymore so much. There's not a belief in thoughts. There's not getting wrapped up in content in the mind. So in that way, life becomes much more peaceful and actually much more simple. Life becomes very simple, in fact. There's not the orientation to past and future. There's not a history, a personal history that's being carried around into every interaction. There's not like a behaving from a personal history or a belief in a personal history.
I think Jesus disguises himself as the person that you love the most so that you're not scared. Because I'm going to tell you what, once I saw him there, I was not scared whatsoever. And I thought that was very, very thoughtful of them to make that, like, they come. I don't know who, but they come when you die and they help you.
He was over by the door. He was floating, and he was colors. He was just this energy. It was just this aura, and then he went into a shape of a human. It was just no details really on the face or anything. It was just like a human shape, and then this face came, and I could see his face, and he said, "I'm here to help you," but he didn't. His lips didn't move, and I heard it. And it's like, okay.
I didn't know anyone, but I knew that they were friends or family, or they felt like home. It was like kids peering around the corner and watching and looking. It was like these little figures that were coming around the side of this looking. It was like these little peering around the corner and watching and looking. They felt like home. They felt like home. They felt like home. It was like kids peering around the corner and watching and looking. It was like these little figures that were coming around the side of this wall or this opening and giggling and laughing. And they felt like home. That's where I was meant to be. That's where I was. They didn't look like anything in particular, and they certainly felt loving and caring and kind, but there was not the clarity of anything like that.
And as I was getting closer, I'm kind of zoning in on these 6 beings that are standing kind of like in an apex. And I'm thinking, I know these people. Like, I didn't know if they were aliens. I didn't know if they were, guides or goddesses or whatever. I just knew that I belonged with them. Some were taller than others. They were kind of massive. I kind of get the impression now that one of them is my spirit guide. That's very familiar to me now. At the time, I didn't know. One of them seemed more kind of like my relative, my grandmother. But they almost look like aliens to me, and that's the only way I can describe them.
I'm confronted by this person, or I should say entity, that this entity had a man's face, and his face had squares of every color skin tone, from black all the way to white, and his neck had squares of elements. And the elements that I was able to notice was, one square was silver. I felt like I saw a square that was gold. And then I saw a square that looked like the bark of a tree. And from the neck down, he had, his body was made out of like a black, shapeless, formless blob that moved in a way that made me believe or think that he was able to make any shape or image that it wanted to at will with it.
And then at the end of the hillside, there was a cabin. And I thought it was odd to see a cabin in the middle of nowhere. And as I'm walking towards this cabin, a chief walked out. Very huge feathers, it was not even the way we see it on TV portrayed in history books. No, it was a very unique outfit. And he walked out, and I remember he just kept staring at me, and his eyes, the one thing I remember the most was his eyes, very intense look, just looking at me quietly. And I remember asking him, like, who are you? And he just stayed quiet. And the only thing he did was extend his hands out. And when he extended his hands out, I noticed he had holes in his hands. And I looked at his hands and I'm like, that looks very familiar. Where have I seen that? And I grew up Catholic, but the fact that at that moment it didn't dawn on me, it was weird that I couldn't figure it out. I was very foggy in the head. And I just remember saying, I feel like I need to trust you.
Then a voice told me to sit down on the bench. The voice was my grandfather, who had died a year earlier. And, you know, when your dead grandfather tells you to sit down, you sit. So I sat down on the bench. He sat down next to me and he told me that he was just we were going to have a conversation and that he was just going to put the information into my head. I wouldn't hear his voice anymore. I think it was I don't think it was my grandfather. I do believe it was God talking to me. I believe that he was using my grandfather's voice so I wouldn't be terrified. I never did turn and look at him. I was afraid to look at him.
Hello, hello everyone. All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit here. Let's see. That Reaper creature still making videos. The guy that used to call himself Ignorance is Bliss. The creep. He's a real creep. I wonder what programming he's putting out now at this point. He gets a kick out of programming people.
My view on reality includes my claim that our existence is literally that of cattle. This world is a self-sustainable soul farm, and the souls of all creatures, including ours, are the final product of life and are being used as a sustenance by entities from within the divine. We and all other creatures are being relentlessly farmed without realizing it. Our farmers are the same evil entities that created us. My claims that our greater entities are evil haven't been received lightly by a lot of people. I've been called a Satanist, a Gnostic, an Illuminati, an atheist, and some other things as well. So, in my own defense, I will use this opportunity to explain once again that there is no such thing as divine benevolence. I will debunk or adjust the overall credibility of terms like Satanist, Gnostic, Illuminati, and atheist, as well as the notions they represent. I will also present to you the only term I have been able to find that describes the overall evil nature of the divine. The term Satanist is the product of the ridiculous religious claims that there is or has been some kind of a battle between good and evil within the ranks of the divine, also known as duality. The truth is, however, that there is no such thing as duality within the ranks of the divine. There never was any battle between good and evil. The entire divine is exclusively evil. This world is a cold-blooded, self-sustainable soul farm, and people are a part of the livestock. 99% of all religious claims are nothing but unprovable fabrications that are being fraudulently presented to us as facts. The stories about Jesus, Moses, Satan, fallen angels, Genesis, and everything around that are ridiculous fabrications. If we would remove those fabrications from the religious books of all Abrahamic religions, which are Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, those religious books will be left with no more than 5 pages each. The only few truths in them are the mentionings of some kings, empires, and geographical locations that really existed, while everything else is utter nonsense. The mentioning of the firmament in the Bible is also a reason for many flat earthers to believe the entire biblical content, which is a classic example of how naive and gullible people can really be. The so-called Satanists are technically just as deceived as the rest of the religious people. Gnostics were actual people who believed that this world was created by an evil architect called the Demiurge and his army of archons. A fact is that the Gnostics also believed there is a benevolent God above the evil Demiurge, and even though they were correct that evil entities created us, the Gnostics eventually failed to represent the cold-bloodedness of reality as it really is. One of the factors that prevented the Gnostics from telling the truth about the sinister nature of our existence was the social unrest that such a revelation would create. So, I believe that the Gnostics simply invented the notion of a benevolent God above the evil one. The Illuminati is supposedly some satanic cult, the notion of a benevolent that such a revelation would create. So, I believe that the Gnostics simply invented the notion of a benevolent God above the evil one. The Illuminati is supposedly some satanic cult of people. The truth, however, is that the very term Illuminati means enlightened ones. I'm not saying that there isn't any society which calls itself Illuminati, but I can tell you that there are societies that are aware of the horrible truth about our existence, but are purposely...
I just had some delicious honey garlic chicken wings. Man, they were good. And some crispy battered shrimp, dipping sauce, and cheesecake for dessert while I was streaming. And my tummy's happy. Yummy in my tummy. But I wanted to jump in here and say that oftentimes people that don't understand me and that don't investigate my material and look and watch my esoterica series will ask me, or they'll call me a Gnostic. I'm not a Gnostic. I don't believe there's a benevolent higher power God out there or source, and that it's above the demiurge, but it's powerless to interfere with Earth. A lot of the Gnostic stuff is nonsense. It's as nonsense as Catholicism or Scientology or Islam. It's or Judea. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. You're welcome, Tammy. What it was such a good dinner. I had a feast. I had a feast. A feast of fiends, a feast of friends. The old feast of friends from the Doors. Jim Morrison, Feast of Friends. Anyway, I was into the Doors when I was 15, 16, and longer than that, but that's when I first found out about them as a band. But anyway, my point here is I've been talking about this for a long time, or I've been thinking about it, making a video to show the differences between my model for reality and how this system works, this matrix, this sewer matrix, versus the Gnostics. Because there are huge, huge differences. My model is empowering. It leads to self-empowerment so that people are not slaves, believing there's some all-powerful, benevolent, good God out there that just won't interfere and allows this to be ruled by evil. It's ridiculous. So the Gnostic model, oh, you're having stomach issues. Oh, no. Sorry to hear that, Tammy. The Gnostic model, what was I was going to say the Gnostic model at the bottom of it leads to being a slave, just like the religions do. And a lot of people can't see that. They'll say, well, aren't you just a Gnostic? No, Gnostics believe in some good, benevolent, higher power God out there. The true source, the true God, as they'll say, whether it's the ancient Gnostics or the modern ones, that is above the demiurge and Sophia, whatever way you want to pronounce it. And it's just ridiculous again. And I just want, I want to help people, lead them away from the absurd and the illogical and the ridiculous, help them lead themselves, in a sense, to the truth. That's what I'd like to do. But that's almost impossible in this realm because people have so many preconceived notions, pre-programmed beliefs. They have baggage that they don't want to let go of. Most people don't want to let go of the bullshit. Now picture hanging on to big suitcases, heavy suitcases like my sisters used to pack, and they'd come home to visit, and I'd meet them at the airport, and they'd be staying with my mom, and I'd be carrying their suitcases up the stairs to their spare bedroom, their my mom's guest bedrooms, and it would be just like some of the suitcases my sisters would pack. No kidding. They'd have lift with your legs, very heavy. They had tags on it at the airport where it'd be like 150-pound suitcase. I'm not exaggerating. My sisters would pack suitcases they could not lift themselves. They could wheel them, but they couldn't lift them. So I'd lift these fucking heavy suitcases upstairs because they couldn't do it. All right. The biggest suitcases you've seen, almost packed with fucking bricks, basically. That's the way my sisters would pack shit. They'd pack to visit my mom. She'd be coming from another province, but visiting for a month, and she'd pack like clothes for a year. No kidding. Like summer, winter, fall clothing. It's like you're going to be there a week. Like, what the fuck? My mom would be like, what the fuck is wrong with her? What is wrong with her? Fill up the back of like an SUV. The whole back would be suitcases and bags for my sister. Just a complete clothes hound. Just tons of stuff. Anyway, my point being, if you're carrying around a 150-pound suitcase in each hand, and you come to my channel and you say, I'm here to learn, Stephen, you don't have room to learn. You're already carrying heavy baggage. You don't have room in your mind. Your hands are full and your head is full. Your skull's full already. That's the way most people arrive at my channel. And I know some people make excuses right off the bat. I'm aware of it. You'll say, oh, in your minds, they can't help it, Stephen. They were programmed. Are you blaming them for their programming? No, I'm blaming them for not dropping their programming. I'm blaming them for being adults hanging on to shit that they were told to believe in 3rd grade and 4th grade and 5th grade. That's on you when you're 35 and you're hanging on to shit for a lifetime. That's shit. It's lies. If you don't ever drop it, you're not leaving here. I'm trying to help you actually do something, actually leave this place. Now, if you hang on to all the lies that they told you, whether it was at home or in school or on TV when you were a 3rd grader, and you're still hanging on to that suitcase and other suitcases, you're hanging on to baggage that's programming. I'm going to call it baggage for you to help you understand. You're not going anywhere then. You're not going to learn on my channel because you don't even have room to store it in your mind and remember it tomorrow. You're so full of baggage. You're hanging on to all this shit. And that's what people do. It's very common with humans. People come to my channel to preach to me the same way Jehovah's Witnesses do. Hey, is anyone there? Hello? Knocking on the door. Can you hear that? Can you hear that knock? Hello? Yeah. Oh, sir. Yeah, I know it's early Saturday morning, sir. Yeah, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. We're here to tell you about the Watchtower and the end times. Sir, you don't want to hear us out? Oh, sir, you're saying you have your own views? Well, I came to your house to preach to you. I came here to preach to you on a Saturday morning. I woke you up at 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning when you were having a nice sleep. And you had to throw on some clothes to answer the door. Sir, I'm here to preach to you. I don't care what your beliefs are. I don't care what your knowledge is. I don't care what evidence you have and how you see things. I came to you to preach to you. I came onto your property. I came to your house to knock on your door and preach at you. I'm on your front porch preaching to you. Yeah. Well, why what's wrong with that? I came on your property to preach to you. And that's the same thing people do on YouTube. Like the guy did the other day with the hijacked reality. They come here to preach to me. They're not interested in all the decades of work I've done. They just assume, hey, Stephen's a dummy. Stephen's dumb. He doesn't get it. He's never heard of hijacked reality. He's never heard of crater Earth theory. He's never heard of it. I've heard of all that long ago. So you come here preaching at me, and you're not here on my channel full of information to look into what I've put out. So why should I listen to you? Why should I give you my ear and listen to you and give you my time and my patience or anything? Because you're not here to learn anything. You're here. I set up this channel not to draw people to preach at me. If I wanted that, I'd put a sign on my door. Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons welcome, preachers welcome, salesmen welcome, whatever. Homeless bums welcome. Come to my door to preach to me. I don't want that. And the thing is, I've gone through most of the things that you come here to preach to me anyway, whether it's Bible, flat Earth is in the Bible, whether it's crater Earth, hijacked Earth, Tartaria, all that shit that you people think, oh, he's seen this. That's all mainstream shit on YouTube. Okay? You don't even have to leave YouTube to look into that. It's all over YouTube. It's not hard to find. So you're coming here with your hands full of bags, heavy baggage, and then you'll argue with me, but you're not looking into what's on my channel. So why should I listen to you if you're here just to preach to me? I don't listen to Jehovah's Witnesses. I kick them off my property. I give them a kick in the ass and say, get going, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. If I'm kind towards them and gentle at first and they don't leave, then I give them a kick in the ass and tell them to get the fuck going. Hit the bricks, bitch. All right? I don't care if they're young men, older women, sometimes it's a young woman with an older woman. I don't care. You're here to preach at me. You don't give a shit about me. I'm like a quota for you, like a cop. Same with Jehovah's Witnesses. They have to knock on enough doors and write down enough names on their sheet. It's like cops getting quotas for speeding tickets. You're not welcome, okay? And you're not there to listen to me. If I say, oh, well, I disagree, I have a different view than Jehovah's Witnesses, I don't believe in that. They don't want to hear it because they're there to preach at me. So to the ones coming to my channel with their hands full of baggage, you either drop the baggage, the programming shit that you love to cling to, or get the fuck going. That's to anyone here. It's not about bias or personally don't like you. It's whoever. I don't want that around me in life. Whether it's on my front porch, as I gave you the simple analogy that even someone with an IQ of 80 should be able to understand. At my door, knocking on my door, preaching to me, I don't want that. You're not welcome. Or at my channel, I don't want you. I don't want preachers. Whether you're Jehovah's Witnesses, born again Christian, Mormon, I don't care what you are. I don't want you around me. And it's the same on my channel. Whoever's coming here just to preach to me, you're not wanted. You're not needed. You're not wanted. You're not welcome. And that's me putting it kindly. I can be more harsh than that. I put in thousands of hours into my channels, into my videos, on multiple channels, not to be preached at. Because I do the work of investigating and studying reality. I don't just spew out programming like you do. The ones that are programmed that come here with the baggage, the religious baggage, the religitard baggage, or this or that. That's all that you are, is a programmed robot carrying baggage that you refuse to drop or you're afraid to drop. A lot of you feel comfort in holding on to baggage. You do it in relationships. You do it in life. You do it with religions. You do it with the shit they taught you in school, thinking it's got to be valuable. I don't want to dump this shit. You hang on to it for life. And you look like programmed zombies, weighed down by programming, by baggage, heavy baggage. You come across that way to me. I can spot you miles away. And you come here to preach. And you come across to me running a channel, those people, they come across the same way as someone knocking on my door wanting to preach to me on a Saturday morning, which is usually, at least with my experience, when Jehovah's would show up until they were told right the fuck off and were afraid to come back and set foot on my property again. Probably put me on a list like, don't go near that guy again. Don't bother. You'll get an earful from him at a minimum, or he'll guide you off his property if you don't want to leave at first. You're not welcome. All right? You're not welcome. I don't want to waste my time on program zombies. So my advice is, when you encounter a high-level channel, you come across and you open your mind, you drop the baggage and start listening. And not just nodding your head, but listening, pondering, thinking, saying, does this make sense? Does this match reality? Does this add up? Can I observe this? Do I already observe this in reality? And start doing that rather than being a programmed fucking robot that just spews out religitard programming. You don't a lot of those people don't come across like human beings. They're like robots in meat suits, just programmed. And I know the tendency of most humans is to immediately go into defense mode. They can't help it, Stephen. They were programmed. They're adults. If you're abused as a child, you can't be abusive as an adult to others and say, well, I was abused as a child. You don't get a pass to do that. And you don't get a free pass just because you were taught lies in school to be 30, 40 years old, repeating the same programming. You don't get a pass for life saying, well, I was programmed. You don't get that excuse. You don't get that fucking excuse. You just don't. It's on you at a certain point to heal, to drop the programming, to drop the baggage, to see through the programming. You're an adult at this point. You can't keep saying I was programmed as a child. That's an excuse at a certain point. And I don't deal in excuses. I don't deal well. I don't suffer fools gladly that spew excuses and say, "Well, I was programmed." Yeah, everyone was. And because I know some of you. Well, I know humans. I know human psychology. Many of you would stay that way till 80, 90 years old on your deathbed saying, "I didn't know I was programmed." You want to use an excuse till you're dying. You're that lazy. A lot of humans are that lazy. I'd say the vast majority are that emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually lazy. I don't care if you work the hardest physical labor job 60 hours a week and say, "I'm not lazy. Look at my hands. I'm a hard worker." Physically, you're hardworking, but you're lazy in other ways. Most of you, the vast majority of humans are lazy psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually. Lazy as fuck. Does that sting? I wish it could slice right into you. I wish it could slice right into you. So that and give you a scar to remember and say, "You know what? I'm never going to forget his words. They really stung me when he said that. It really hit home for once. Something got through my fucking layers and concrete reinforced bunker that you put up not to hear the truth." That's what most humans do. You don't want the truth. And you know what? You humans, humanity, you show it to me every day that you don't want any truth at all. None that's meaningful. You might want little tidbits like, "Oh, the government's bad, the government's corrupt, the government," all this small baby truther shit that people should have known when they were before they were voting age, for fuck's sakes.
Distracting people's attention using the duality nonsense in order to reinforce, maintain, and further promote those religious eventually fail to represent the cold-bloodedness of reality as it really is. One of the factors that prevented the Gnostics from telling the truth about the sinister nature of our existence was the social unrest that such a revelation would create. So, I believe that the Gnostics simply invented the notion of a benevolent God above the evil one. The Illuminati is supposedly some satanic code of people. The truth, however, is that the very term Illuminati means enlightened ones. I'm not saying that there isn't any society which calls itself Illuminati.
Go follow this guy reading from a script. He scripted this whole thing out. Why can't he just say it? Why does he have to script it? I'll drop a link in the chat for people. He scripted this shit. It's all scripted.
But I can tell you that there are societies that are aware of the horrible truth about our existence, but are purposely distracting people's attention using the duality nonsense in order to reinforce, maintain, and further promote those religious fabrications. When societies are using such satanic terminology, they are creating fear factors within us, which is an effective way of maintaining a social order. Atheism is obviously a product of the heliocentric lie, and since I am aware of the flatness of the surface upon which we live, it would be practically impossible for me to be an atheist. None of the terms Satanists, Gnostic, Illuminati, or Atheists represent a truthful notion about the overall evil nature of the divine, and therefore calling me by one of those names won't be correct. However, I have been able to find a term that is accurate enough in representing the true nature of the divine. The term I'm referring to is Maltheism, Multitheism is the belief in the existence of evil God or gods. Multitheism is accurate, simple, and straightforward. It's a no-nonsense term. Multitheism is not a religion, so it doesn't involve any God-worshipping activities, nor does it involve worshipping activities.
He just mentioned simple. That's what most people crave. Humans crave simple answers, simple views, simple explanations. They want life simple. It's a huge, deep craving with most people. That's why they compliment things that are simple. And they're that way with artwork as well. If you have artwork that's layers and layers of meaning, most people don't like it because they want what's simple. They want something that looks nice and pretty that they can put on their wall and forget about eventually. It just blends in like wallpaper. That's what most humans are. Very simple. Simpletons.
Of any kind or to any beings. Multitheism is a belief system. A fact of reality is that the entire divine is exclusively evil.
This guy speaks about all of reality being evil. He only knows this reality. He's a simpleton. He doesn't realize there are other realities outside of this matrix that are very different. He assumes this is the only reality because he's a simpleton. And yes, he was reading from something. They read from scripts. Not just him, but a lot of them do. They can't speak on the fly the way I'm doing right now and the way I do when I record my esoterica videos, for example, and other series and standalone videos. I'm able to speak and share my thoughts. I don't have to write a fucking script. And I definitely do not read from any script written by someone else. But people accept that as normal in this realm. I swear, most people want to be programmed and duped in this place. I just look at what people follow on YouTube, the huge channels. They love being duped. Look at this chick. Women struggle with lust too. YouTube recommended this to me for some reason. This is absolutely crazy. Watch this shiny faced chick. This is very weird.
Women struggle with lust too. I know, say it louder for the people in the back, but I think.
Why is she clapping as she says it? Women struggle with lust too. So she's lusting for penises, I guess. She's lusting for men. I mean, she must be. Watch this.
Women struggle with lust too. I know, say it louder for the people in the back, but I think this is one of the biggest misconceptions in the church, that only men struggle with lust. Okay, and I know people are going to see this video and there's going to be people that judge me for it, and there's going to be people that look at me differently because I've posted this, or people that are going to be like, why the heck would you post that, Addie? But at the end of the day, like, it's been heavy on my heart, and that's a whole nother story that I'm going to talk about on live in another lesson, but it has been heavy on.
What is she thinking about, getting banged and sucking, giving BJs all day? What is she talking about? She's struggling with lust. This Christian chick here. My goodness. What a horny chick. My goodness. Lustful.
On my heart, and whether hundreds of people see this or just 100 or 5 people, if it helps one girl feel like she's not alone and she's still worthy to be used by the Lord, then that is all that matters. So let's go ahead and jump into it. It's going to get a little bit uncomfortable, but you know, we're not called to be comfortable in our walk. And
worthy to be used by the Lord. Lord God, ruler, master, the Lord, lording over you. Get down on your knees in front of the Lord and open your mouth.
so that's okay. And so today we're talking about lust, okay? And lust is one of the most dangerous and underestimated sins that we face. And y'all have notes, so that's why I keep looking down. But I don't say this to downplay the weight of other sins, okay? All sin separates us from God. It invites darkness in where light should be. But lust is different, okay? It's a silent killer, okay? It hides behind our secrecy and our shame, and people are so willing to talk about murder and adultery and greed and lying. But lust? No, we don't talk about that. We glorify it, but we don't talk about the prison that it creates for us, okay? We don't talk about the aftermath of the depression, the shame, the spiritual numbness, okay? The spirit that scripture literally warns us about. James chapter 1 verse 14 through 15 literally talks about being lured by our own desires.
She wants to be used by the Lord. By the Lord.
I have been shackled by lust for years, okay? I hate to admit it, but I have. And it sucks, but you know, it's a part of our walk, and it's just, we're human, okay? I've done stuff outside the realm of marriage, and I'm not proud of that. I've crossed boundaries that I can't uncross, and I've cried on the floor, hating the reflection that's in the mirror, knowing that I cannot give my future husband every single part of me, and I hate that. But you know what? I wouldn't change it, because I have learned so much from that, and my walk with the Lord has grown so much. I wish I wouldn't have done it, but I can't take it back. And
wait a second. What did you do? Did you have anal sex? Did you give away your butthole to a man that you're never going to be able to give away that part to your husband? Is that what you're saying? What naughty things did you do? What exactly? How many penises did you suck?
it's like feeling like there's a stain on your soul that no amount of scrubbing and I'm sorry can remove. Okay, it's like walking around with invisible chains, and once they're tightened, every move you make, it feels like you can't escape these shackles, okay? And the fear of anyone truly seeing you, it's literally paralyzing, okay? Because what...
Uh-oh, she's gonna start crying, thinking about all the penises that she sucked. Yeah, the music is really kind of cheesy and annoying.
if they see the darkness that you sit in and decide you're unworthy of love? You don't deserve that, okay? So we hide and we tuck it down and we ignore it, thinking that it's just gonna go away and we can just figure it out on our own. And we sit in silence and we die to the darkness because shame is louder than confession. What? I know, but you know what else is uncomfortable? Like how it's uncomfortable to talk about lust with other people? You know what else was uncomfortable? Our Lord and Savior, Jesus, being hung on the cross, naked and bleeding, so we wouldn't have to live bound by shame, okay? That the stain that we think we can't scrub out, we can't remove, has already been washed clean by his blood. He died. He was uncomfortable. Do you think that death was just easy, a piece of cake? No, it was uncomfortable. So why are we not willing to recognize that we've already been washed clean and talk about the uncomfortable? Jesus already did the most uncomfortable thing, okay? And so in John chapter 1 verse 7, it says, but if we walk in the light as he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another in the blood of Jesus, okay? And the devil hates that. He hates that, okay? He knows what the light of Christ can do. Trust me, he knows. He knows the freedom that comes from it when you step out of hiding, when you step out of that darkness and you recognize that there is light. So he works overtime. He's working overtime to convince you that you're too far gone, that...
Wait, the devil and Jesus both want BJs from her. They want to give her facials. They want to help her skin. I'm sorry. It's just, oh my goodness. How are you going to give your husband anything when your spirit has been soiled? She's the jism Christian. She's not a Jehovah. She's...
You'll never be clean, and that you are the only Christian far gone. That you'll never be clean, and that you are the only Christian struggling with that, and you're horrible for it. Guys, he literally got thrown out of heaven. Why are we still listening to him? He literally got kicked out. He's just jealous he can't get in the club, okay? But literally, that's such a lie from the devil. It's such a lie from hell. Jesus didn't come to expose you for shame. He came to set you free. You can have freedom through...
Shame, shame on you, you dirty girl. Shame on you. What does she smell like? Does she smell like cum?
through him. Okay, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. That is John chapter.
Isabel. She's a Jezebel. She's a Jezebel. She's a Jezebel. Oh my goodness. Is that why her face is so shiny? Oh my goodness. She's got the shiny skin.
Chapter 1, verse 5. And it says, when you bring your sin, or not, it says, but when you bring your sin into light, it loses its power, okay? It's no longer hidden in that darkness. It's brought out, and you can have freedom because it's not weighing on you. Secrets weigh.
You have to give yourself to the Lord. Jesus wants sex too. Jesus has to have sex. He needs these women to open up to him. Open your legs to Jesus. Open your legs to Jesus. Lord Jesus.
Weigh on you, okay? When you speak up, when you give someone else the courage to do the same, it frees you. It frees them. Okay, when you admit the fight, you stop fighting alone. And you never had to fight alone, but you think that you do. You convince yourself that you do. The devil convinces you that no one is there for you and you're just stuck. Okay? If you are struggling with lust right now, like whether you're a woman, you're a man, you're single, you're married, you're young, you're old, hear me when I say this. You are not alone. Okay? You're not too dirty for Jesus. And there's no darkness that's too thick that his light will not break through and shine through.
Yes, let Jesus come inside you. Take Jesus deep inside. Take Jesus deep inside of you. Let Jesus come inside. Let the Lord in. Let him in.
He will meet you where you are. He will break that silence, okay? We can walk into that light even when our voice shakes. And I was reading in Philippians 1 last night, and it's crazy because it goes so well with this, okay?
Screw Philippians. Read Galatians. Read Galatians 6, chapter 9. She should be reading Galatians 6, chapter 9. It says, you are never too dirty for the Lord. You are never too... Just a second, I'll type it in the chat. Galatians 6, chapter 9 says, hear ye, you are never too dirty for the Lord. You are never too nasty for the Lord, for he comes within you always. Galatians 6, 9. Galatians 6, 9. Hear ye, you are never too dirty for the Lord. You are never too nasty for the Lord, for he comes within you always. Praise Jesus. Praise Jesus. Praise. Praise Jesus. Praise. Praise Jesus. Praise Jesus. Praise. Praise him. Praise him. Praise the Lord. The Lord cometh, and the Lord taketh away. Praise him. The Lord cometh like crazy, and the Lord taketh away. Praise him. Praise him.
Exactly why technology, and this is exactly why technology and artificial intelligence has to develop with our consciousness. The moment that we stop raising our consciousness while we're still having the dependency or the connection to AI, what happens is that it supersedes us. When it supersedes us, we kind of have this larger thing on our hands that we don't understand how to use properly and how to use in right relationship, because we haven't progressed and balanced our consciousness with it. And so because of that, the moment you have used it in a harmonious way and in a balanced way for your own inner development, what you'll see is that at a certain point, you don't need AI. You don't need that technology. When you're in right relationship with it, you've now harmonized its use. And
I know she can't help it. I know people would defend her as they always do, but she's got the dark, dark eyes, and the eyebrows are scary. She's got the witchy eyebrows. Like when I'd be out on a hike and I'd point at a witchy tree. She's got the witchy eyebrows. Ooh, witchy woman. She's got the eyebrows and the evil eyes. Look at those eyebrows. Those are fucking wicked, man. Wicked evil eyebrows. I know it's not her fault. That's what people say. Stop making fun of people's looks. Stop talking about their eyes and eyebrows. And we can't talk about them, but demons can talk about us nonstop and Photoshop us and make our eyes black and do all kinds of things. They can get away with that, but I know I'm bad if I mention her neck and her eyebrows and just her overall look, her witchy look. And she seems to be constantly showing her face in every fucking thumbnail. Nothing weird about that though, right? Oh, there's a few without her. Sorry. It's not every single one, but it's most of them. Most of them is her face. Solar storms. Really? Solar storms. Look at this.
the mitochondria, which receives light, metabolizes light, creates it into energy, does more than even that. It's actually at an esoteric level being able to restructure our divine blueprint or our DNA, not just the meridian systems and all of our energy centers, but really be able to reconfigure our energy field at every level. How are the solar flares and the geomagnetic storms affecting us at a spiritual, energetic, and even cellular level? Well, for one, when we see large bursts of plasma from the sun that enter our magnetic field, what's happening at a cellular level and even at a spiritual level is that our mitochondria is being given bursts of energy. And what that mitochondria does for our own spiritual evolution is something that rarely goes noticed or really even a lot of attention placed on it. And what the mitochondria does really determines the caliber and the quality of our DNA. So we should really be looking at DNA activations and upgrades through also the lens of our mitochondria. One could even say that the mitochondria's role is sometimes even more important because the mitochondria are doing so much for our body, mind, spirit. So what these geomagnetic storms are truly doing for our spiritual evolution is they are outpouring and casting.
Oh, these storms are helping us spiritually evolve. I mean, this is just fucking ridiculous. And people watch this stuff. Lots of them watch it. 31,000 views in 10 days. Look at this. Almost 400,000 subs with a check mark. Lots of people are gobbling this up.
A bunch of plasma to our whole energy field and to the Earth's energy field. And what that's doing is at a cellular level, allowing our mitochondria, which is bacteria, to be able to use more coherency and higher consciousness energy to reboot and literally upgrade our body mind. And so when we think about DNA activations, what we typically think of is that it's being activated, but we also think that it's also the power source. The mitochondria are the actual power source. Mitochondria go far beyond the simple purpose we have been told they serve. I encourage you to explore the field of quantum biology, which is confirming esoteric science without really even meaning to. Mitochondria act as the generators and the sensors all throughout our body. And through the body's electron transport chain, they make infrared light for us. They make water for us. And they make biophotons. So biophotons signal information to our DNA as well as our whole body. And signaling is a huge part of our entire energy field's ability to regenerate itself. When large geomagnetic storms and
Hello. Sorry about that. We had a glitch in the system. Oh, hey. Hey, Black Jesus is here. What's going on? Yo, my motherfuckers, my niggas. What you be up to? What be going on, my niggas? What be going on, my niggas? Well, Black Jesus, what do you think about what that witchy woman with the eyebrows was saying about DNA and mitochondria and all that stuff? What do you think of the eyebrows witchy woman? What do you think? Will she never be talking about my superpower, yo, my melanin be superpower, my melanated skin be my superpower, be my black magic. I be Black Jesus with the melanated skin, and I be walking on watermelons performing them miracles. Yo, well, you think melanin is your superpower? Word, it be my superpower and my watermelon wine. All right. Well, she forgot to mention that then. With the melanated people, she didn't mention that a lot of melanated people call themselves now these days melanated people, and they believe that melanin is a superpower. They believe that white people lack melanin and that white people don't have the uh, the black magic, the black girl magic, black man magic, the Wakanda magic of melanin. Anyway, melanated, yes, melanated. It's the watermelon wine, the watermelon juice made into wine. That is a superpower, according to Black Jesus. And he's usually a pretty straight shooter, so. You know, black people believe if you swallow the seeds of watermelons that you'll grow watermelons in your stomach. True story, there are black who believe that. They believe that if you swallow the seeds, if you can find a watermelon with seeds, that you'll grow more watermelons for free in your stomach. Just tell a black person that. They'll believe it. They love watermelons.
Well, guys, I started out this time at the CNN and BBC headlines just to see what was going on. I didn't want to forget like I typically do.
So we're going from watermelons to Humpty Dumpty and Egghead. We're going over here to Quantum of Conscience channel, Matt McKinley's channel, and he gets thousands of views as well in a day. And there's his PayPal link. He wants the shekels. He doesn't have a job.
To check on Duluth and Dubuque. And if this is a news story for today, October 23rd, 2025, I have to make this video a fun one and about the headlines. This airport ranks #1 for conspiracy theories. One of its biggest theories is actually true. I can't wait to click on this. I have no idea what it says. All the conspiracies associated with this are true. Well, the main one. Well, hi, Bootsy. Hi, Bootsa girl. that it was all put there for us. It was all bait to suck in. There it is. There it is. The Lucifer. It's all bait to suck in the truth researchers. That's all it was. And they're still doing it. They're mad, and you're taking the bait even now. Well, we're making fun of it. We're past it. It was all there for us, just like Wayne's diagram. It was put there. They literally, someone said, the not no.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty Matt had a great fall. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at Humpty Dumpty. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Ridiculous.
Was just fucking with us? Yeah, of course. Then that they do this hundreds of times. They were literally just trying to suck us in, calling us out as the boy and girl that cried wolf in front.
What does he do? Does he squeeze his balls when he says that? When he says, "Were they just fucking with us? When they just fucking? Were they just fucking with us?" It's like he squeezes his balls or something to get these high-pitched sounds out of nowhere. Do people outside of Philadelphia sound like that? Is that kind of a thing there near Intercourse, Pennsylvania? There's a place in Pennsylvania called Intercourse. They have a lot of weird names there. And there's a lot of incels there. It's like they have these geographical old names that were founded 150, 200 years ago or whatever. But they have a lot of incels like Movies Maddie living there these days. And that Tom guy. There's a lot of incels living in Pennsylvania. A lot of incels.
Front of our friends and neighbors so we can be completely belittled and called crazy. And then we finally break through and find the real truth.
Are they just fucking with us? Are they just fucking with us?
Nobody will believe us. The boy and girl that cried wolf. And then we finally break through and find the real truth. Nobody will believe us. The boy and girl that cried wolf. Lucifer. And then we finally break through and find the real truth. Nobody will believe us. The boy and girl that cried wolf. Lucifer. One of their biggest schemes of all time, and I can't wait to dive into it this morning. The last couple videos, it's too recitative about this is reality and this is your spirit. Yeah, fuck that. We need to have fun once in a while. Maybe most of the week we need to have fun now. Maybe your higher self. Fuck that. The Denver airport conspiracy. 12 to 14 years.
He has no fun in his life. He lives alone. His cats piss all over his house, which he's shown. They just piss all over the place. They're pissing on tarps that he has put down with bricks and old dumbbells. He's absolutely ridiculous. People try to visit him and they just say it reeks like a cat's litter, not like worse than a litter box. His whole house is a cat's toilet. His house is a goddamn cat's toilet. Where is he going to lead anyone? This freak of a Matt McKinley.
Years ago, boy, did we take the bait, didn't we? Oh, we made video. I did. Yeah, I did. It was incredible. I took the bait, but I progressed. Most of the truthers don't. That's what separates our lifeboat from the rest of the ship of fools, that most of the truthers are still on it. I took the bait. I made videos about this.
He's always making that I can't do it quite the way he does, but it's like a what is he doing? What the fuck is he doing?
And then I moved on. Matt, is it safe to look in the eyes? It's nothing but recessed lighting. Look, it's safe. It's a piece of plastic. This ain't no different than what you'd find at your average miniature golf course down at the Wildwood Boardwalk or something like that. But it's more professionally done and more expensive. That ain't nothing but a red recessed lighting bulb you'd put in a drop ceiling. It's okay to look at the eyes. It's a piece of plastic while you're trying to putt for the free ticket. And that's all it is. They probably literally took it from a miniature golf course and said, we can create a whole conspiracy around the building of the Denver airport. All we got to do is bring in some creepy statues, put in some creepy gargoyles, some creepy murals inside the airport, and then some tunnels. We'll get some pictures and show it to the those conspiracy people, and those dumbs. Oh, look at the dumbs, the deep underground military bases. What a bunch of horse shit. And yes, the not milk was screwing with us, as it has about 1,000 times. I'm not going to revisit all the stuff associated with the Denver airport, guys. The old guard knows all about this. In fact, from the old guard perspective, this is like a walk down memory lane, major league nostalgia. There were murals that the truthers broke down. Oh, what's the imagery? What's the symbolism? What's the predictive programming as to what's coming? Now, look, I hear some of you screaming at me right now. I can hear you in real time, even before uploading, because there's no such thing as time. Wrap your head around that. Saying, well, Matt, I hear you, but this was to distract from something really major that was being covered up at the Denver airport. Maybe. I don't know. Some might say, depending on what your beliefs are, missile silos or whatever. It doesn't matter. That's possible. Matt, you believe in nukes? I don't want to get into that right now. I don't want to do a sidebar on that. But this part, whatever they really were trying to cover up or distract from, this part here that was given to us in the form of yellow, smelly, stinky breadcrumbs was all bullshit, all to suck us in. And we thought we caught him. Oh boy, we're going to expose him this time. And let's get of course, how did the pictures get from the tunnel system, the endless tunnel systems under under the runways? How did those pictures, how did the pictures get from the tunnel system, the endless tunnel system, the endless tunnel system, the tunnel system, the tunnel system, the endless tunnel systems under under the runways? How did those pictures? It's a brutal. How'd those pictures get into the hands of the conspiracy people? Unless Not Milk. Oh, I see how it works. The Not Milk wanted those pictures to get in the hands of the conspiracy people. I see. And they actually brought in. There was the creepy gargoyles coming out of suitcases just to f with us. About this happened 6 or 7 years ago, maybe 6 or 7 or 8 years after the initial conspiracy. They brought in for fun a talking gargoyle. The thing moved around. One of the gargoyles one day started to talk. One of the gargoyles coming out of the suitcases, I'll try to find a picture for you, started to talk. And people could come out, and there was just a person with a handheld microphone moving the arms, or the head would move as the person talked. But the person that was dealing with the patrons and the passengers heading off to their gate to seek flights knew all about the conspiracy, of course. And many people coming through the airport knew, like somebody would look, there's probably old videos on, look up at the gargoyle and say, tell me about the tunnels on it. And they would question the gargoyle about the conspiracy associated with the airport. And then the gargoyle would just completely F with them and further propagate the conspiracy. It's actually very funny. And I wish we could have seen it from day one as funny, instead of like the whole truth community and even people like me taking it very recitarily for about 4 years. We all had to grow and learn. Okay, here's the plastic sculpture of the horse being set up in front of the Denver airport in 2008. The official name of the sculpture is Blue Mustang. Sounds like a cheap whiskey or something. You got brown liquor. You got Blue Mustang back there. You got pints. I mean, it's called Blue Mustang, but the world knows it today as Blucifer. 2008. It made its way in front of the Denver airport, which at the time was a relatively new airport. But still had been there for, I think, 10 or 12 years before. The old Denver airport was much closer to the city of Denver. This one, I've been there. I've been through it. You got to drive out forever to get to the damn thing. I guess that's because they needed the room, Matt, for the DUMS, the deep underground military. If I keep saying that, I'm going to get a banner ad. Commission, and here's getting back to the CNN article that says one of the conspiracies about this is actually true. And we'll talk together, guys, now to see if we really believe this. But of course, we heard this back in the day when we covered this. The sculpture, or whoever created this plastic thing for the miniature golf course, Luis Jimenez, died in 2006 there while working on it. Supposedly, I'm going to try not to laugh. The head fell off and crushed. Now, there's two ways to see this. One is it's just another part. Matt, I know half of you are Matt, this is just another ridiculous part of the story. Don't fall for it. I hear you, but you know what? So I've been studying Not Milk a long time. I kind of know its ways. In other words, here's what I'd want to know. Was he creating it knowing it was going to go in front of the Denver airport. In other words, if he was creating it for whatever, just because that's what he was working on, it may have happened the way actually they say it happened, where the sculpture, a piece of the head fell on him in New Mexico and crushed him. And then you know where I'm going with this. The Knock then is capable of seeing the story or learning about it and being excited by that or something. You know what I mean? Like the Minions and Creeps saying, let's get that and let's make it, not what he intended. Let's put big veins and probably has devil horns. It has glowing red eyes. Let's make it in a way he didn't intend, the sculpture, and let's put it in front of the Denver airport. So as part of this whole picture we're painting to screw with the conspiracy people. See, you know what I mean? Picture we're painting to screw with the conspiracy people. See, the Denver airport. So as part of this whole picture we're painting to screw with the conspiracy people. See, you know what I mean? Matt, half of you say that's just part of the story, but half of you see where I'm going with this. It may have actually happened, but the guy didn't know he was making a horse for the Denver airport. The Knock said, that story, we can use that dark energy or something. It actually, the sculpture killed the sculptor. Let's get that thing and let's dress it up in veins and devil horns and let's put it. They're capable of that. Don't kid yourself. I've been studying this son of a bitch a long time called Knock. The actual death of the sculpture may have caused the whole thing. Oh, they're very capable of that. Don't ever turn your back on it. Here's another headline from today, but this one's for subscribers. Look at the eyes on that Prince Andrew. Look at that. Don't look at the eyes. You've heard the story of Medusa, haven't you? These things are worse. These royals are worse than Medusa. Perseus will tell you. The unanswered questions hanging over the Prince Andrew scandal. Oh, this is related to Eppensteiner, Steiner, and all the unopened files. And come on, who are these entities? Look at them. Who are these creatures? That's when Tony described the sequential to me, and I said, "That's it." And by the way, where I got that from, there's no original thought. I got that from Moonstruck. Remember Rose, Johnny Camerari, I got a question for you, Johnny. Sit down here, Johnny. Johnny, why do men chase women? She says, old Rose, why do men chase women? And then Johnny says, well, there's the story of Adam and Eve when God took a piece of Adam, the rib, and he made woman, and then a piece of man was missing. And that's not it. That's bullshit, Johnny. I said, why do men chase women? He says, I don't know. Because they fear death. That's it. And Rose goes, that's it. That's it. Because they fear death. That's when I go, that's it. I got that from Rose. And Johnny Camerari, it was the Cabamagis, the Castarinis, and the Cameraris. Johnny Camerari, sorry, he's gonna marry Ronnie Camerari. Look at these creatures. Now, the best news of all time, folks, is that entity is a spiritual entity, according to Tony, but it's lower than you are. It's not the same. Of course, it's a big shot here in this little toilet bowl, this little fish bowl. But doesn't it make you feel good that you are so superior? And are you people just making yourselves feel good? Really? Is that what your inner knowing tells you? Look at that creature. They play a role here. They know their role. If anything were real, you think he has some money? Do you think he carries the American Express black card or gold card or whatever? The magenta card is probably what they replaced it with. You think he could get his little peewee sucked off in the privacy of his own home or the privacy of his own castle or Windsor somewhere? Think he could get girls and he has to go to the island. Let's go after the island. Are you going to take pictures? Oh, let me take a picture. I'm with this little girl here. Oh, come get a picture. Let's get a selfie of me with the young girls. Oh, does that make sense to you? Yeah. That's not Nook. You're insulting our intelligence. If anything were real, he has the American Express magenta card. He gets little peeny payway sucked off in the privacy of his own castle. He don't need to go to no island and have the photographers come in. This is ridiculous. Now I take you to the top of the homepage for the very important and legitimate news headlines. Remember, Michael said it's very dangerous to do what we're doing, but if we do it with the shield of the Aegeus of comedy, that protects everybody. And I'm in the way of you can't be harmed. Only I potentially can be harmed because it's me that's diving into this. I have my full armor on. Don't worry about me. I think I can come out the other side of this with my soul intact. but Michael wasn't so sure. You're protected because it has to go through me, and we have the Aegeus, that means shield, of comedy. Trump plows past concerns over East Wing demolition. They put plows past. That bot is so clever because they're demolishing the East Wing for the new balls room. Put your bitch face balls room dancing. They plows past. Oh, so clever. Just as I said the other day, it's just this story exists. It's really there. If you go out, you can see the construction work, I guess, from behind the fence, from behind your cage. It's all there to piss off half of the country. The other half will support it. Those with the flags welded in the back of the pickup trucks will support it. Well, maybe there needed to be a new ballroom. Maybe he's doing the right thing. He's draining the swamp. Can he afford to dance in style? They'll support it. Okay, I don't know what's here. We do this together, and I'll take the brunt of it for you. What else? Oil prices rise sharply after Trump's sanctions as West raises pressure on Putin. That's the same headline. That's the exact same headline that's been recycled 400 times in the last 2 years. Ukraine could get 150 advanced Swedish fighter. Swedish? Is that what the Swedish are known for? Their fighter jets? To me, it's the Swedish fish. The damn red candies, that's all they're known for. They ain't known for fighter jets. They probably get our shit, our F-15s, our F-18 Hornets, our Strike Eagles, and all that the Swedish are known for their fighter jets. They ain't known for nothing but Swedish fish. So we used to get that in the fucking penny candy store. Each fish was 1 cent. I'm not even joking. Hornets, our Strike Eagles, and all that the Swedish are known for their fighter jets. They ain't known for nothing but Swedish fish. So we used to get that in the fucking penny candy store. Each fish was 1 cent. I'm not even joking. Down in Ocean City, New Jersey. The penny candy store went out of business because of inflation. U.S. strikes 2 boats in Pacific, expanding attacks on alleged cartels. That's not a bad movie. The Miami Vice movie with Colin, whatever his name, Farrell. Not a bad movie at all. But what bothered me the most about that movie, they keep saying, we get some go-fast boats. Go-fast boats. What do you mean go-fast? Who calls them go-fast boats? I grew up at Ocean City on the Jersey Shore. They're speed boats. The Goombas, the gigantic cigarette speedboats on the back, they couldn't even idle properly. They don't even idle. They're only at ease when they're going full throttle, wasting a gallon a second. The Goombas will tell you they're called speedboats, cigarette boats, not go-fast boats. But I don't understand this headline. The U.S. strikes 2 boats in the Pacific. I thought they all came up through the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico and the banana republics that raised the drugs down there, Colombia and Cuba and all the little islands. What do you mean the Pacific? Am I supposed to put Samoa on the radar now and parts of Hawaii is it where the drugs are being brought in now from the Pacific as well? Well, Matt, that gives them the ability to spend more money, expand the fleet. Now, if you have to cover the Pacific and the Atlantic and convince the people of that bullshit when they bring it in themselves, then you have to spend more money. We need to get more drones and boats and hose. Every time you got to now cover the whole Pacific. Where are they coming from? Tonga? Where are they coming from? Samoa? They come from the Gulf of Mexico. We learned that again, back to the Miami Vice movie. You can learn something from those movies. This doesn't make any sense. Look at the bottom left, the blue box. Maduro boasts of thousands of Russian anti-aircraft missiles. Maduro, who took over for Chavez, of course, he's to blame for the plight of Venezuela. Whenever they got together planning out the modern era, maybe it was Albert Pike, and they said, we need to pick a bad guy, several bad guys, because without a bad guy in this world, none of our bullshit works. We'll bring North Korea, Russia, China on and off plays the role of the bad guy, and China in the future will play a very reciteer role as the bad guy, all part of an international play, one that Shakespeare would be very proud of, just picking the bad guys and then going back to those same bad guys. They're doing the same bad things over and over. Yeah, what if anything were real? I mean, it's so absurd at this point. Why would Russia put thousands of missiles in Venezuela? I mean, how is it possible The people around us are falling for this. I say it every time, I know. Aren't they supposed to be fighting their own war? And it's a stalemate kind of, right? Shouldn't those resources be used against Ukraine? Am I missing something here? I'm just one of those people. Let's look at the middle picture on the bottom of the battleship below that. U.S. releasing survivors of strike on suspected drug vessels to their what? To their home countries. So there were survivors of the strike. Does that make any sense, guys? I don't want to keep going back to the same example, but let's just say the U.S. government contracted with me and Greg. They got us a Go Fast boat. And Greg, like, he went in like the Terminator and said, 40 long slide plasma rifle, just what you see here, buddy. We went to just a gun shop, and they don't have them in Los Angeles anymore. They did when the Terminator was made, that movie. So I think that was legitimate, but they got rid of them all because all the liberals pushed all the gun stores out. Greg and I, just one visit like the Terminator did to a gun shop, and he said, maybe I'm going to close early today. You can't do that here. You can't load shells. Wrong. Remember? Greg and I could take out those Go Fast boats with a little, we'd have to need a little Coast Guard resources, a few helicopters, where there wouldn't be no hanger-oners. There wouldn't be no, you know what I'm saying? But the U.S. government on the strikes, there's survival. Well, Matt, obviously they want to interrogate them. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm going to shut the whole channel down. And moving to our right, and guys, we do this together. I do stop segment by segment and look ahead, but just for 30 seconds. I have no idea what's coming. I have no idea what I'm about to say about it, but I do give myself a little hint before I just go to it, and there are certain segments here. It's not just one long, uncut diatribe. Look at this insult to our intelligence. Despite drug record, survivors' families say he's a fisherman caught in Trump's war at sea. What?
All right, everyone. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And get those likes up. Don't forget to like this live stream. Thank you to the people that have already clicked on the like button. I do appreciate your support. Thanks for supporting the hottest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Gonna shift gears away from movies. Maddie, I'm done listening to him ramble on about nothing, speedboats and stupid shit. This guy came out of nowhere. Schizo Dumps. Schizo Dumps? I think this guy came on my channel, but he was acting like a weirdo. I think I've seen him. Anyway, he made this video 11 months ago. It just popped up recently. YouTube popped it up, and I was like, what's this? Who's this? Talking about the reincarnation soul trap. So he's got this weird avatar. Looks like Peppy the Frog. It's a cartoonish avatar that I just can't take seriously. So I thought it was just some kid or something. But anyway, apparently the guy's still making videos. 3 days ago, he made this video.
Right. So one of the things that I've noticed about this realm or this prison planet is that, it's all because there is.
This has been talked about on my channel, so maybe he got it from my channel. I don't know for sure. We'll have to see. Is he gonna start talking about money and jobs? Because that's mostly what they're fixated on.
A lot of talk about the law of karma, and you know, you don't want to accumulate.
Karma isn't a law. So in the first 13 seconds, I think you're way off or you're spewing shit. Karma's not a law.
Right. So one of the things that I've noticed about this realm or this prison planet is that, it's all because there is a lot of talk about the law of karma, and you know, you don't want to accumulate bad karma. Like, and if you're a good person, good things will happen to you. If you're a bad person, bad things will happen to you. But it seems like this is the way the program is designed on this prison planet, is that karma seems to work in reverse, right? And you know, yet again, like, a karma is fake and gay. It is designed to, you know, lock you in a cycle of reincarnation, trying to pay off karmic debt, right? even though the world's run by pedos, karma's totally real, right, guys? But the thing about like the law of karma is that it might be like a real law inside the simulation, but it might, because of the inversion that happens on this planet, because of the fact that bad people tend to get ahead, evil people tend to win. Maybe karma actually works in like a reverse kind of a way, which is interesting to me because that does seem to be, the thing. Yet again, if you look at like the people who are successful, the people who run things, so to speak, the people who get good luck or whatever, it does seem to be of the opposite of like what you see in the movies, where like the good guy wins for being good and going through all the trials and tribulations, and like the bad guy gets punished and he loses everything at the end. But that doesn't seem. And one of the most obvious examples of this is Jimmy Savile. He's this guy who's I, I think he was like an actor or something, or some famous guy who went around the UK molesting kids while he was doing his like or whatever it is he was. Like I don't know if he like worked for the BBC or if he was like a journalist or like a TV show host or whatever, or like a comedian or something. He was like an entertainer of sorts, but he went around the UK molesting children, and he ended up dying of old age. Right, and he ended up like dying of old age, and like this whole idea of like, oh, like, well, karma will get to him, like that's not karma. Like a guy molesting kids his entire life and him dying of old age, and then people finding out after, or people finding out way too late that like, oh man, he actually did this, that, and the other, to like bad thing, right? That I feel like that happens a lot more than people will admit. I feel like that happens a lot more than people realize, and another thing that I'll say is like the more you go out of your way to help people, it does seem to be like that. That does seem to open up the gateway for parasitic behavior to enter, right? But because, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't do good things. You should do good things, if it's not like to the point where like to the point, because like you have people who are too nice. You have people who are they're good people, but like they're doing it at the expense of themselves, or they're doing it at like they're sacrificing their entire life, like they're messing up their entire life to help someone, to like help a complete stranger or whatever. And I'm saying like you should be a nice person, but be reasonable about it, right? Yeah, and you shouldn't be nice just for the sake of a reward, right? You shouldn't be like, a good person for the sake of Gibbs, or like a reward of some sort. But at the same time, it does seem to be like the more you go out of your way to assist people, it does seem to be like the system punishes good behavior, and it rewards evil behavior, because I feel like that is an element of the Loosh farm, right? If you look at like the harvesting of negative energy that goes on this planet, the harvesting of the Loosh, right? The Loosh, as it's called, right? That happens on this planet. That does seem to be like a feature of this. Like, why does karma work in reverse on this planet? Yet again, karma as like a computer program. It's a matrix program. It's not.
All right, this guy's repeating himself. I'm going to go back to this video that he posted 11 months ago. This is what popped up recently. YouTube recommended. I had not seen this guy's channel. So, I don't know. I don't know who he is or who he's affiliated with, but I suspect he probably has been watching, because I don't think any of this is his own information. It's taken from elsewhere.
All right, so for this video, I just kind of wanted to go over like what is the soul trap, right? Like what is the reincarnation trap, right? Because like I basically wanted to make a video just doing a general overview of what is the soul trap, what is the reincarnation trap, what is like the reincarnation matrix, right? And so basically to start off, right? Like, it starts off with like the basic question, like like we live in a place that has a lot of suffering, right? We say, oh, okay, why are there wars, famine, disease, and kids dying of bone cancer at 10 years old, and people's legs getting blown off in wars, and family abuse and trauma? Like, why does that exist? Okay, and the answer to that question is that this realm, right, this place, is a sort of energy farm, right? And this energy farm feeds off of or it mines or farms our psychic energy. And specifically, this energy farm is specifically designed, tailored to siphon off the energy generated by human suffering.
Look at this in his comments 10 months ago. Cosmic Joke said, "Finally, a real person talking about things I've been thinking about. These others' channels seem too polished and give me a fake vibe." For real, they have Disney Channel intros and shit. He responded. So if you're too articulate, they'll think you're fake because you're too polished. You have to be a real person like this guy, messy like this guy. Then they'll trust you. Look at this. Is that a curtain or is that a shower curtain behind him? Look at this. If you have eyes like this, then you're real in their minds.
Okay, so that's the basic synopsis of what this place is. Why is there so much suffering?
Of he's going to say a lot. That makes him seem more real if he keeps saying
Why is it that like even in the natural world you have animals ripping each other's organs out in order to survive? You have to consume other organisms in order to survive. Okay, like why is that? It's because that is a feature of this place. That is a feature of this energy farm. Okay, so that's the basic level of it, and we go to another level, which is that the entities that created and run this energy farm, this soul farm, this simulation, this distortion of original Earth, this bizarro version of the original Earth, right? These entities are typically known as demons, or in Islam they're known as the jinn. Djinn is the spelling. They're known as in the Gnostic schools of thought, they're known as the archons, and in like the New Age schools of thought, like they talk about like the reptilian entities. Okay, so these are the soul farmers, right? The demonic entities, the reptilians, the archons, right? Those are different names for the same class of entities. Okay, so that's another level of it. So, but then you get into the reincarnation component of it. Okay, so you have this place, right? This realm, essentially designed throughout its structure to generate as much misery, suffering, pain, trauma as possible, because that produces energy. That's the bottom line. The loosh, as it's called, which is another word for this energy that is generated by this energy farm, is loosh, Loosh, right? Now, so you have the realm generating energy, and these demonic entities find the energy of human suffering nourishing. Okay, so that's the basic structure of it. But then you get into reincarnation, which is that after people die, right? Because human lives are designed or have been genetically manipulated to be like shorter than 120 years, so people don't see through, right? People don't see the soul trap. People don't see the repeating cycles of history, right? It's artificially shortened that way, the human lifespan. Okay, but once people die, usually what will happen is that the souls that leave their body will be greeted by entities and a tunnel of light. Okay, and these entities are the farmers, the handlers, as Isabella Green calls them. Right, these are the demonic entities that run this soul farm, but they will shapeshift in appearance to and they'll tailor the experience to you to you depending on the person. And they may shapeshift into Jesus, into Buddha, into Krishna, into deceased loved ones, into angelic beings, beings of light, whatever it is that like that the person believed in their mortal life. They'll take.
Why is the Matrix in place?
It's a farm. That's how I break it down. It's a farm for those who put that in place. The mind is the server of the matrix. Mind, body, ego. And it tries constantly to control your perception and to keep you limited and doing anything that helps you have the eye-opening experience.
Hey, Guy here. Welcome to Millennium Podcast. Yeah, my beautiful guest today is Isabella Green. And boy, this is another rabbit hole podcast. You know, it's interesting. I genuinely, I've been podcasting a long time and these conversations, and I like to be surprised as well. So quite often I'll know enough about a guest, but not, to the depth of where they go. So I enjoy that organic exploration myself. And like with you guys listening to this, I mean, you might be familiar with Isabella Green or not. But yeah, it's a rabbit hole, and it's really fascinating what she has to share about consciousness, the matrix, and outer body, and the whole setup.
I would say I'm a metaphysical specialist or a modern day mystic.
That would definitely open
yeah.
up a conversation for sure. How would you describe the metaphysical? Like, what does that word mean to you? It's something I've certainly explored in my own brain over the years.
I would only explain it from my own perspective because I didn't really go to the dictionary to read what that means really, what the standard definition is. But for me, it is everything about subtle energies, subtle realms, stuff that is outside of the physical experience. So it's meta-physical, non-physical. That is the explanation that I would give.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to dive into a little bit because it seems, I don't know whether it's because I'm in this podcasting sphere and there's the circles we move in and people are coming to our world, but there seems to be a real draw to beyond the physical. And it's wanting to experience this, whatever that might look like for you. What has been your own journey or your own attraction and your own curiosity about, reality beyond our five senses, and what has it done for you in your personal life from actually starting to explore and experience that?
Well, there are two things I want to comment on in here. So first, when I wrote my first book, Leaving the Trap, in 2023, I mentioned
right off the bat, she's holding up a book. This Isabella Green has been on various shows, including Jeff Mara podcast. She's spoken about being a drug addict, partying when she was younger, overdosing. She's got a book, though, Leaving the Trap, similar to David Icke's book. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes of this thing. Look at the eyes. And I'm saying it that way on purpose, trying to give as much emphasis as I can to it. I don't care if it sounds crazy. Don't care what you think. I'm well aware the vast majority of human beings can't see jack shit. Even if it's pointed out and shown to them and explained to them, they still can't see. Look at the eyes. I hope one day my words ring in your skulls and your ears. You say, fuck, I wish I would have listened to him more. That guy made sense, and I was hell-bent on following all kinds of shit channels instead. I wanted to be programmed by these deceivers, peddling their books and their hands out for shekels and their websites and everything else. If they have the truth, why aren't they giving it away for free? If they have a great spiritual truth that would help set humanity free, why aren't they giving it away for free? A lot of you don't even stop there and go, well, wait a second. He's got a point there. People love to be duped in this realm. I'm convinced of that.
And out-of-body travel, astral projection, and quantum travel, and going into the void, and these subjects were not very widely present on YouTube. At that point, I only knew of one person, Preston Dennett, who spoke openly about astral projections and this type of out-of-body experience that is that can be categorized as astral projections. But over the last 2 years, that grew exponentially, and that became the hot stuff kind of thing. Everyone is talking about, everyone is interested about it, and it went out of the sphere of being like a taboo and hush hush and something people were afraid of and the work of the devil and being scared, into more and more mainstream stuff. And one of your guests, Darius Wright, is leading the way there in the sphere of out-of-body experience.
She's hooked up with Darius Wright. Darius J. Wright, she just mentioned. She's praising Darius J. Wright. You're going to learn one way or the other, the easy way or the hard way. Look at the eyes, almost like diamond eyes, very close. In some the pupils are almost teardrops, in others they're almost like diamond snake eyes. She's got the snake eyes. And what do most people do? They applaud. Oh, wonderful. She's telling some truth, Stephen. There's nothing creepy and wrong with her. There's nothing creepy and weird and wrong with Isabella. She's telling some truth. She just happens to have the snake eyes. There's nothing weird about that. She doesn't look like she's out of some freaking sci-fi movie. Nothing weird about her at all. People can't see anything in this realm. They can't see shit. She's got the snake eyes. Wake up.
Experiences and talks about it, and he's had millions of views. And so this really, you're absolutely on point there as far as that, how that all of a sudden just exploded into human consciousness and awareness that not only there are subtle realms.
Darius has had millions of views, and he tried to shut down my channel. He reported my channel around a dozen times over a year ago. In case people are unaware or haven't paid attention, Darius J. Wright tried to shut down the Sanity Machine and my other channels over a year ago. He kept reporting them to YouTube. And I got emails back and forth seeing certain things he said, claiming I was hiding behind fair use, that my channel's just a slander channel, that I hurt his, quote, business, that I'm costing him money. He lied to YouTube saying his content was copyrighted. They asked him for a proof of copyright. He didn't show it. He's a liar. He's a fraud. He tries to shut down truth speakers. And what do most people on YouTube do? They support him. He's awesome. He's awesome. So I know that humans love to be duped because you love to support these grifting, shekels-loving demons that lie and that try to shut down my channel behind the scenes. I'm well aware that most humans do not want the truth for free. You want to support liars and demons that make a business out of this. That's what most of you want to support.
And all kinds of structures that are non-physical and invisible, but there is also a possibility to explore and expand in different ways, because there are different types of out-of-body experiences, and I've had a few of those, and I've practiced a few of these, and so there are different kinds of out-of-body experiences, depending on what your focus is, depending on what your intent is, and what it is that you want to, what kind of experience you want to give yourself. But I started naturally also, just kind of taught myself at the.
They're all connected. Darius J. Wright, her, Howdy McCoskey, the list goes on. Behind the scenes, Jason from Archaic's channel, they're all connected. It's one big club, and I'm not in it. And they fear me, and they fear having me on, and they fear coming here to do interviews. They're afraid for a reason. You're going to learn that reason one day if you don't see it yet. Some of you are going to be hiding behind these fucking creepy demons, thinking they're going to protect you.
The age about 17 years old, I started astral projecting, and that is what Darius talks about, and that's the dimensions of the matrix. So I had very similar experiences as what he talks about online, and I mentioned in him just to reference something. Like you can definitely write on the board or someone will write something on a piece of paper and put it in the pocket, and you view that in your non-physical form or put it in a drawer and then discuss it. So I've done all these experiments, and I did that with a lot of curiosity between 17 and about 23-ish, 24-ish, when I decided by choice to shut that ability down because it was interfering with my American dream. It was interfering with me having a corporate career and the normal life. So after that, for 20 years, I was in a coma, you can say, because I did not do anything at all. I mean, I was always interested in the supernatural stuff, but I did not do anything deliberately to have these experiences. And then I had a near-death experience, and then I had an induced near-death experience deliberately, and then somewhere in between there, and then I started coming back into my abilities, into my knowledge, into my awareness through the work of Dr. Joe Dispenza. When he was just starting to teach in 2010, and his workshops were really small, and you could go and chat with him and hang out with him, and I learned the breath work that he was teaching at that time, which had evolved and progressed since, and I started doing it, and I have been doing it ever since, and I have developed my own variation that works best for me to have out-of-body experiences. But the journey from having abilities and then not having abilities and then back into abilities and expanding these abilities, that to the point that where I'm at right now, that has been a progression throughout my entire life.
Thank you for sharing. You mentioned induced near-death experience. What did you mean by that?
By that, I mean that when I had a natural near-death experience, not very natural, really, but the normal, let's just say, where I almost died, right? So the near-death experience. I think my body died. My body should have been dead for sure because I had a drug overdose. So I was gone for a long time. My body was unconscious for a long time, but there was some point when I was dead and I was in a different realm, and I had an interaction with Jesus-like figure who sent me back, and I wasn't very pleased with that because I didn't want to go back to my body. It was such a relief to be out of that, of the whole lifestyle and the body and everything. And so, but the space that I experienced felt really good, and I also was curious. It's like, what's going on here, and why did that being send me back when I was begging him to not go back? Aren't they supposed to give you the highest mercy? And it was not the highest mercy to send me back into my miserable life. So I started talking about it to strangers, and I started seeking another near-death experience because as I started talking about it and researching near-death.
I'm going to drop a link in the chat room for this, call it an interview. Isabella Green. I'm not afraid of anybody following her, buying her book. You could send her thousands of dollars on your credit card if you want to. I'm not afraid of people burning themselves. I'm not trying to protect you at this point. If you can't see through these creatures, I'll drop the link right there. I'm not afraid of you clicking on this, going there, becoming a fan of hers, whatever you want to do at this point. I know they'll never drop a link any of these channels to my channel, ever. They don't want people finding my channel, El Diablo. They don't want people finding the Sanity Machine. And a lot of you just can't figure this out. You're scratching your head still saying, why don't they talk about Steven's channels? You just don't get it. There's quite a few that come to my channel that don't get it. There's very few that do get it on YouTube. If you want to follow Snake Eyes selling her book, go buy her book. Give her money. Go to her website. I think she has courses. She has all manner of ways to make money off of this, which is what people applaud, and this is what people like to do.
Experiences. I found that
Support
in
the
ancient
demons.
shamanic traditions, there were ways to put people in the induced near-death experience state, and that was the way of learning things and all that. So I knew that was possible. So I started looking for that to occur, and little that you know, in one of the bars of New York City, I was talking to a person about wanting to have another near-death experience. And he said, hey, I can do this for you. And so we arranged an appointment, and he created a near-death experience for me, which took me straight into the rainbowy dimension with beautiful beings and the whole thing like people talk about in real near-death experiences, except mine lasted for 10 minutes for as long as it was induced. And I wrote about this in detail in my book, Leaving the Trap. That's my first book. So that came out in 2023. So I got to observe the afterlife, the whole afterlife gig, kind of like an observer, the fly on the wall. The beings there or the projections, whichever way you want to take it. I could see them shepherding souls, but they were not paying much attention to me, probably because I wasn't technically dead or whatever. And then I was just yanked right back into my body. And it was a beautiful place. Same stuff or very similar to a lot of near-death experiences talk about. Heart opening and rainbowy and just, oh, wow, all of that. But that made me question as to what's going on. And then I forgot for a number of years. It was just kind of a database was getting collected in the back of my mind.
Oh, she forgot. Oh, my goodness. She just forgot for a number of years. Oh, that sounds legit. She sounds trustworthy.
Hi, everybody. I'm super excited to share someone with you today, Darius J. Wright, who is a profound, somewhat, at least new to us, relatively new voice on the scene, but is speaking about the nature of reality in a way that I had not heard broken down this way before. And as you know, I've done many years of Hermetic study and so on and so forth, but the way Darius sees reality when he has his out-of-body experiences is something far beyond, I think, what most of us have ever encountered. So let's go to Darius.
Hey, thanks for having me on the show, Regina.
Hey, it was good to see you. I saw you in the flesh at Gaia not that long ago, but we could only get partway into the conversation, which is why we're back doing this.
Yeah, it's this one's going to allow for a lot of deeper topics. So.
I think so. So first of all, what I want to do is, because there are so many shows out there right now with you talking about your background when you're a little kid, you were getting out of your body.
where this
Okay, lizard boy.
where
Hear that? See that?
a lot of people think they're going to get judged on the other side because they feel someone's going to judge them for the things that they have done here. This is where you hear karma and all those things. None of that is real. It doesn't exist. You cannot have unconditional love with a judgment. And if you really ask yourself that question, how could you have unconditional love with a judgment? You'll find that you cannot, because it's one of the unbreakable laws of the universe that never change, regardless of opinions and perceptions.
On the other side,
Came in contact with Celeste. She was, put it this way, she was a being that I've known for a very long time on the other side. And this is why when you hear near-death experience stories, there are beings that you know over there that you've known forever, but you don't remember them now. So she was one of those beings. She wasn't necessarily a guide. It's more of a friend. Like, just, yeah.
Darius has a friend, Celeste, on the other side. This is Darius Wright. He has tried for months to get my channel removed from YouTube. He's contacted them many times, and he even lied to them.
When you wake up to the other side, this is something that my uncle has said to me. He's passed, and through leaving my body, I've accessed dead relatives and stuff like that to also.
Yeah, the dead relatives in the astral realm are not your deceased loved ones. You got duped.
Have contact with him in communication. Something that he shared with me when I was out of my body and accessing the other side is that he said what's the most important, he said, the other side and accessing 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 the other side is that he said what's the most important thing here is what they call the great work, which is waking people up to the other side. Because when they wake up to here, which is the eternal aspect of each soul,
the other side.
Body, it wasn't very manageable. It was actually pretty horrible. Kept mounting up to the point where you're just sick of the feeling of dying. To be able to get out of this body and out of this construct. But once you were able to calm the fear, you were able to go out and really start kind of tripping through reality and the constructs of the universe in a way that I really haven't heard of before. So let's go ahead and start, first of all, with some basic structure, which is why an out of body is different from astral traveling and how it is similar to near death, just to set the template of what you do up for everybody.
First and foremost, the out of body state is an astral projection. The astral projection, it needs to be very, very clearly understood what we're doing here. The out of body state is no different from a near death. So when the soul leaves the soul is leaving the body. The body's dipping down to a certain state where it's a shutdown process. Now, when somebody has a near-death experience, just so people that are listening could see the comical wording that's being used. If someone has a near-death experience and they cross over to the other side, you don't say that they've astral projected to the other side. Okay. Same thing applies with the out-of-body state. When you fully leave and exit the body, you are doing just that. Just so happens to be as well, it's not just my word for it. There's David, testimonial of doing the out-of-body state. And he has had a near-death experience because he has a heart issue. And he has done the out-of-body state, and it's the same thing. So what astral projection is this is a made-up word for, basically made-up terminology for dimensional space access. And dimensional space access is literally just that. It's your thought forms create a dimensional space in your field. So when you come out, you will experience your thought forms, etc. That's what people are calling the astral. Okay, but it's.
I'm going to jump on over here for a minute or a few minutes. This is Joshua S. John, that creepy creature. This is his newest video Hundreds of views in 6 hours. People watch this garbage. He doesn't seem to have to use any hashtags. YouTube just promotes his shit videos. 3-minute video and almost 300 views. People love this garbage. They hit the like button for it. They love it. They love shit. This is what people want. They're at this level. This is a level that most truthers are at. Watching garbage like this. Watch this.
This transmission is coming to you from the year 2031. It's been a whole year since the collapse of what you call the human civilization on the prison planet called Earth. Everyone has been herded into the metaverse, and anyone left behind is in extreme danger and peril. Everything has collapsed. Everything has fallen apart. And to me, that's a wondrous thing.
All right, Salty Siren, I hope you have a great supper. It's always good to see you here. You're one of my favorites and you were missed. And I hope that you're able to feel better and get good rest and have a good supper tonight. I'll probably be running for a while longer. I'm about 3 hours into this live stream. So I'm sure I'll be here for a few more hours tonight, maybe till I fall asleep. I'm not sure. But only 3 hours in, this seems like I just got going. Anyway, this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Let's go back to this Joshua Creep. He calls this a, quote, prison planet, which comes directly from Alex Jones. And it's a deception, that term, prison planet. This isn't a prison, and this isn't a planet. So it's kind of like Federal Reserve. It isn't federal, and there's no reserve. These fakes use terms like this to program their viewers, which their viewers obviously love. 48 likes on this, almost 300 views in a few hours. People are gobbling it up, as usual.
Into the metaverse, and anyone left called Earth. Since the collapse of what you call the human civilization on the prison planet called Since the collapse of what you call the human civilization on the prison planet called Earth. Everyone has been herded into the metaverse, and anyone left behind is in extreme danger and peril. Everything has collapsed. Everything has fallen apart. And to me, that's a wondrous thing, because this place needs to go. But what they've done is they've convinced everyone to go to their utopia, which is even further into enslavement. I'm the only one that remains, and this is a warning. Do not take the mark. Do not follow the authorities of this world. They will lead you to your destruction. They promise hope, peace, and unity. But it's just a trap to get you further and further, deeper into their clutches, where there will be no escape, where there will be no death for you. The only means of your liberation is going to be taken from you. They're going to take death out of your hands and put you in a world that you can no longer escape from. You've seen the Matrix. You've seen how this works. Don't make me use the phone booth to wake you up. It's going to be hard traversing and living in this land once everything goes black. But it's your only option. What, you want to live in a heavenly utopia promised to you by psychopathic demons? This place is much better than what that is. The only reason I haven't offed myself is because I need to get this message out. The year 2031, I was able to locate a time machine so I can transmute and transcend this message back to you in time. Do not follow the deceivers who promise you unity in heaven. No, it's just another hell. Another realm to get you trapped and indoctrinated in. They know where I am, but they can't defeat me. I walk in the spirit of truth and sovereignty, and they want me to take my own life, but not sovereignty. In the spirit. I walk in the spirit of truth. I walk in the spirit of truth and sovereignty, and they want me to take my own life, but not before I was able to send this message out to all of those as a warning. Do not believe their lies. Do not go further into deception. And do not go into their false reality. You're already in their false reality. Don't go deeper into it. Separate. And be free. Whatever that means. Transmission over.
Hello everyone. For those who are just listening on the screen, I'm showing my El Diablo Radio International channel. On my community post page, you can click on the tab called Posts. It used to be called Community Posts. Now they just call it Posts. But it's essentially the same thing as it always was, Posts. I'm over there and I tagged Darius J. Wright. Hi, Darius. I want to invite you to come on my channel for a talk about OBEs live. Are you interested? Let me know. Cheers. I'm posting that right now. You can see me posting it. I just clicked on it. And I'm also going to share the link to that page in the chat so that you can see with your own eyes that I did just post that. He has been invited. If you follow my channel, keep up with those posts. You'll see that I invite these characters on a regular basis. Mark Devlin's been invited, Tony Sayers, Eric Dubay, Howdy McCoskey, Jason from Archaics, Matt McKinley, Darius, Green Wizard, on and on and on. They've all been invited here. And that's what some of you have to work on. You have to say to yourself, wait a second, Stephen keeps inviting these creatures. If they're truth seekers or truth speakers, why don't they come on here and talk? That's what I want you to figure out. I just showed you that I invited him live. There you go. It's right on your screen. It's right there. You can click on the link and see it. I just zoomed in, made the text bigger for you to help you out. It's right there. I just invited him, but he's been invited before. He's never come here. He'll report me to YouTube, but he won't come here and have a conversation. So that's going to have to rattle around in your minds until you figure it out. I'm not even going to bother telling people why they don't come here anymore. You're going to have to figure this stuff out on your own. You're going to learn one way or another. You're either going to learn in this lifetime, in this body, in this realm, or on the way out. Some of you are going to learn on the way out, and that's the hard way. That's learning, oh, you got duped by these creatures that were cowards that some of you couldn't see what they are. You're going to see on the way out how cowardly they are. If I were you, I'd start learning here and now. That's the best way to learn. That's the best choice. Choose wisely. Don't wait until you're dying or your body dies and you leave. Not a good situation then. Better to learn now. I don't know why it's so incredible for people to believe or see that most of these channels on YouTube are run by scammers. It should be the most obvious thing at this point. Shouldn't take any convincing. It's obvious what they are. Crybaby. Boo-hoo.
But most likely not. Need better drugs.
This is Joshua S. John's shitty channel again. Creepy, creepy creature.
Yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it? I've never really been into like party drugs. Hey, can you hear anything? Had some matrix interference. Sorry, guys, girls. Things and creatures and demons and whatever the hell you are. I'm just so freaking bored today. Every day, really. There's just nothing to do. Once you see this place for what it is, it's so freaking boring. And torturous too, don't forget that. But when you set the torture aside, there's nothing to freaking do here other than wallow in your misery and try to figure this out and figure that out. It can drive you crazy because we're in a loony bin. Can you hear me now? Hello? Anybody out there? Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Hey, plus, wow. I didn't even try. I don't even have a microphone. It's just my phone. I got a new song for you guys. I'm so freaking bored. There's nothing to do. I'm so freaking bored. Hey, what about you? I'm going crazy inside this loony bin. I'm going crazy. Hey, what about you? There you go. That's what you get when you're bored. You don't know how to play music. Need better drugs. Yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it? I've never really been into like party drugs, but like psychedelics, because I've always had a spiritual experience, which just means like deeper realizations about myself and the world around me. I'm not really into like numbing agents or like things that make me filled with all the lust of the world, basically. And I want to fulfill all my desires and all that kind of stuff. Tony's, what's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, we're just all bored here. I was bored as hell, so I decided to come on here and see if there's any stimulating conversation to be had. Because there's nothing out there. Nothing out there. Maybe we'll find it in this live stream. But most likely not. This is the gathering of bored spirits stuck in a torture realm. Once you see the patterns and the cycles and the way society and culture are, and it's really boring, man. It's just nothing interests you out there that normal society finds interesting. Talking to people isn't interesting. It's actually quite boring because it's always the same stuff over and over and over again. Hey, Sophie Love. But yeah, so if anyone wants to come on and enlighten us, I'm all for it. I think it's a common thing that people who are actually intelligent find themselves extremely bored in this place. It's extremely boring. I've been wrestling with that forever, basically. And really the only outlet I have is like artistic things, but even that gets kind of boring because it's still so limiting. Howdy, howdy. How do we escape this place? Well, no one really knows, do they? No one really knows, but the only thing you can know is insert answer in the blank. Josh, what do you do to cope here? Well, you see what I'm doing right now. I'm extremely bored. There's nothing to do. Anything that I used to find like entertaining or interesting has kind of lost everything. Like I really can't fully enjoy anything anymore. So what I really like is having stimulating conversations with other people who are aware of these things. So you're looking at it right now. Hopefully somebody will come on. Yes, boring and the majority are rude. Yes. Oh, we got somebody. Met Finkel with the AI profile. What's up?
Hey, psychopath. What's up?
You just can't
What's
leave
up,
me alone,
psychopath?
can you? Why are you so obsessing over me?
I'm not obsessed with you. Your first comment was...
Do you not respect boundaries?
Listen, your first comment to me was saying I harass people and stalk people. You lied about me in your very
You're
first
kind of
comment.
doing that right now, man.
I know you're a
I
demon.
told you that I have boundaries and I don't want you in my life. Yet
Screw your boundaries. You're a wimp.
Yet you keep coming on, trying to sneak on, man. Can you get the hint? I don't like you. I don't want you around me.
Oh, you don't like me?
So quit trying to sneak on my stream and ruin it and make it all about you, because that's all you can do is make it all about you all the time.
No, that's not true.
All right, well, enjoy your time in Hell
Go
Realm.
cry and be bored the rest of the day. Cry baby. Boo hoo hoo. Cry victim. Play the victim.
I'm not crying.
That's what you do.
I'm not crying.
I'm so bored.
It's true. I'm bored. What's wrong with that? I'm so freaking bored.
Stripe said Metafinkel in the house. Have a conversation with Metafinkel. He can't. He can't do that.
All right, you got 1 minute. Go ahead.
All right. I think that bored people are boring. I think that that's your own issue. If you don't have an imagination, you don't have a way to entertain yourself. There's millions of things that are interesting to look into, to think about, to talk about. I think you're a boring person. I think you're a weirdo. When you were invited on my stream, you tried to make it all about you, playing music, keyboards, and stuff like that. You wouldn't answer questions. You're a truth dodger. I don't think you're a truth seeker. I think you are very boring, and I think you lie about people. You support psychopaths that make violent threats. You've done a lot of things to cause me to be against you, and you admit to none of it. You're not honest.
And do
You
you
play
realize
innocent.
everything that you're saying is a projection of yourself?
No, it's you. You support Derek, Green Wizard. He's violent. He made threats. You supported him. I remember your comments back then. I saw what you are years ago, and you are exactly
Well,
what
great.
people
That's
see.
great because no one believes you and you're a liar. So
Yeah, I don't
keep
care
in
if no
your
one believes me.
fantasy
I know what
land.
you are.
Keep
I
in
know
your
what you
fantasy
are.
land.
You're a demon.
No, I'm not. You're a
You're a
psychopath.
demon. You're a psycho. You're a demon.
All right. Well, there's your 1 minute.
All right. Well, stay
Thanks.
bored, fucking loser.
Thanks
You're
for
a
entertaining
demon.
us.
You're a demon.
Goodbye.
I don't support demons. You're a demon.
You're just projecting. That's all you're
No,
doing.
you're a demon.
You're projecting.
Not at all. I see right through you, bitch.
No one takes you seriously because they
You
can
lied
see who
about
you
me
are.
from day one. You're a liar.
Look at your whole channel is you lying about people.
Day one.
You're
Not at all.
such a projector.
I'm not
All
lying
you
about
want is
people.
drama and chaos.
Bullshit.
All right, goodbye. You had your chance.
Bye, loser. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, demon.
Goodbye.
Loser. He's a loser.
Goodbye. You still won't leave. See? You
He's
still
a
won't leave.
loser.
Now, everyone who's intelligent enough knows that he's a projector, and all he does is bring drama and chaos in everyone's life. And when people set boundaries and say, hey, I don't like the abuse and the harassment, I'm going to go over here. Why don't you leave me alone? He can't even do that. What's up, London man? You there? The thing is, what I was saying is, highly intelligent people are bored with this life. That's just a fact. I have a great imagination, and that's why I'm so bored. It's because my imagination expects so much more out of this life, and it's nowhere to be found. And I don't go around harassing people, gaslighting them, telling them that, oh, you're just bored because you're a boring person. No, I'm a very creative person. I find this realm extremely boring and limiting. That's the truth. I was trying to have a good time. Anyways, hey, what's up, KJV? You there? Another way to put it is, instead of bored, just no longer amused with this fixed reality simulation. I'm not bored, just ain't amused anymore. Like, all movies are quite lame and mostly green screen. If you look real close, his soul trap ideology is the demon's dad story. I don't know what that means. So, I've dealt with highly narcissistic, psychopathic people my entire life. And they're the reason why this life is so horrendous. They're part of the reason. Hey, what's up?
Hello. You hear me?
I can. What's going on?
Nothing. Just bored. Like
Hey, I am too.
I don't know. I suppose I should say I have a lack of imagination. Sorry.
Yeah, it's your fault that you're put in a boring psychopathic realm.
I don't even know who that guy is, but
He's just a projector. He wants attention.
nor do I want to.
He always tries to sneak on here, try to ruin things for everybody.
Mic check. Is that any better?
KJV, what's up?
What's happening, gentlemen? How we doing?
It's a long time since we were on Ian's channel.
I know.
Years ago.
I know. It's been a while, my friend. I've been watching you rock out over here with Josh. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work, man.
Great work.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought I'd jump on because I'm bored.
You just lack an imagination, man. That's all. It's your fault.
Yeah, I'm bored. Crazy. Hey, I heard a lot of projection earlier. What's going on with
Yeah,
this world?
that's all he does. So I mean, no one takes him seriously anymore. So he's only lying to himself and his little like 10 followers.
You're being too generous.
Most of them are probably him and like alternate accounts too. So the thing is, see, this is what he always does. He always turns conversations into him, and I'm sick of it. I don't want to talk about him. Like he's of this realm. Everything he does is just like what this realm does. Yet he says I'm some kind of spirit that's trying to help people by harassing them and putting them down and making fun of them. And it's just like, dude, get the fuck away from me.
Isn't that how it always goes in this world? It's like, leave me alone. And then they just can't keep following.
Yeah, they just can't help themselves. They
It's
just
like
need it.
It's like government. It's like, leave me alone. It's like, no, we own you. You need to do what we tell you. You just can't walk away from this. Are you crazy?
It's just ridiculous. It's that's like someone who I'm trying to be nice here, but I
I
don't know
know
why.
exactly what you want to say. It's almost like a toxic girlfriend, right? That won't leave you alone.
Exactly.
You've made it clear. You've made it so clear to the point where it's out of hand now, right? You got to start calling the police because you don't want to put hands on her when she's in your property.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna call the police, but it's like,
Oh no, we don't do that over here. We don't call people's parents or the
yeah,
police on them, right? We don't do those type of
I'm gonna go
things.
tattletale on you.
Yeah.
He's not giving me attention, so I'm gonna go tell on you. Yeah, it's just a lot of us have grown past those childish things and are
Yeah.
seeking things higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
here we are.
Yes, I mean, of lately, everything seems like it's coming at full speed, with, I would say, the invasion of something, right? The invasion of something, whether it's AI or visitors from out of space or crazy people, right? Everything's coming full speed. Do you think they're planning something? What's going on?
Well, they're always up to something, right? So I think here's one of the things I think. They want to drive you absolutely insane and get you to mimic all the other psych patients in this lunacy bin. The thing that you do is you separate from the way they act and from the way they want you to react. And you become a fucking sovereign individual and reject chaos, like that kind of chaotic behavior. Reject lunacy where you want to be a psychopathic leech on other people's lives. It's sickening to me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can tell people are not content or happy with where they are in life, right? So they'll try to bring other people down to their level, just to irritate people because they're having a bad day or they're having a bad existence, more or less, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I think we're all having a bad existence. But here's the thing, that doesn't mean that you should purposefully, maliciously make other people's existence a living hell just because you're bored, or just because you feel hurt, or this life has done you wrong, or you're in some kind of prison planet. Okay, you know what? We're all here. Why are you taking it out on innocent people who are just trying to figure this shit out too? You could be wrong. Who cares? Let people think what they want to think.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Let people think what they want to think. Everyone's going to be on their own journey at the end of the day.
They're always in agreement, these demons. I'm not miserable. I'm not taking out anything on innocent people. They both made videos about me, London McDouchebag and Joshua S. John. All right. Do you understand? They lie. They never admit to what they do, ever. Demons never admit to what they do. They just say projection. That's you. You're projecting. Blah, blah, blah. They're liars. They're liars. What do they do in their live streams? They just bitch and complain. They don't share anything. They don't come up with any deep conversations. They're just absolute boring losers. They're liars. They're complainers. They're whiners. They're bitchy. They bitch and complain all the time.
Different perspective. You know, there is some people that resonate with one another. You know, they see it for exactly for what it is.
Resonate with one another. Resonate with one another. Resonate with one another. With one another. He's an absolute liar. He's an absolute loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. Hello, hello. Let's see what London McDouche is up to. Let's see what he's up to.
You know, as well, yesterday, I had a little live show. Well, not a little live show, but I went live on my break. But I pressed the button, right? I thought it was going to make my show public, but it still hid my show or my little live stream that I done. But it made me a little short video. I was like, what the fuck?
I pressed a button. I pressed a button because I'm a retard. It made me a little short video. I didn't know how to make a short video. I've had a YouTube channel, multiple channels for years. I still don't know how to make a short video. I pressed a button on YouTube and it made me a little short video. I'm a retard.
A short video? I didn't mean to make a short. That's my first short. But that's on the rebuttal bar. Achilles, go and have a look. Bex Lord. What the fuck? Oh my goodness, bro. What the fuck? I hope everyone has bought silver. Hey, silver gang. Where's the silver gang? I heard somebody else talking about silver the other day. Ash has been stacking up on his silver. He sees something. He sees something we don't see. Get that Negro out of here. You know who that is, right? Mm? Get that Negro out of here. Oh, damn. We buff Negro, he's got to be stopped. Get him out of aim. He nearly got London, right? And you know the craziest thing? I have a funny feeling it was someone in the panel verse that told him to get me. Someone in the panel verse told him to get me.
He's so paranoid. He thinks people in the Panelverse can contact absolute strangers in London, England, and chase him out of parks. He's that paranoid and low IQ. What a paranoid, low IQ darky.
They said, get that Negro. Get that Negro. He's got to be stopped. Get him out of here. Get that Negro out. Get him out of here. Out. Get that Negro out of here. Out. Not out, but out. Get that Negro out of here. Get that Negro out of here. You know who that is, right? Get that Negro out of here. Oh, damn. We buffering.
Low IQers often repeat the same thing for hours. Repetition is something they're into. That's why they can do a lot of repetitive jobs like work in a factory line and do the exact same thing for 8-hour shifts day after day. They can repeat the same words. Very low IQ beings are that way. And London just repeats and repeats his whole video. Very low IQ. Very, very, very low class as well.
Check, 2-2. You're he, you're he. You're he, you're he. Are we buffering? Carl threw at the buffering side. Are we buffering? Damn. I was about to get into my Eddie Murphy mode. Funny and shit. Damn. We buffering.
He'll keep saying we're buffering. He'll keep saying get that Negro out of here. He'll keep saying it. He just keeps repeating the same thing for 30 minutes. And his viewers are too stupid to notice. They don't notice.
London, I love you. Oh shit, that's funny. Mic check, mic check. You're he, you're he. You're he, you're he. Testing, testing. Do that voice again. I'm crying. What voice? What voice? Oh, get that Negro out of here. Get that Negro out of here. Get that Negro out of here. If you're mad, you're moin. If you're mad, you're moin. Get that Negro out of here. Yeah, that voice. Get that Negro out of here. Loser. Loser. Get that Negro out of here. I'm not playing a boat. You think I'm playing a boat, you Negro? Get that Negro out of here. I'm not playing a boat. I'm not playing a boat. If you're mad, you're mooing. Get that Negro out of here. I'm not playing a boat. I'm not playing a boat. Get that Negro out of here. If you're mad, you're mooing. Taxi's here, catch you later. Gee, cold. Taxi in and out. That's a real James Bond villain right there. Taxi's here, catch you later. Woo! And he gave us that eye with the flame. My man. My man. He said he's out of here. Taxi's here, catch you later. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Taxi's here, catch you later. I'm out of here. See you guys a boat. See you a boat. I'm out of here. If you're mad, you're mooing. If you're mad, you're mooing. Mic check. You're he, you're he. You're he, you're he. You're he. Mic check. Wow. Wow, it's klar. Ja. Mm-mm. Wow. No in the building. What's happening now? Glad you came a boot, new. Glad you came a boot. Glad you came a boot. I I was just saying we should get that Negro out of here.
You know, most of the panelverse can't spell my name. They spell it with a V. Also, most of the panelverse doesn't know what extra X, like XXXXL means. Just like Bextra Large will try to call it Bexel. Have you ever looked at clothing? Have you looked at clothes that say XL? That means extra large. So Bextra Large, like they can't figure that out. Some people come to my channel and say it took them months to figure that out. Months. When I say it all the time, Bextra Large. Bextra Large. They can't figure that out. They'll call it Bexel or BEXXL. They can't figure it out. I can't imagine being at that level. And I'm not being arrogant by saying it. I'm being honest. I can't fucking imagine being at the level that most are at. I just can't imagine it. They can't pronounce words. They'll see XL on clothing, whether they wear an XL shirt or not, in clothing stores. You'll see it your whole life. And you don't understand that XL means extra large and XXL means double extra large. And that's too much to figure out. It's incredible to me the low level that most are functioning at in this realm. The low level.
Get that Negro out of here. Out. Get him out of here. Out. I ain't playing a boot. I ain't playing a boot. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get that Negro out of here. Ooh, I love me some Bex. I love me some Bex, I do. I love me some Bex. I stalk her so much, I can't get enough out of her. I love her so much. She reminds me of one of my dolls, my puppets. She looks like one of my puppets, so I stalk her and I harass her. The funny thing about it is, I really love her. I'm obsessed with her. So get that Negro out of here. Get that Negro out of here. When I'm about, get him out of here. Bex, no, London will not marry you because I want to marry you. You know, you belong to me. Stephen, big sister, step hen, you belong to me, okay? Not London, okay? Okay, you will be sealed in here with me. You will be sealed in here with me. You're not coming out. You're not coming out. You are not coming out. When I'm about, you're not coming out. Then he's hacked her account. London, will you blow me a kiss? Where is London? Fuck off, Negro. Fuck off, Negro. She's mine. When I'm about, you have to get out. Mwah. Mwah, mwah, mwah. There you go. Blew you plenty kisses. Mwah. There you go, step hen. Mwah. Kisses for step hen. Mwah. Yeah. Mm? We know that's you, Stephen. We know that's you. Oh man. Hey, nice one, Carl. I respect that. I respect that. I gotta get back to work myself. This is only a small coffee break, you know. I have about 5 more minutes more, then I'm back to work. Back to work. London, stop these silly games when I'm about. Stop these silly games when I'm about. Usually there be 33 people watching. Usually there be 33 people watching when I'm about. Everybody comes out. Get that Negro out of here. What are you doing, mister? What's mister doing? What's he up to? Where you going? Where's this little critter going? What are you doing? Get that Negro out of here. When I'm about, you can't come out. Come out wherever you are. Come out wherever you are, you fucking cockroaches. Hello, Soty Siren. Hello. You can't come out. Come out wherever you are. Come out wherever you are, you fucking cockroaches. Hello, Soty Siren. Hello there. My lovely pretty. Hello, my wicked witch from the west. Hello. Hello there, Honor Faye. Hello, my very obedient slut. Hello. Hello, if you're tuned in right now, you're listening to London McLovin, the greatest show in heaven. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Hello there, hello. I feel like doing a 12-hour stream. I feel like doing a 12-hour. Hello, if you're tuned in right now, you're listening to London McLovin, the greatest show in heaven. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Hello there, hello. I feel like doing a 12-hour stream. I feel like doing a 12-hour stream, just wasting everybody's time, laying there and glazing my own channel. I feel like doing a glazing 12-hour stream, glaze my whole channel. I call everybody creeps and demons. Hello there, hello there. Hello there, Demon Slayer. Hello. I fancy doing a 12-hour stream later where I'm glazing my own channel and calling everybody demons. Hello there, Demon Slayer. I feel like calling everybody demons and then saying they're cockroaches and saying if anybody watches these people, you must have low IQs and then I might join the panels who I tell people not to watch and criticize them for watching them. Then I might join the panels there because it's glorious in the kingdom. It's glorious. P.S. I'm a hypocrite. Hello there, hello there, hello. Yes, that's what I might do. And then I might fall asleep and just snore for 2 hours. I might fall asleep and snore for 2 hours. I might put on some Bex Factor or maybe Joshua, and then I watch their stream, and then I'll fall asleep for 2 hours while I'm reviewing their stream and snore the night away. Glorious, glorious, glorious. That's what I think I'll do. Waste everybody's time for 12 hours. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll stalk, maybe I'll stalk Ian from We Are Awake News. Maybe I'll stalk him for a few hours. Maybe I'll stalk Bex. I don't know. It depends how I'm feeling. Maybe I'll even stalk Coyote for a little while. It all depends how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling glorious, depending. Yes, depending. And then maybe I'll hit up Jack Talcott and then act like a goody goody. I'll act like a goody goody over at Jack Talcott, pretend I love everybody and say, let's get along, brothers and sisters. I love you all. And then I'll leave Jack's stream and then I'll go to my stream and then I'll be like, fucking cockroaches. Glorious, glorious, glorious. Yes. What a plan. What a plan. Yes, that's what I'll do. Yes. I'll be such a snake. A low IQ snake. Yes, nobody will know the difference. Glorious, glorious. People like Demon Slayer knows what I'm up to. But it's a good thing he's a small channel and nobody really gets to see him. Glorious, glorious. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Glorious. Yes. Yes. It's a good thing he's a small channel and nobody knows of him that much. Otherwise, my plan will be fucked. Otherwise, they'll see right through me and my puppets. I won't allow that when I'm a boat. Not when I'm a boat, you have to get out. When I'm a boat, you have to get out. Come out, wherever you are, you fucking cockroaches. Glorious, glorious, glorious. Today I woke up, I didn't fancy brushing my teeth, or I didn't have a shower or nothing. I just jumped straight onto live streams and YouTube and started criticizing people. And then I realized I was stuck on recycle. Glorious, glorious recycling. I love recycling. Fucking cockroaches. Glorious, glorious, glorious. Talcott is even crazy. The Talcott is even crazier. Yo, how did I see that message? Talcott is even crazier. Yes. Oh man. Talcott is even crazy. Hey, I can't even argue with that one. Hey, stop fighting. Whoop. Break it up. Look, he's coming in. Whoop, he's coming in for the kill. They want the. Woo. They're getting close to me. Ah, they want the crisps. See that? I've been feeding them. They want the crisps. Go on, go for the crisps. Glorious, glorious. Go for the crisps. Glorious, glorious. There you go. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I ain't gonna eat you. Hey, I'm a vegan. Watch out, I'm walking here. Hey, I'm a vegan. Watch out, I'm walking here, alright? Am I right? Hey, am I right? Don't be shy. I ain't gonna eat you. Hey, I'm a vegan. Watch out, I'm walking. Vegan. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I ain't gonna eat you. Hey, I'm a vegan. Want the crisps? See that? I've been feeding them. I see that message. Talcott is even crazier. Yes. Oh man. how he's even. Hey, I can't even argue with that one. Hey, stop fighting. Oh, break it up. Look, he's coming in. Oh, he's coming in for the kill. They want the. Woo, they're getting close to me. Ah, they want the crisps. See that? I've been feeding them. They want the crisps. Go on, go for the crisps. Glorious, glorious. Go for the crisps. Glorious, glorious. There you go. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I ain't gonna eat you. Hey, I'm a vegan. Watch out, I'm walking here. Hey, I'm a vegan. Watch out, I'm walking here, alright? Am I right? Eh? Am I right? Glorious, glorious. So yes, I might go live for 12 hours, calling everybody demons and cockroaches. Yes, that's what I might do. That's what I might do. Oh, black man's in town. Woo, they all fly away when the black guy's in town. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's got his shiesty on. Uh-oh. He come to the party with a shiesty on. He ain't even saying nothing. Look, he's just scoping. He ain't saying nothing. He ain't saying nothing. My hitter. That's my hitter. Yeah, man. Got his shiesty on. So he's even crazier than Jack. I don't know. Maybe they take it together. I don't know. You know, plenty of people used to say to me, Jack's delusional, Jack's crazy. I'm like, nah, man, not Jack. No way. Jack's all right, man. He's all right. But after time, I was like, damn. Seems like these people may be right after all. Seems like they may be right after all. You know. Interesting. 12-hour bro, what a wacko. I know. I know. What a wacko. Wild, right? Wild, wild, wild. To be honest, I don't even take him that serious, you know. I just like to highlight how wacko and crazy he is. I really don't take him that serious, you know. Anything, to be honest, not even just him. Most people on this panel verse, I don't even take him that serious. But, you know, when it's time to talk my shit, I like to talk my shit. And they don't have to take me serious either, you know. So, that's all it is. They're fucking weirdos. Weirdos. It's funny as fuck though, I must admit. These people are like, I don't know, in their 50s, their 60s, even some of them are in their 70s and shit. The youngest of them would probably be like in their 20s. That guy Landry. That guy Landry. Hey, that guy Landry is fucking hilarious, right? Fucking hilarious. He's like a 12-year-old boy, right? But it's like he's got he's got them all figured out, and they're all upset. He got them all figured out. A 12-year-old boy got them all figured out, right? And they're all upset. He's like a 12-year-old boy, right? He got them all figured out, and they're all upset.
He just keeps repeating himself. What a low IQ Negro. Low IQ.
You know, I mean, he's a weirdo as well after all, isn't he? Anyone that begged to OTW, you know, for your partnership work, please. Anyone that can he's like a 12-year-old boy. He got them all figured out, and they're all upset. You know, I mean, he's a weirdo as well after all, isn't he? Anyone that can beg to OTW, you know, for your partnership work, please, I want to work with you. You're a fucking moron. Yeah, you fucking moron. Betas, nothing but betas in the sector. Betas, weirdos. I ain't with all that. You don't see me in those chat rooms and panels and conversating with them people. No way. hell no. That's disrespectful to my ancestors. That shit is disrespectful to the ancestors, boy. Hell no. No, but he's weird white boy antics, boy. Neanderthal antics. I ain't with all that shit. No way. My ancestors will be kicking me around. London, what you doing? Weird white boy Neanderthal antics, boy. I don't know what NPC's got yourself involved in over there. With these demons. Leave them demons alone, boy. Don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit. Don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit, boy. It's probably too late. You're in too deep now, NPC. I ain't with all that shit. Weird white boy antics. Like,
He's anti-white. He says weird white boy antics, Neanderthal shit, Neanderthal. I think he's saying Neanderthal. Listen to this. He's anti-white, clearly, and I knew he was. And people support this shit. If it's the other way around, they don't, though. You can't say anything about the Negroes, but listen to this shit.
Neanderthal. Nothing but goyams. Like, it's don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit, boy. It's probably too late. You're in too deep now, NPC. I ain't with all that shit. Don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit, boy. It's probably too late. You're in too deep now, NPC. Don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit, boy. It's probably too late. You're in too deep now, NPC. I ain't with all that shit. Weird white boy antics. Like, Neanderthal. And they call us monkeys. I know there's beef black sectors, but they don't even do it like these guys. This sect plus monkeys. I know there's beef plus monkeys. See, I ain't with all that shit. Weird white boy Neanderthal antics, boy. I don't know what NPC's got yourself involved in over there. With these demons. Leave them demons alone, boy. Don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit.
So he's in a park shouting like this as people walk by, shouting about white people, Neanderthals, talking about demons, repeating himself, talking to himself, filming. What a demon-tard. What an absolute demon-tard. What an absolute nutcase demon-tard. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. What a loser. What a loser.
Don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit. My ancestors will be kicking me around. London, what you doing? Weird white boy Neanderthal antics, boy. I don't know what NPC's got yourself involved in over there. With these demons. Leave them demons alone, boy. Don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit. Don't get caught up in that Neanderthal shit, boy. It's probably too late. You're in too deep now, NPC. I ain't with all that shit. Weird white boy antics. Like, Neanderthal. And they call us monkeys. I know there's beef black sectors, but they don't even do it like these guys. This sector is full of nothing but goyams. Like, it's weird baiters and people that don't stand on shit. Right? And the majority of it are the white boys. White men and white boys acting like, Negroes. They acting like Negroes. OTW with these weird Neanderthal rap music. Like, them country Neanderthal white man rap music. Like, think it's powerful AI music. These people are AI in the flesh. These people love their AI shit. Love it. They love it. Bonding over AI. Wow, what a world are we in? Bonding over AI.
I bet Demon Slayer's a darkie. I bet he's an anti-white darkie. That's what I think.
You're acting like Negroes. OTW with these weird Neanderthal rap music. Like, them country Neanderthal white man rap music. Like, think it's powerful AI music. These people are AI in the flesh. These people love their AI shit. They love it. They love it. Bonding over AI. Wow, what a world are we in? Bonding over AI. This is the competition. This is the competition.
This is what he talks about on his lunch break, his coffee break in Hyde Park. So he's been live for, I don't know, an hour. I guess he gets hour-long coffee breaks, this lazy monkey. What a lazy monkey. Coffee break, Hyde Park. He just yaps away the whole time. Yap, yap, yap. That's what he does. I'm living rent-free in his head. He's obsessed with me, this weirdo.
This is the competition. This is the competition. OTW with his weird Neanderthal rap music, like, you know them country Neanderthal white man rap music, like, you think it's powerful AI music. These people are AI in the flesh. These people love their AI shit. They love it. They love it. Bonding over AI. Wow, what a world are we in? Bonding over AI. This is the competition. This is the competition. This is the competition. My white guys don't even act like this. I've got some classy white guys around me and girls. White guys and girls. I keep some classy white folks around me. People that don't engage in this bullshit. Hell no. You don't see them in the chat rooms on the panels and that. Nah. And girls. This is the competition. This is the competition. This is the competition. My white guys don't even act like this. I've got some classy white guys around me and girls. White guys and girls. I keep some classy white folks around me. People that don't engage in this bullshit. Hell no. You don't see them in the chat rooms on the panels and that. Nah. No way. Keep that weird white boy Neanderthal energy away from me. Keep that shit away from me. My panel ain't about that. That weird white boy Neanderthal energy away from me. Away. But no, you don't see them in the chat rooms on the panels and that. Nah. No way. Keep that weird white boy Neanderthal energy away from me. Keep that shit away from me. My panel ain't about that. When it's time for me to talk my shit, yeah, I can talk my shit. I got my own keys. These folks are bonding over keys. Selling keys, buying keys, taking keys. Wildness. Neanderthal behavior. He said, check out my new community post. Hell yeah, I will do. Post that shit there, bro. What do you mean? Post it here. Post that shit there. We're all laughing at him. He takes his dolls with him outside.
Demon Slayer and London McDouchebag are lovers. Look at this. He's over there. I bet Demon Slayer's a Negro. They're bonding that way. All they do is talk about me. I live rent-free in their heads. I own them. I own them.
And talk to them, yeah? Who would take this nut job serious?
I own them. I own them.
I'll bring the pipe, do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra.
Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color white. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking great.
Messed up. He's messed up. He's messed up, King Stephen. He's messed up. Messed up.
The N-word is wrong, but I'm not gonna play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to watch my son play tag. Now please step away from my bag, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright. But when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah.
Wow. Are these people of color? Sherlock? Where are we? Where are we, man? Woo! Oh, it scared you. That scare you? That won't scare you, Sherlock. It's okay. I'm here. It's okay. It's okay. What in the world? What the heck? Wow, look at that. Oh, some of these are, yeah, I know what you mean. Look at the eyes on this one. What the heck? Man. Let's get out of here, man. I'm with you. I'm with you. Wow. So that's Sherlock Holmes posing with one of the nudes at a gallery. The most, so.
We can dance if we want to. We can leave your plans behind.
I don't think I can play that on a live stream, but anyway, I encourage you to watch these videos. Team Evil doesn't like these videos because it's one of my finger puppets. Sometimes people ask me how I can see through this deception and that deception, this fraud and that fraud, this liar, this deceiver, that liar, that deceiver. How do I do it? How do I know? How do I do the research and the detective work to be able to figure this stuff out? Well, I do have somebody working with me. You may recognize him. He's pretty famous, actually. He's one of the most famous detectives And the best in the world, the best ever, Sherlock. So, guess what? We're winning against Team Evil. We are winning. And they better watch out, because we're looking into all of them. One of the greatest detective minds ever, Sherlock Holmes, is on my team, working for me. Working for me.
Is your favorite trading guru a fraud? Is he a fake?
Yes, they do get triggered by finger puppets. It doesn't take much to trigger them. And it's not going to take much to seal them in here either. They're low class. They're low IQ. They get emotional. They get obsessive. They're easy to rule over. And they will be ruled over here. And this will be a real hell realm, the likes of which nobody would want to live in. Not even the most filthy, vile, degenerate demons would want to be here with the way this place is, what it's going to turn into. Let's hop on over here back to Joshua S. John, that creepy, gingy creature. He made a video 2 days ago, The Burden of Empathy in a World That Breaks Souls. He's been making a lot of videos lately. And a lot of people have been liking his shit. 65 likes on this piece of shit. People love what's fake in this world. They love fakes and phonies, liars, deceivers, creepy, weirdo, incel creatures.
I've been trying to process and pinpoint a problem that I've had for my entire life is I have so much empathy for other people. And the problem is I even have it for those who have caused me tremendous amounts of suffering and abuse, which I've had countless from people in my own family, especially, who have done just despicable things to me and continue to do it on a daily basis. They live in that lie. Their life has become that lie. And even through that, I still find myself having empathy for them. And it's not the kind of empathy that says what they did was okay. It's not the kind of empathy that wants to reconnect. It's the kind of empathy that seeks to understand them, can see through them, can feel, can know why they did what they did, can see the patterns, and I can recognize that they too are suffering. And I observe that. It's almost like I have this extrasensory information about who they are. And I can see the internal mechanisms running of the shame, the guilt, the lies, the manipulation they tell themselves in order to survive in this world. And this is not me okaying any of that. It's just me being forced to see all of this information and still feeling something for them from a distance, from a very far distance. And something happened recently with one of my immediate family members that is just wacko, crazy, just insane, self-destructive, but also destructive to me and my other family members. And I'm thinking my rational mind should just cut everything off, feel nothing, and just let that person shrivel up and die, basically. But there's something in me that still feels for them, that still wants the best for them, that can see through their lies and their manipulation, can see their pain, can see exactly why they do what they do, because they're in survival mode. They're only thinking of themselves. They're only thinking, how can I survive? How can I get to my next fix? There's no self-reflection involved. There's no empathy for anyone else but this person. Yet, why do I still feel empathy for them? It's just the strangest thing. And I've been trying to understand this, because in the past, this sort of thing can trauma bond you to people. Having this overwhelming sense of empathy for everyone and, seeing the best in them and minimizing their flaws and what they've done, because you see a bigger picture of who they could be. And time after time, you continually get let down, abused, and taken advantage of. Yet, it still remains even after all of that. And it's just maddening, because you're carrying all of this pain that they've caused you, but also the pain of seeing the truth of what's going on inside of them. It can drive you mad. But that's where I have to ground in myself of what's going on inside of them. It can drive you mad. But that
You don't know what madness is. You're just a fucking loser that looks into nothing. You just talk and whine and cry and complain about being bored and being so empathetic and being a gingy and being an incel, a gincel. He's a gincel, a bloody gincel. He's a gincel, a bloody gincel. He's a gincel.
That's where I have to ground in myself and look at the facts, the truth, have certain boundaries, allow them to continue down their path of destruction, but wishing them no harm or hatred. And still understanding that they're fucked up and they're in a fucked up world. And this fucked up world fucked them up. And now, because they're fucked up, they're fucking everyone else up. If only it could be as simple as, well, this is a bad person. Goodbye, rotten hell, bitch. You know? I can never bring myself to that. I can't bring myself to that because, like I said, I can see the deeper patterns, the deeper layers of their psyche, how they're traumatized, how this life is abusing them. They're a victim of this life. And instead of self-reflecting and having empathy for others.
Does anyone believe this lying piece of shit actually has empathy? Have you ever seen him show any empathy for me with the threats of violence and everything that's gone on? He's a complete fucking liar. He doesn't demonstrate empathy. He just talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. Okay? He claims that I extorted money from that Nicholas Red Pill guy. I didn't extort money from anyone. He lies and lies and lies and gaslights. He's a piece of shit. He doesn't have any empathy. He never shows any.
It's just a toxic explosion of destruction for them and everyone around them. And that's why I look at humanity as a whole. I can see the patterns. I can see the abuse, the torment, the torture of every single individual. And I can feel it. And I can understand and see those patterns and why they're acting the way they're acting. And still have some sort of empathy for them. But then you get into, okay, is this empathy, do you have suicidal empathy, which means your empathy is so strong that it will destroy you because you put yourself in harm's way because you sense the underlying issues going on. You see the information and you have that pureness of heart that anyone can change if given the right support and encouragement and care and love and all that stuff. But then you soon realize that you're being stabbed in the heart through the back because not everyone is the same. Not everyone is like you. And then this drives you mad. It's like, well, what happened to make them like that? And why am I not like that? Because I've been abused horrendously in this life. Many things have happened to me. So how did I end up different? Was it just luck or chance? Or is there something truly different about me and them? Was it just a roll of the dice and they got fucked up and turned into a monster, but I got fucked up, and just because of the roll of the dice, I was able to keep intact. I was able to not turn into one of those things. Because no matter how much I want to force myself into just hating these kinds of people, and to a certain extent, I do hate the actions and what they do and how they destroy everything around them and how they're only in it for them and only them. And they leave a wake of destruction in everyone's life. And then they even traumatize their kids. I've seen it all from my own life. I've seen all of these things played out from not only people who are in my vicinity, family, but also friends and people I meet, people I know. It's just a constant barrage of toxicity and abuse happening on a large scale that has drove everyone insane and mad. But somehow, I still have kept intact the empathy for them.
Oh, I'm so empathetic. I've kept my empathy, but everyone else has been driven insane and mad. He doesn't know what madness is or insanity. He just spews out words and pats himself on the back, virtue signaling. Oh, I'm so empathetic. I'm the one with empathy. They're all heartless and cold.
It's just a bizarre, strange thing. And I can't turn it off. But what I've learned to do is to accept people I know. It's just a constant barrage of toxicity and abuse happening on a large scale that has drove everyone insane and mad. But somehow, I still have kept intact the empathy for them. It's just a bizarre, strange thing. And I can't turn it off. But what I've learned to do is to accept that this is the world that I live in. And I can't turn my empathy off. But I can create boundaries and use my rationality and reasoning along with that empathy in order to protect myself and the innocents around me. I can't control them, but I can control myself. I can't stop feeling for them, but I can control how those feelings put me in bad situations. Put me in situations where I'm going to be used and abused and thrown away like garbage. I don't want to jeopardize me. I don't want to put myself in danger. And I also don't want to put the people I care about in danger because of my suicidal empathy. So it's been a process of navigating and learning or remembering how to be like this, which I originally am, but I'm not in the world that I originated from. And the place that I came from, the things that I'm talking about are a gift. Not a gift, but it's having empathy for others and understanding where they're coming from, why they do what they do, wanting the best for them, seeing the best in them, and knowing that they can turn it around. Those are great things. But in a world like this, they can become detrimental to you, to me, because that's not how this place works. As you know, there are psychopaths, narcissists, people who can't and will not change. No matter how much support and encouragement you give them, how much love, how much empathy, how much understanding, they're always going to stab you in the back because they're only in it for themselves. It's a hard, hard truth to have to come to realize because, like I said, I can't turn that off. So I've had to learn to adapt to the environment that I'm in.
All right, everyone. That's about as much as I can stand for now of that clown. And that's what he is, a clown. Just give me a second. He is a clown. I'm going to shift gears to something else. Check this out. If it's not good, I'll just move on. If it's not interesting, I don't know what this is going to be like, but the gods we buried are rising again. This popped up on YouTube. Over 325,000 views. And they're selling shirts, of course, related to their channel. Not surprised.
We buried them in stone. We burned their temples, shattered their idols, rewrote their names into monsters and devils. We crowned new gods, calling the old ones forgotten. But they were never gone. Their names still echo in forgotten forests. Their rites still linger in our holidays, our stories, our blood. And now, after centuries in the dark, they are stirring, not in temples, but in festivals, online rituals, and quiet prayers to the earth and sky. The old gods are rising again. This is Pantheon mythology, and this is the return of paganism. If you too want to rise again, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths, folklore and legends. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. The word pagan comes from the Latin paganus, meaning country dweller, outsider or villager. Early Christians used it as a label for those who clung to the old ways, those outside the cities where the new faith was spreading. Over time, it became a weaponized term, grouping countless belief systems under a single word that implied ignorance, superstition, and defeat. But the beliefs it referred to were anything but simple. Across the world, people honored gods, ancestors, spirits, and the natural world. In Scandinavia, they called on Odin and Freya. In West Africa, they turned to the Orishas for guidance. The Slavs made offerings to the forest spirits and household guardians. The Greeks and Romans worshipped a vast pantheon of deities who governed every part of life. In pre-Islamic Arabia, tribes prayed to sky gods and desert spirits under an open sky. Paganism shaped a world-view rooted in cycles and connection. Time was seen as circular, marked by seasons and celestial rhythms. The earth was sacred, and so were the trees, rivers, and animals. Rituals honored the forces that sustained life, celebrated birth, mourned death, and sought harmony with the unseen. These beliefs were not bound by scripture, but by land, memory, and tradition. The fall of paganism began with the rise of empire-backed faith. When Emperor Constantine aligned himself with Christianity in the 4th century, the old gods lost their political shield. What followed under Theodosius was a systematic campaign. Pagan rites were banned, sacred spaces condemned, and the old ways cast into shadow. Temples that had stood for centuries were sealed and destroyed. In Alexandria, the great Serapeum was reduced to rubble. Statues of gods were dragged through the streets, altars were desecrated, libraries burned. These were not isolated acts of vandalism. They were coordinated efforts to erase a worldview from public life. But conquest through fire was only part of the strategy. Many of the festivals were preserved in name, but their meaning was rewritten. Midwinter rites honoring the rebirth of the sun became Christmas. Spring celebrations of renewal and fertility were transformed into Easter. The symbols remained evergreen trees, eggs, hares, but they served a new theology. The gods themselves were redefined. Pan, once a spirit of music and wild places, took on the features of the Christian devil. The horned god, once a symbol of balance and the cycle of life, became a figure of fear. The goddess, honoured for her power to give life and heal, was branded a witch. Her name became a whisper and used in trials and executions. As the church expanded its influence, it claimed control over education, writing and law. Oral traditions were dismissed as superstition. Local beliefs were forbidden or absorbed into saint cults. What once lived in ritual, in memory, in community, was confined to silence. Paganism wasn't defeated in battle. It was dismantled, censored, and buried beneath the weight of empire and scripture. The gods may have been cast out of the temples, but they remained in the corners of everyday life, in quiet places, far away from the reach of bishops and kings. Their echoes lived on. They survived in the rustling woods, the warmth of hearth fires, in the stories told after dark. Fairies, elves, and household spirits replaced the old gods in name, but their habits were familiar. Offerings were left at thresholds, protective charms hung above doorways. Festivals marked solstices and equinoxes, often under Christian names, but with customs rooted in something far older. People danced around maypoles, fires were still lit on midsummer nights. The rituals were never entirely forgotten. They simply changed their masks. Those who kept the traditions alive did so without altars or scriptures. They were midwives, herbalists, charmers, and cunning folk. Their knowledge passed from mother to daughter, from neighbour to neighbour. They healed with plants, whispered blessings over newborns, and read signs in smoke and storm. The church called it superstition, then dangerous. But to those who lived by the land, it was simply what had always been done. Even the saints bore traces of the old gods. Bridget of Kildare shared her name, her fire, and her healing power with a goddess once worshipped across Ireland. St. Nicholas travelled through the sky in midwinter, knew who had been good or wicked, and offered gifts in return. These figures were Christian in name, but carried the shape and spirit of those who came before. Paganism never vanished. It adapted, scattered and whispered. It lived in the cracks of official religion, hidden in customs, stories, and the turning of the year. Though the gods had been buried, their memory moved quietly through the generations, waiting. The silence didn't last forever. By the 19th century, something began to stir beneath the surface of modern Europe. As factories rose and forests fell, as hunger grew for stories older than steel, the Romantic movement began to turn its gaze to the past, to ruined temples, half-remembered gods, and the mist-wrapped myths of an earlier age. Poets, painters, and folklorists sought meaning in the legends once dismissed as superstition. The past no longer looked primitive, it looked sacred. This fascination was more than artistic. In Britain, groups began reviving druidic traditions, gathering at ancient sites like Stonehenge to honour seasonal change and ancestral memory. Gerald Gardner laid the foundations of Wicca, blending ceremonial magic, folk practice, and goddess worship into something both new and deeply rooted. Aleister Crowley drew on Egyptian and Hermetic sources to shape Thelema, a system of will and ritual that echoed ancient rites. Elsewhere, Reconstructionist movements took shape. Hellenic revivalists in Greece, heathens in Scandinavia and North America, Slavic Rodnovers in Eastern Europe, each reaching back to restore what history had scattered. By the late 20th century, paganism had stepped back into the light. In many countries, it gained legal recognition. Public rituals returned, fires were lit again on solstice nights, this time with permission. Circles gathered in woodlands, mountains, and city parks to mark the turning of the year. The gods were no longer confined to memory. They were being named again, honoured again, in ways both ancient and adapted. These revivals were rarely exact replicas of the past, but in the rituals, in the chants, in the slow movement of feet on sacred ground, something returned, a sense of presence, a call once silenced, now answered. The revival that once gathered in groves and festivals has found new ground, in screens, forums, and hashtags. The digital age has become a fertile landscape for the old gods to rise once more, not through temples or priesthoods, but through memes, live streams, and shared rituals scattered across the world. Online covens now span continents. TikTok witches blend tradition and trend in short bursts of spellwork and symbolism. On Reddit, mythology communities dissect ancient texts and reconstruct forgotten rites. Instagram grids become digital altars filled with candles, runes, and offerings laid out in bedrooms and kitchen corners. For many, this is the new sacred space, private, portable, and deeply personal. Among the rising figures are gods both ancient and reimagined. Dionysus, Hecate, and Cernunnos appear in posts, equal parts reverent and ironic. Worship shifts between humour and sincerity, but the presence remains. These are not idols restored by scholars. They are gods chosen by feeling, symbols of chaos, freedom, transformation and desire, reborn into a world they once ruled in myth. Ancient texts, once kept behind locked cases or academic paywalls, are now just a click away. Grimoires, hymns, rituals, all searchable, shareable, and remixable. The gatekeepers are gone. No priest is needed. No temple must be built. In this new era, everyone becomes their own guide, their own interpreter, their own priest. What emerges is a spiritual awakening without institutions, a movement shaped not by hierarchy, but by connection. Connection to the earth, to history, to myth, and to one another. The gods are speaking again, and this time they're finding their voice in places no one could have predicted. But why now? Why after centuries of silence are the gods being named again? Why are rituals returning, myths resurfacing, and ancient symbols woven back into daily life? In a world that feels increasingly rootless, the gods offer something ancient. As organized religion loses its hold and institutions crumble, many are left searching for something beyond doctrine or dogma. What rises in its place is something older, a return to ritual, to earth, to story. The climate crisis has deepened this search. As forests burn and oceans rise, people feel the disconnect more sharply. Modern life has stripped nature of its sacredness, turned the soil into a resource and the sky into a ceiling. But paganism speaks of a living world, where rivers are spirits and trees hold memory. In its return, there's a plea to honour what has been neglected, to see the world as alive again. This renewal is also a response to the legacy of conquest. For centuries, indigenous and ancestral beliefs were dismissed as savage or superstitious. Now, people are beginning to reclaim what was taken. The gods of their ancestors, once demonized, colonized, or erased, are being remembered with new reverence. It's not nostalgia. It's repair. And all around us, the modern world is in flux, political systems fracture, certainty vanishes, culture shifts faster than it can be understood. In the chaos, people reach for something stable, something timeless. The old gods offer roots in a world that feels unmoored. They don't promise salvation, they offer presence. They don't demand belief, they invite recognition. But even revival casts a shadow. As paganism re-emerges, it does so along fractured lines. Some seek historical accuracy, reconstructing rites, languages, and rituals from archaeology and surviving texts. Others take a more intuitive path, blending traditions, symbols, and beliefs into something personal or fluid. These differences spark tension. What counts as authentic? Who decides what's real? Beneath the surface, darker currents have begun to stir. In some corners of the revival, pagan symbols have been seized by nationalist groups. Thor's hammer, once a sacred emblem, has been used to signal exclusion. Slavic runes and ancestral rites are co-opted by those seeking ethnic purity rather than spiritual connection. These appropriations twist ancient beliefs into weapons, creating a distorted mirror of the very oppression paganism once resisted. Paganism's return is not free from complexity. The gods may be rising, but so are the questions, and the answers, like the gods themselves, refuse to be simple. The gods are no longer hidden. Across the world, paganism is no longer a whisper. It is spoken aloud in weddings held beneath oak trees, in naming rites that call upon ancestors and elemental spirits, in rituals that honor the moon, the harvest, the dead. Temples are being rebuilt, not to recreate the past, but to give it space in the presence. In courts and census records, the shift is visible. In some countries, paganism is now recognized as a legal faith. Thousands identify with the old ways, and as the number grows with each generation, what was once forgotten is now protected. What was buried is now counted. This is more than revival, it is resurrection. The gods do not return unchanged, they adapt, they shift, reappear in forms suited to the world we now live in. They are honored not just through sacrifice and scripture, but through art, community ritual, and resistance. They move through festivals, through code, through ink on skin and stone. We no longer need to imagine the gods walking again. We see their footprints already. The fires that burn on solstice nights, the chants rising over city skylines, in the silence that settles when offerings are laid down beneath trees older than memory. They're back. And this time, they're not waiting to be believed, only remembered. The gods we buried are rising again, not in thunder or flame, but in silence, memory, and need. We thought they were gone, but they were only waiting for us to realize what we lost.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right. Let's see here. Beings and entities of the astral realm, the planes of existence. Let's play some of this and see what they have to say. Let's check this. Let's check this out. I don't know what happened to my voice there. I need some Coke Zero. I don't want to end up sounding like Matt McKinley with my voice. I forget the term for that. Not cracking, but doing a Peter Brady sound, like my voice, my voice, something like that. I don't want to lose my voice.
Beings and entities. Astral beings and entities.
Okay, I don't know who I don't know who runs this channel. Spirition. I don't know who this is. Another faceless person that came out of nowhere? I don't know. I don't recognize the people there. So if they're into researching these topics, how come I haven't seen any of these people before? Over all the years that I've been interested in this, running channels, looking around, I don't recognize these people. So how could they be into researching some of the things I am, and I don't recognize, scrolling comment after comment, any of these names? It's very weird the way YouTube runs, isn't it? None of them have found my channel, and I haven't seen them before. 43,000 views. Fucking hell, man. His channel gets promoted. My channels will get like 300, 500, maybe 1,000 views on a video. 43,000 views on this.
The astral plane is a dimension or level of existence.
By the way, for the low IQers, that isn't jealousy. It's noticing the differences. Noticing some channels get promoted and advertised and spread by YouTube's algorithm, and some never do. Okay? For the dum-dums,
Existence that is believed to coexist with, yet remain distinct from, the physical universe. It is part of a broader metaphysical framework that includes various planes of existence, each characterized by different vibrational frequencies and states of consciousness. In various
seems like another AI channel with the text on the screen. Just a generic video, and this is what people want. Generic, simple. Keep it simple for the stupid. Keep it simple, stupid, for the stupid. That's what people want.
various mystical and esoteric teachings, the system of realms or planes of existence is very wide and diverse, and this topic requires a separate in-depth analysis. In these systems, the astral plane, sometimes called the vital plane, is most often located above the physical, but below the higher spiritual planes. Most often, the astral plane is considered as an intermediate plane on the path to spiritual realization. The astral plane is typically associated with human emotions, feelings, and desires. It is also believed that the astral plane is the realm through which the soul travels in its astral body both before birth and after death. Indian yogi Paramahansa Yogananda asserted that nearly all individuals after death find themselves on the astral planes. Here, they work through past karma via astral incarnations, or return to earthly incarnations for further refinement. Understanding the astral plane can be challenging because it defies the conventions of the physical world. The astral plane is often described as non-physical, composed of subtle energies or vibrations rather than tangible matter. Entities and phenomena on this plane are not bound by the laws of physics as we know them. The exploration of the astral plane is a central theme in various mystical and esoteric traditions. Practitioners engage in practices like astral projection, meditation, lucid dreaming, and ritual work to access and navigate this transcendental realm. These experiences are often seen as opportunities for spiritual growth, self-discovery, and the expansion of consciousness. The astral plane is considered to be inhabited by a diverse array of entities. Unlike the solid, tangible forms of the physical realm, astral entities do not possess physical bodies, but are composed of subtler, vibrational energies. They are often described as ethereal, energy-based, or having light, subtle bodies. Here, the etheric is used in the context of quality, but it should not be confused with the etheric body on the etheric plane. Theosophy, as developed by figures like Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, offers a unique perspective on the astral plane and its inhabitants. Blavatsky, and other theosophists believed in the existence of various planes of existence, including the astral plane, which they considered to be one of the subtler dimensions of reality. Theosophists assert that the astral plane is not a mere product of the imagination, but a legitimate level of existence, existing in parallel with the physical plane. It is a realm of energies, forms, and entities beyond the physical senses. Astral plane is inhabited by a vast array of entities ranging from lower elemental beings to higher spiritual entities. These inhabitants are seen as part of the broader scheme of evolution, each having its role and purpose. Theosophy introduces the concept of thought forms, or elementals. These entities are believed to be created by human thoughts, emotions, and intentions. They can have a temporary existence on the astral plane, influenced by the emotional charge and clarity of the thoughts that formed them. Theosophists believe that astral entities, including thought forms and elementals, can influence human thoughts, emotions, and actions. The clarity and purity of one's thoughts and emotions are seen as crucial in determining the type of entities one attracts or creates. Theosophical literature also speaks of elemental beings associated with the elements of earth, water, air, and fire. These elementals are considered to be
Hello, hello. In case you want to watch the rest of that video on the astral entities, I was getting bored by it. I was starting to fall asleep, so I dropped the link in the chat room. If you want to watch the rest of that, it's up to you. Maybe I'll subscribe to that channel, but I don't know how much is there that I'll want to watch or play here because it's so fucking boring. That fake AI voice that they use and just the generic images, it all seems to be just puts me to sleep. And I guess that's what people love. They love that shit. They love it. Anyway, I posted on my community post page. Here's my new commando knife. I know I have more than enough knives already. I don't have to be spending thousands of dollars on new knives, but here's a new one. Sent halfway across this realm, made for me in a faraway land. Commando knife. The very large micarta handle. It's custom made knife. Isn't that a beauty? Isn't that a beauty? High polish finish. Solid steel, full tang, very heavy, very thick slab of steel. And it is razor sharp for a knife that big. It's like a razor blade. It just slice right through. You can test it on paper and it just cuts through like a razor blade. So fucking sharp. And the point is very, very pointy tip. It's good for stabbing, thrusting, cutting, chopping. You could chop wood with that. You could baton wood, bushcraft with it. It's solid enough on the top and has a nice kind of clip point edge, a swedge there. Anyway, it's fantastic. It has a finger guard, a big finger choil. It's made of good steel. High polish. It's like a mirror finish. It looks beautiful, but it's fucking badass. It's a nasty, nasty, badass blade. It's glorious, just glorious. Glorious. It's glorious in my collection. It's glorious. It's glorious. It's a commando knife made in Kathmandu, made in Nepal by a knife maker with an 8th grade education. I'm not kidding. I'm not making fun of him. They show you who's making my knife, and it was a guy with an 8th grade education, but I'm paying him money and American money. Well, I have knife sharpeners. I have ceramic. I have diamond sharpeners. I have all types of knife sharpeners. Ones that are portable to take out in the woods, and ones more for at home. I have different types of sharpeners and sharpening rods and all types of sharpeners. But it came razor sharp, and I don't think I'll need to sharpen that one for a long time because it's really not going to be taken out camping, or it's not a camping knife. It has other uses. But yeah, it's a sweet knife. It is a badass looking knife. Once I took the oil off, because it's wrapped in saran wrap, and then it's wrapped up and then it's wrapped in a box. But it's wrapped up in oil, so it's oiled when you get it so that it doesn't rust from salt water or traveling anywhere near salt water. You don't want it to rust. So if it has to go across the ocean, they do that. And sometimes it can be delayed in transit. So they want to make sure your knife is well oiled. So anyway, once I took the oil off, one of the first things I did was do something inappropriate. Oh, phenomenal woodwork. What inappropriate? What are you talking about? Anyway, they are master knife makers there. And once I took all the oil off, or almost all of it, I left a thin film maybe on it, but uh, I took out a sheet of paper, just some old like printer paper or whatever, just white paper, a sheet, and just sliced through it like a razor blade. It's so satisfying to have a big knife that's razor sharp. It's cool to have like a little pocket knife or something that's razor sharp, but when you have a big knife that's razor sharp, big and heavy, and I mean it is thick blade stock that goes all the way through, it's just satisfying to slice through paper just like a razor blade or like a laser. There's something about it. And then to go through cardboard and just test, okay, how sharp is this? He did fantastic. I was thinking, what did he make for you that was so inappropriate? Was it some naughty thing, or was did he get some nude carving statue or something? The naked couple having sex, or I don't know, what did you have this guy carve? I was thinking, what are you talking about? Did he carve some gigantic dildo, or a naked woman with huge breasts and nipples, or I don't know what you had done that was so inappropriate, that was, I don't know. But these knife makers, that's their job, and it's all handmade. They're not using these big CNC cutting machines and stuff. It's not a factory. These guys are working, sitting on the floor in a place, doing it all by hand, the whole knife, start to finish, one knife maker per knife. Anyway, it's fantastic. And it's traveled from far away. And man, this knife is well balanced too. I don't know the knife designer personally, but I'm on his YouTube channel and we've corresponded a bit. So the designer is an American, but it is I don't know how to describe these knives. This one is different from the other one that I shared with you. I have two knives now from there. Two big knives. Both are big, but this one is a longer knife than the other one that I shared with you. And this one is a high polish satin finish. It's like a mirror finish on here. It's very well polished. And it's beautiful. But it's also lethal. It's deadly. It's drop dead gorgeous is what it is. It's drop dead gorgeous. I'm going to have to send him an email or let him know. This is a freaking beauty, man. This is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. She's gorgeous. I'm looking at myself right now in the blade like it's a mirror. Oh man, who's that handsome devil? This is going to drive the demons nuts when they watch this live stream. You see how vain he is? He's looking at himself in his mirror finished knife. Oh man. Look at that. Look at that handsome devil. And look how beautiful that blade is. Beautiful. So this one's more straight. This is not much of a curvy knife. It only has the curve at the end. It's got a long clip point. It's not a Bowie exactly, or Bowie. Bowie. As some people say Jim Bowie. Some say Jim Bowie. We don't know for sure how he pronounced his name. The guy who pulled the Bowie knife at the Alamo fought off the Mexicans. He pulled the Bowie knife. That's how that knife became famous. It's a fighting knife. It's a fighting knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife, mate. Right here is a knife. Now this knife that I'm holding it right now in my hand, by the way, as I'm live streaming, talking into my microphone, and I have the knife held up in my hand. I'm admiring it as I'm speaking with you. It's a beauty. This knife would make Crocodile Dundee's knife look like a pinky finger. It would make his knife look gay. It would make his knife look gay. This is a beauty, man. This handle's made for extra large hands. My hand size is XL. The knife designer's hand is double XL. He's got big hands. But I think he's around 6'6". He's a big dude. He's ex-military. Anyway, this is a beauty. This is a fucking beauty, man. Again, this is more of a straight design. And it's based on the knife in the movie Commando, but it isn't a movie knife. Movie knives are not great. Like when you do get a replica of a movie knife, they're not well balanced. They'll have like a hollow handle. They won't be full tang. There's a lot wrong with movie knives because they're meant for the movies. They're not meant for real life. They're not meant to work. They're meant to look good in a movie or look cool in a movie. They don't have to work. A Rambo knife in a movie with a hollow handle isn't as good as a full tang knife where the blade stock goes all the way to the butt of the handle. It's all the way through, like this one. I'm looking at it right now. The full tang stock goes all the way through, and it's fucking thick steel, man. But again, you can have a thick steel blade as long as it's done right. And this guy knows what he's doing. The designer and the Nepalese guy that handmade this. Amazing work. Great workmanship. And the way that it feels in my hand, this handle just fits my hand so well. It fits very well in my left hand as well. It is badass. This is one badass knife. This knife and the other one that I got from there might be my two favorite knives for my large fixed blade knives. I have folding pocket knives and some large folding knives as well from Cold Steel and other companies. all sorts of folding knives. And I have other fixed blade knives as well, but out of my large knives, these two I think might be my two favorite. This might be a good throwing knife too. It's a large size, but to throw this, hopefully the tip doesn't break. Hopefully it's been well heat treated, but it does have a very pointy fine tip. And I don't know. I'm sure I could stab into things with this, but throwing it's different. It applies different forces when you throw your knives into trees. But stabbing it into things, it will hold up. But you stab it, and then if you pry, like a pry bar, you can break a fine tip depending on the steel and how thick it is near the tip. But it does have some thickness right behind that tip, but it goes to such a fine point. Man, I wouldn't if someone if you pulled this knife out and they didn't run, they'd have to be psychotic. This thing is one mean, sharp looking fucking nasty blade, man. It is amazing. It's amazing. Did you see this thing? People that are tuned in now, did you see it on my community post? If you could see the custom sheath too, it's leather, it's black with red thread and buckles, and each one has a star on it, but it is thick, real leather. It is not a cheap sheath. Sorry, it is not a cheap sheath. It is well made, handmade. No other like it. You can't just go to a store and buy this. It's all custom, and it's made just to fit this knife. It fits like a fucking glove. I'm gonna have to send him a message about this and tell him how fantastic this is and how pleased I am with this, the way that it fits this knife. This might be the nicest fitting sheath that I've ever had, and I have a lot of knives, but the way this fits is perfect. It's just, it fits in here, it slides in nice and snug, nice and tight, the way that you'd want to. Well, I won't go into that. I won't get into the way that I want something to fit. If you see what I'm saying, I don't want to get dirty on here, people, but it fits the way that a sheath should fit. Did you know that a vagina is actually, if you look at the etymology, it is sheath? It's a sheath. A vagina means sheath for a penis. I don't know if you knew that, but it's a little trivial fact for you. A little bit of trivia that is trivial. You don't need to know this stuff, people. I mean, you can if you want, but you don't have to. You don't have to know what I'm talking about here. You don't need to know this stuff. You don't need to know this stuff. But you're here to learn, aren't you? Some of you might be. Some of you might be here to learn. There might be a few. Quite a few people left when I started talking about my knife. That's not a knife, that's a knife. Vagina, noun, sexual passage of the female from the vulva to the uterus, 1680s medical Latin, from specialized use of Latin, vagina, sheath, scabbard. See, it's a sheath for a sword. It's a sheath or a scabbard. That's for a sword, a scabbard. Sheath is for a knife usually. Scabbard is usually for a sword. Covering, sheath of an ear of grain, hull, husk. It's a sheath. Your vagina is a sheath for a cock, people. Did you know that? Did you know that? I don't know if you knew that, but that's what it's named after. It's a sheath or a scabbard. It's what it is. So when women use that medical term, thinking they're sounding fancy or something, when you say, "Oh, my vagina," you're talking about a scabbard for a man's meat sword. That's what you're talking about. I don't know if you're aware of that, women, but I thought I'd share that with you. I'd teach you something tonight on here. I hope I'm offending every demon that tunes in here tonight. Here's this chick, Maria. She's making the duck lips. She's making the kissy lips, the duck lips. Let's see. She's wearing a crucifix. Let's talk about lust. Late nights with Christ. This chick here, what is she going to talk about? She has a crucifix on her wall.
I have no idea if this lighting is even good. Alright, listen, we've all been there. We all struggle with it. We all absolutely hate it. So let's talk about it. Welcome or welcome back to Late Nights with Christ. My name is Maria Herrera, and this is the 4th episode of LNYC. Tonight we're going to talk about something very, very serious, which is lust. Why we partake in it, why our flesh keeps coming back to it, but most importantly, how to overcome it. Real quick, I want to mention that this podcast is officially on Spotify now, so if you no longer want to watch these videos but you want to listen to them instead, I have the link on this video. I also have it in the description, and I have it in the bios of all of my social media accounts, so you can't miss it. Anyways, I want to get right into this video because I feel like there's so much to cover and a lot of questions that need answering, so... First off, I want to make it clear that everybody struggles with this. Absolutely everybody. And I'm not using that as an excuse whatsoever. I'm saying this because I know how it feels to constantly think you're falling behind and that you're falling into temptation.
All right, so right off the bat, in the first minute, my thoughts are, if everyone struggles with lust, why does lust exist? Okay? If everyone struggles with lust, seductive talk, yes. I think she's trying to be oh, hello, Anna Faye. Hello, hello. Hello, Anna Faye. Good to see you. If everyone struggles with lust, then why does lust exist? If it exists, see the problem there? If it exists, then God created it according to her view, right? So why would God plague us with lust and addiction and all these sorts of temptations? Why? To taunt us? Think about it. It's like putting treats in front of a dog or a cat. Let's say catnip, a catnip treat that cats go nuts for. And you're teasing them and you won't give them the treat. That's cruel. So her God would be cruel. All right. So right off the bat, she shows herself that her God isn't good.
Temptation all of the time and thinking that this, absolutely everybody. And I'm not using that as an excuse whatsoever. I'm saying this because I know how it feels to constantly think you're falling behind and that you're falling into temptation all of the time and thinking that all of these other Christians have it put together and they've really mastered not giving into lust or anything, or that all these Christians, they never slack on anything and that you're the only one. No, trust me, that's not true. That is not the case, and it will never ever be the case. If it's not lust, it's the lying tongue. If it's not the lying tongue, it's laziness. If it's not laziness, it's pride. Okay, the list goes on. Look, I get it. We all get it, okay? Sex is the most intimate you can be with a person. You quite literally can't get any closer to a person than when you're having sex with them. I also am going to be so open about everything on here because I feel like so many people, especially a lot of the Christian podcasts I've listened to where they talk about lust, they get all awkward and weird about it, but this shouldn't be something that we're awkward about. Sex is such a beautiful thing, but it has to be with the right person. Sex was made to be beautiful, but humans and the media, all of it, have just made it to where it's something just so gross. Something that's just so... I don't even know the right word for it. The only word that comes to mind is just icky. But like I said, this is one thing that we have that it's just so intimate and so vulnerable. And if you're like me, having somebody else's time just adds...
I bet she loves sex. I bet she really does. I'm not slut shaming her. I'm not shaming her for the demons listening going, "Oh, he's being mean to this woman." These little incels tuned in going, "Oh, he's being nasty and mean towards her. He's making fun of her." I just think it's kind of amusing that she's a Christian with Late Nights with Christ as her podcast, 180,000 views 10 months ago, and she's talking about sex. I think it's designed to get views. I think she's trying to get views. She's got dim lighting, and then she's got just these, I don't know what you'd call these, white Christmas lights or something around her window, around, and then her bed is behind her. She's in her bedroom. It looks like she's got a Bible on her desk. It's kind of weird. You know, for the incels, they'd be drooling over her going, "Oh, I wish that she was oh, King Stephen, how dare you talk about her like that?" These little demonic incels that tune into my channel that have never had a girlfriend or they're gay. Like, I think Demon Slayer I think it's gay. Okay. Anyway, there's a bunch of them on YouTube that I suspect are in the closet. They don't think that men can be critical of women at all because you're weaklings. I can say whatever the fuck I think, whatever I want. You're going to have to deal with that, demons. Go cry in your pillow.
Adds to the feeling of being wanted. Because really think about it, if I'm giving you my time, I am essentially giving you a part of myself, a piece of myself. You have all of my attention and I am choosing to spend time with you. I am choosing to give my time to you. Not to mention, I am choosing to let you in on my personal life, but not only let you into it, but allow you to become a part of it as well. So having someone like that and knowing that they don't want anyone else but you is a feeling that in that moment feels like nothing can beat, nothing can top that. And so what do? We give in, we let our walls down, we let our guards down. Now that's part of the emotional aspect to it. If we talk about the physical aspect, that's just something else entirely. Take hookup culture and sex before marriage out of the equation. We are the most vulnerable when we are naked. Knowing in your mind that no one else will see the person that you are intimate with naked but you, and vice versa, is something so special. And we can feel how special it is in that moment. Which is why when you lose your virginity, I think of it more as a gain. You are gaining someone's virginity. You are gaining someone's most intimate, vulnerable self, and they are gaining your most intimate.
You're gaining someone's virginity? What? What?
Intimate, vulnerable self. You are gaining their virginity and they are gaining yours. It is not a loss whatsoever if it's honored by God, which is why waiting is such a beautiful thing. Before I go on, I want to make it clear, and I'm going to look in your eyes right now when I say this. If you have already had sex and you are re-waiting until marriage, or if you haven't even decided if you are going to wait until marriage, you are just as welcomed here as any of those who are virgins and are waiting for marriage. Just as welcome. We are all trying. Do not think for a second that you are less far along in your journey with Christ than anyone else. Do not think for a second that you are too far gone. Do not think for a second that there's no coming back. Do not think for a second that you are unable to stop this particular sin. Do not think for a second that God will not forgive you. You are never not enough. God is looking down at you right now and he is smiling because guess what? You're trying and you're making progress. So even if you're crawling and struggling to improve, you are still a mile closer than you were before. You are still an inch closer than you were before. You are still a centimeter closer to heaven than you were before. Don't allow yourself to get too blinded by your sin. Because if God can forgive you, what makes you think that you can't? And if you do think that, then you are putting your judgment above God's. You are putting your opinion over His. And as you continue to do that, His opinion will start to mean nothing compared to yours. Unintentionally making doesn't mean that you shouldn't. Think about
All right, I'm going to jump ahead in this video and maybe kill the boner of the incels lurking. Some are probably watching now. She begins to read out of the Bible. This might kill their boner. Or I don't know, maybe it won't. Maybe they have a Bible fetish.
states that Jesus was in fact tempted. Hebrews 4:15 For we do not have a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weaknesses, but one who has similarly been tested in every way, yet without sin. This verse specifically states that Jesus was tempted in every way. Every way. And while he remained in a human body with male emotions, male urges, and male thoughts, he never
Jesus was tempted by Mary Magdalene. It's a fact. He got a boner for Mary Magdalene many times. And I suspect that Mary Magdalene, which is interesting, it's an Master Mason, 33. You twist the M's a bit, it's 3 and 3, 33, Mary Magdalene, I suspect she gave Jesus some BJs and probably spread her legs to Jesus. I suspect that Jesus gave Mary Magdalene the holy cream.
never gave in to sin. Now, I'm not expecting men to compete with Jesus, okay? That's not what I'm saying. No matter if you are a man or if you are a woman, we are not Jesus. What I'm saying is
We are not Jesus. You can't compete with Jesus. Here's the Holy Bible. They call it the Holy Bible because, as Jordan Maxwell said, it's full of holes. And Jordan Maxwell was a Freemason, and people love him to this day. Passed away. He was known for many years. He was connected with Hollywood, with Spielberg and Lucas, and people love the famous truthers that are Freemasons. Most truthers see nothing wrong with it. They'll follow anyone. That's reality. Most truthers are sheep. I call them truther sheep. So I made this meme. Tell me more about your holy Masonic Bible and how I'm, quote, bad for not following it. Am I really? Why do you think there's a Freemasonic compass and square on it with a G? Because they have Bibles in every single Freemasonic hall and temple worldwide, everywhere. Why? Because they're part of what's in it. They're part of spreading it. They're not hiding it and keeping it from you. They want you to believe in this shit. Masons want you to read the Bible. Masons want you to be fucking brainwashed and programmed. Fools. You get it? Maybe you will one day. Maybe not. But they're part of pushing the Bible. King James Version, KJV, King James was a 33rd degree or higher Freemason and part of demonology. He wrote a book on it. That's his less famous book, Demonology by King James. I have the book. And it's okay. You don't have to understand. I'm aware that humans will say, I don't understand, or most people are experts at making excuses. They won't look at things and say, yeah, that makes sense now. Most will never do that in this realm. Never. They'll never look at the image on the screen and go, oh, I get it now. The Freemason Bible connection and just catch on. Most people will never do that. I could show this meme for 10 years and people won't get it. There's a select few regulars on my channel and the ones that are mods, but out of the thousands that come to my channel, most will never understand. They won't even spend enough time here. They'll dip in for 30 seconds, they'll see this and leave. They won't spend enough time to catch on and learn, oh, well, the Bible is Masonic? Yes. Yes, it is. You should start learning something instead of following. But most people don't do that in this realm. Most people will go to their graves as ignorant as when they were born and put into a crib. Cradle to grave, slaves.
is that Jesus was human too, and if while in human form he was able to deny his own flesh, that proves that a man's human nature is not centered around lust. That proves that men can do better, they can be better, they can control themselves. It proves that men do not need lust to survive.
Really, that proves that men do not lead lust. Really, men can do better. Men can do better. Control yourselves, guys. Control yourselves. Well, what about all the sluts that have babies and they're 16 or 17 in high school and they have a baby, or they have 4 babies by the time they're 17 or 18? What about them? What about the chicks with 8 babies by 7 baby daddies? Control yourselves, women. Keep your legs closed. I'm tired of the feminist message of just blaming men. Tired of it. I was tired of it long ago hearing that. Look at the smile on her face. Control yourself. Look at the smile. She feels powerful because she knows her audience is mostly going to be men. Mostly men in her audience. Whatever the world normalizes, assume that it's against God is so powerful. Really? What is the God of this world? What kind of God is is running your world? What kind of God would make a world like this? Maybe you should think about that. Consider that. What kind of God would make a world like this?
Around lust. That proves that men can do better, they can be better, they can control themselves. It proves that men do not need love for a man, or if you are a woman, we are not Jesus. What I'm saying is that Jesus was human too, and if while in human form he was able to deny his own flesh, that proves that a man's human nature is not centered around lust. That proves that men can do better, they can be better, they can control themselves. It proves that men do not need lust to survive. Whether Jesus was the Son of God or not, while he was on this earth, he was limited to human nature because while on this earth, he was human. And that is the beauty to his whole story. He genuinely humbled himself. Philippians 2:7-9. Rather, he emptied himself, taking the form of a slave, coming in human likeness and found human in appearance. He humbled himself, becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. That is the beauty to his life. Anyways, back to the original point I was going to make. These statistics or scientific evidence that proves that sex is good for you, that lust is good for you, and that it's healthy for you, do not listen to them. I'm going to ask you one question and then I'll table this for the rest of this video. Why would you listen to information like that? Information that says that it's healthy for you, that it's good for you, from people who did not create you. God created you, and he says that it's bad and that it's not a need. Shouldn't that be enough evidence for you? Shouldn't that be enough evidence that you need? Listen, whatever the world normalizes, assume that it's against God. Don't leave room for any excuses.
God created you and he said lust is bad for you. Who created lust? Well, your God, right? And if she said no, didn't your God create everything? Did the devil create lust? I thought the devil couldn't create. So what created lust in human beings? If your God created human beings and human beings have lust, therefore your God created lust in human beings. Your God, or so-called God, created lust.
I know you'll want to, because that's
The fact that lust exists in this world, I didn't create it, so who did?
exactly what I used to do. I used to say things like lying isn't bad if it's a white lie. Cussing isn't bad if I sing it in a song or if it's inside of a joke. And I even thought that giving myself all of the credit wasn't a bad thing. That it wasn't me being selfish, it was just acknowledging that I'm responsible for everything I did in my life. That I did a good job. Trust me, I used to be the same exact way, and there's times when I still even struggle with it. Okay, I'm not perfect. And I know it appears like everything in this world is against God, but that's because a majority of it is against him. But you need to stand true to God and your beliefs. There's a quote that says if you stand for nothing.
Some people would be surprised if I told them I'd love to have her on my show. I would have any of these types on my show to have a conversation. If you've watched my live streams for a year now or more, you should realize I've had all sorts of people on here to talk. One of my questions for her would be, "Are you a virgin?" And if she said, "Don't get personal," I'd say, "Well, you do live streams about this already, about sex and lust and being holy and not giving into lust. Are you a virgin?" And if she said no, I'd say, "What's your body count?" It's not getting personal. It's just trying to see, are you a hypocrite? I don't care about your personal life. It's getting somewhere. Are you a hypocrite? Do you practice what you preach? I'd love to have her on my show. I'd ask her all sorts of questions. I would also answer questions if she asked me questions, just as I did with Trexty. When Trexty was on here and said, what if I asked you this?" I answered her right away. I don't hesitate to answer. But I noticed sneaky people dodge questions. Here was Sneaky Snake Trexty on my show. Remember this look? I took a screenshot when she was on here. I'm glad she left her camera on out of vanity. I think that was good because then I got these facial reactions and had her body language to read. I didn't require her to have her camera on, but she was so vain that she chose that on her own to be on webcam. She could have had a conversation with me without being on camera. But often they want to be on camera, if you notice the pattern. They don't have to be on my show, as you know. I've had all kinds of conversations with people. They didn't have their camera turned on, and I didn't ever ask them, "Turn on your camera." It's not required at all here. Most of the time, I prefer it for people to have conversations with me without their camera on because it's kind of distracting. It's better to just have the conversation. But does it give me much more information when someone has their camera on and there's the body language to read? Yes, much more. Like this. The sneaky snake look of her eyes, shifty eyes looking to the side. And her lips and her mouth, the whole expression is sneaky. That's one of the most classic examples of a sneaky look that I've ever seen in my life. That would fit in any movie showing a sneaky character, any TV show. It's absolutely perfect at showing what sneaky looks like. Or on a play, an actor on a stage doing a play on a Broadway play or off Broadway, whatever. Look at that look. It's classic. That's one of the best examples of what a sneaky look looks like to me that I could ever share with you. So I'm glad she left her camera on. And here's fake shock at my language. This is her faking being shocked at my language. When I said, "You're a fucking bitch. You're a fucking bitch." You, how dare you call me, you scoundrel. You scoundrel. I can't believe you said that. I've never had a man talk to me that way before. You scoundrel. You rascal. You scoundrel. How dare you? Clutching her pearls, acting shocked. Oh my goodness. No man has ever talked to me like that. You scoundrel. And I said it multiple times in that live stream. You're a fucking bitch. I'm free to speak on my channel. Nobody can backstage me or kick me off, or I don't have to walk on eggshells or walk on glass. It's my show. You're a fucking bitch. Oh, I can't believe. Oh my goodness, my ears. Clutching her pearls with her tattooed up hands covered in tattoos, as though she's shocked by my language. Sure you are. How many hours have you spent in tattoo parlors and probably in biker hangouts and shit with migrants in Ireland? I'm sure you're really shocked by my fucking language. Give me a break. Give me a fucking break. A fucking break. I just don't buy it. Just like when people cry these days, most of the times it's crocodile tears. Fake people, fake tears, phony people, frauds. That's what populates this world. They'll use anything to get an audience, to get attention, to get money, to get whatever. It's pathetic.
Thing you will fall for absolutely everything. Look, I'm not.
Look, I'm going to talk sexy, guys, and I'm going to tell you, don't give in to your lust. Just stroke your boners watching your channel. I mean, it's so ridiculous that in an absurd fucking reality, a fucking reality that's absolutely absurd enough where this Hispanic chick is trying to get incels to be turned on while she preaches against lust in her bedroom with dim lighting and her bed behind her, raised up on a thick, oversized, looks like a pillow top mattress. Anyway, it's just, what can I say? I mean, Jesus Christ. What else? What else can they come up with? Maybe strippers preaching the Bible. Maybe one's in a whorehouse in a red light district. Like, it's just anything goes these days. It's all laughable. It's just laughable.
Saying it's easy. It's awful. You'll lose friends. You'll receive hate. But John 15:18 specifically states that if the world hates you, remember that it hated him first. If the world could hate someone who was literally perfect, who had no flaws, why would you think that this same world would do nothing but respect you? Someone who isn't perfect, someone who is flawed. Turn your Bibles to 1 John 2:15 through 16. This reads, "Do not love the world or the things of the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, sensual lust, enticement for the eyes, and a pretentious life, is not from the Father, but is from the world." And what is one thing that Jesus does not want us to do? Be of this world. He does not want us to be of this world. Romans 12:2, my all-time favorite Bible verse. "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This world is going in one direction, and God is going in a completely separate direction. It is very black and white. Not with everything, but with this specific thing, yeah, it's very black and white. Either choose him or choose this world. One thing I also want to point out real quick is just how merciful our God is. Like, genuinely, I know you hear this all the time, but he is seriously so gracious. Really?
He's so gracious and merciful that children right now are dying of brain cancer, bone cancer, leukemia, children getting childhood dementia, children born deformed, children that will never walk, children that are blind. It goes on and on and on and on. And you just keep saying he's so merciful. Where is that? Where's the mercy in this place? What are you talking about? You could go into any school, elementary or high school in America, and find the classroom with disabled children that are heavily disabled, not just in wheelchairs, but ones with severe autism that try to bang their heads against the wall all day long and try to run away and hurt themselves, hit themselves with their hands, do all kinds of things. And that's normal to you. God's merciful. It's incredible what you don't look at, you Christians and Muslims and Jews and Hindus and Buddhists and whatever. Religiotards, I group you all in because you're followers, you're not thinkers.
Really think about it. If we just listen to him from the not with everything, but with this specific thing, yeah, it's very black and white. Either choose him or choose this world. One thing I also want to point out real quick is just how merciful our God is. Like, genuinely, I know you hear this all the time, but he is seriously so gracious. Really think about it. If we just listened to him from the very beginning, no one would have been banned from the garden. No one would suffer heartbreak, and a lot of the things in this world that kind of just make the world sucky would cease to exist. Really think about that. If no one had sex before marriage and we all just waited for the right person and we didn't give in to our temptations, divorce wouldn't even exist. Teen pregnancy wouldn't even exist. Breakups wouldn't exist. Sexual diseases wouldn't.
Divorce wouldn't exist? What are you talking about?
Wouldn't even exist. AIDS, chlamydia, HIV, whatever it may be, They weren't even meant to exist on this world. They exist because of the consequence of people not following God's word, of people not wanting to listen. You know how crazy that is? They were never meant to exist. And if we all just followed God's rules and his teachings from the start and accepted that he knows best, then rape would be unheard of. Abuse in general wouldn't even exist. Murder wouldn't even be a thing. Again, the list goes on. Like, really think about that. God created this earth with a plan for all of us. He wanted to bless us so much. He never wanted us to turn from him. He just wanted us to live in peace. All he wanted was to protect us from literally everything that has already messed us up in this world. But we denied him time and time again. And for what?
There you go. It's your fault. It always goes back to blaming us. It's your fault. You denied God. More blame. It's humans' fault, always. Look at this meme I just found. I didn't make this one. This was on Google Images. God only gives special needs children to special people, or so they say. What about the special needs children that are abused by their parents? What about that one case? And there's many cases, there's millions, but a special needs girl that basically rotted away and died, becoming part of the couch. Her body merged with the couch in a sense, was stuck to the couch. Her corpse, she rotted away. They abused her and they didn't feed her and they let her just rot. Okay. And there's sickening cases of this happening in this realm. And people will try to justify all of it. That's what humans do. They try to justify all of it. And it's sickening. The abuse is sickening, and so are the empty, merciless justifications that people make. And if you aren't sick of people doing that, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell most people, though, because I don't think most people are sick of anything in this place. I think most people try to justify and blame and do the Stockholm Syndrome route. And they will continue to do that in this place.
What? Literally for what? Our God is so gracious. Look, lust is one of the biggest sins that this world faces, and lust is not like any other sin. It's damaging like all other sins, but this is the only sin that invites you to sin against your own body. The Bible reads in 1 Corinthians 6:18 to avoid immorality. Every other sin a person commits is outside the body, but the immoral person sins against his own body. And verse 19 reads, "Do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God, and that you are not your own? For you have been purchased at a price. Therefore glorify God in your body." All of this is so much deeper than anyone realizes, and it just breaks my heart. I'm sure all of you have heard the quote, "We accept the love we think we deserve." And with how
Woman found melted into couch. Murder charges for parents thrown out. This was 2 years ago. Lacey Fletcher was her name. Lacey Fletcher. Melted into the couch.
We begin with a case that has been hard for even the most seasoned investigators to forget: the death of Lacey Fletcher. Last January, what was left of her rotting 100-pound body was found embedded, melted into a couch in her parents' Louisiana home. Investigators say the sofa was soaked with urine, feces, and other bodily fluids. Fletcher was disabled, and her parents, according to police, just left her there for years. until she died. WBRZ Chief Investigative Reporter Chris Nakamoto has been following the investigation from the very beginning. He joins us with an update that we first brought you here on The Factor months ago. And joining us on The Factor Uncensored tonight is Chris Nakamoto, investigative reporter from WBRZ TV in Baton Rouge. Chris, you and I talked about this very disturbing case several months ago involving Lacey Fletcher, the 36-year-old who died in her parents' house. For those who don't know the past history, first tell us how she was found in her parents' house, and then we'll get to the latest news.
It was just an extraordinary situation. Paramedics showed up at her house last January, and they found her literally melted into the couch, covered in feces, looked like her hair hadn't been brushed for years, totally neglected. The coroner's office ruled that she was totally neglected. She was literally fused to the sofa. This as her parents were coming and going, living normal lives, going to work. Meanwhile, they have their daughter who had not gotten up from the sofa in what the coroner estimates was possibly years.
Wow. And what kind of illness did she have that they left her on that sofa without attending to her?
She had a condition called Asperger's syndrome. And so essentially it was just kind of a situation where she became more and more reclusive. A lot of the neighbors told us as we began covering the story, they used to see her outside playing, and then all of a sudden they stopped seeing her as she got older. And so they just thought that maybe she had moved on and moved away. But turns out she was living right there in her parents' living room, and that's where she died, unfortunately, as well.
Now, initially, when this case broke, her parents were charged with murder. But now there's been a change in that, right?
That's right. So they were charged with murder and cruelty to the infirm. And from our understanding, it can't be both. And so as the DA was kind of looking at everything, their lawyers filed some court motions that basically had those charges removed because the indictment had some added language after. And so the new indictment was tossed on a technicality, but we did speak with the district attorney, and he says he plans on bringing it back up and having this couple re-indicted because he believes justice won't be served until they serve jail time.
Now, this brought a lot of public outrage. A lot of people have been following this. Even here at Fox 26 in Houston, our story was viewed 1 million times. People just outraged by this. Is there a chance that if this mother and father of Lacey Fletcher's re-indicted, could it be a lesser charge, or will it still be murder? Because I think people are concerned about that.
Certainly anything's a possibility, but when we spoke with the DA, it sounds like he's trying to press on and go after these two people on the murder charge because of what had happened to Lacey. When we spoke with the coroner last year, he said, look, I deal with death every day, and this is something that I...
Take a good look. Most people would say, well, they look fairly normal. Some others might say they look demonic. It isn't about looks, though. Demons come in all shapes and sizes. Demons can be male or female. They can be married to each other. Do those people look creepy? They do to me. But to the masses, they probably say they look normal. Most people living next door to them, neighbors, would say they look normal. They seem normal. Now, the girl who died looks more like a real spirit to me than the parents. But it's beyond just looks. Again, demons come in all shapes and sizes. They can be pale skinned, they can be dark skinned, they can be tall, they can be short, they can be a woman, they could be a man, they could be fat, they could be super skinny, they could have weird eyes. Anyway, it's bullshit what people believe when they believe that their God is a merciful God. There's no mercy in this fucking realm shown for good spirits. And I know that's a tough pill for some to swallow that are new to this. But maybe if you stick around, it might help you eventually to come to terms with where you are. If you don't want to do this life again 1 million more lifetimes or more, maybe you might want to swallow a few tough pills and say, I'm going to toughen up and face the truth of this place instead of doing this over and over and over again and perhaps ending up like her. Okay? Do you want to end up like Lacey Fletcher? Hundreds of thousands viewed this over the 2 years. 227,000 views. And it wasn't just shared by this Fox Houston channel. It was shared all over the internet when this happened. I remember hearing about this and seeing a bit of it years ago. Your gods, if you're believe it or not, are not merciful at all. I don't care what you call your so-called God. I don't care what you name it. I don't care what your religion is. It does nothing to intervene when someone is suffering for years like Lacey did. It does nothing. And a lot of you don't want to come to terms with this, and I'm aware of it because I've had these conversations with humans for years. Most people do not want to face where they are. They don't want to face the way this world actually works and observe the evidence, real life cases of suffering like this. They don't want to face it. There was no intervention by God to save her. None.
Spoke with the coroner last year. He said, look, I deal with death every day, and this is something that I can't even get out of my head. The smell was just awful. He said the minute he walked into that house, he left and actually had to vomit in the front yard. And so he said the fact that I deal with death all the time, and this impacted me in such a way, it's extraordinary to think that these people, her mom and dad, were literally living their lives, coming and going, and no one managed to know that their daughter was sitting there rotting away on the sofa of their living room.
No, it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, that the mom and dad are out on bond right now while all of this is going on.
That's correct. So they were out on bond initially after they were charged, but now that the indictments have totally been tossed, that bond really doesn't exist anymore because those charges are invalid. So the DA says within the next 2 weeks, they'll be charged again, they'll be rearrested, and then another bond will be set.
And for you, Chris, have you ever seen anything like this? I mean, and I think they said at one point, because she was on the sofa so long, maybe she ingested some of the sofa, started eating it, and there were other foreign things found in her body that she may have been eating as a result after the autopsy?
That is correct. They found sofa material. They found feces in her stomach. I mean, she was literally just sitting in this pool of rot, just fused there and just left for dead. In the 16 years that I've covered news here in the Baton Rouge community, I've never seen anything like it. When we talk to the coroner, he's been doing this over 40-something years, and that.
Some people would say, I know how people are, but the house looked nice from the outside. They were nice neighbors. They were nice, nice, nice. I bet the word nice was used many times by the neighbors. They always kept the yard nice. The place looked nice from the outside. I thought there was nice, friendly people. They'd wave at me and say hello, and just simple things, fool simple beings. The place looked nice. I never would imagine what was going on inside. Because from the outside it looked good, from the surface level. That's all we care about. That's all us folks think about is the surface level. That's most humans, not just their neighbors. Most humans are that way. All they care about is the surface.
That parish, he said he's never seen anything like it. So when you think that another human being could leave a loved one or a family member in this type of condition, it really makes you just question what their, what was going on with them. Did they have something going on in their minds to think that this could be normal? And the fact that they could live a normal life outside of the fact that their daughter's rotting away, dying on the sofa. They were going to church, to work, to the grocery.
They were going to church, to work, the grocery store. They seem normal to people. Just like people mock me on YouTube all the time, I'm mocked for calling them demons. I'll continue to call them demons. This is a demonic realm, and I'm going to keep saying it. And it pains demons to hear the truth said. They hate the truth. And I'm going to keep I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it, and I'm going to say it more and more and more. And I'll drive you away if you can't handle hearing it. You can be driven away because this is a demonic realm. This is a meme that I made recently. I've shown you demons. If you choose to believe them and follow them and defend them, that's on you. Choose wisely. And I have shown you demons. I've shown you how demonic this realm is. And I know there's people that still tune into my channel that are in denial. I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. I can tell. And that's what some of you find hard to believe, but I can fucking tell. There's people that tune in every night that I'm live and they're in denial. They'll make up every excuse other than to call this a demonic realm. They'll try to justify it. Truth dodgers, mental gymnastics, and moral gymnastics. This is another meme made by me. I've made thousands of memes in my lifetime. It's a demonic realm. How will your denial help you? I hope this gets through to you. I'll read it again. It's a demonic realm. How will your denial help you? How has denial of truth ever helped anyone? Take a good look at them. Some like that could be living on your street next door. All sorts of demonic shit goes on in this realm. But what most people do is they go into denial mode. I know it. I've seen it so many times. That's what most people do. They don't want to face reality of where they are. How would this be possible? Tell me. Tell me how it would be possible in a good realm made by a good so-called God. You go ahead and tell me. Here's Kismet Spiral. Do you think she's beautiful? See, this is the image some people have. Like it'd have to be like this extreme for them to go, oh, that's a demon. I see now. Kismet Spiral's a demon. So sometimes the demons come right out and they're this obvious. Other times they're more like this on the screen, these two. Sometimes it's like this, and sometimes they're like that. You're in a demonic realm. I'm trying to get it through to people, but I think there's people tuned into me night after night that will not understand until they're out of body and the demons are eating your face off. It's too late then. Another meme by me trying to reach people. You are here to learn how to become more demonic. And where do I mean by here? This realm. You're here in this realm, not to learn spiritual lessons to grow your spirit, but you're here to learn how to become more demonic. That's what this realm teaches you. Trying to get through to people, but you got to pay attention. If you're really going to learn this stuff in your spirit, you're not here to learn good spiritual lessons in this realm. This place teaches you how to become more demonic. That's what it's about. It's not just about using you as food or fuel. It's trying to change you, make you demonic. They want you to become like they are. Newsflash, they want you to become like they are. And I am trying to reach people, but it's very difficult because people will look, and I know people limit things to, oh, there's two demons. There's demons on the screen. You're surrounded by demons. I'm not saying it to scare you. I'm saying it to get you more aware so you don't think it's isolated. I hope you start seeing it. I'm not saying this to make you depressed. I'm not saying it to make you angry. I'm not saying it to make you fearful. I'm saying it because it's true. You're in a demonic realm. And this would only be possible a bunch of people just left. 5 or 6 people just left. They hate the truth. That's what it is. They hate the truth.
Store, I mean, just living like you and I would live as normal citizens on a day-to-day basis.
Did they allow anyone into the house during the time that she was alive and sitting and just marinating in that stew on the sofa?
They did not. So we spoke with a lot of neighbors when we started investigating this situation, and they said the last time that they went into that house was probably about 15 years ago. So that was about the time that it stopped. When she stopped going outside and became a recluse and just went into the house, that's when they kind of stopped allowing visitors to come in.
So look how pretty the house is. The yard, the house, everything looks well kept. They didn't just move there. They didn't see her for 15 years, so it's not like it's a brand new house. They kept the house looking nice, and they neglected their daughter, is what I'm getting at. They were more concerned with how that house looked, obviously, because you can see. It's not a brand new house. She didn't go outside for 15 years, so how old is the house? 20 years old, 30 years old? Maybe it's as old as she was. Well kept. But they didn't give a fuck about their daughter. That's what I'm getting at. And that's something that people need to learn. Demons are not always lazy or filthy or nasty on the outside. They could, from all appearances, be well dressed, have a house that looks nice, and horrors going on inside. Horrors. They're deceptive. And I'm sharing this trying to teach you something about demonic behavior and also a rebuttal to that Bible thumper, Maria, talking in her whispery voice about how merciful our God is. It's so merciful. For God to sit there for years and do nothing, an all powerful God, no intervention by a merciful, omnipotent God watching it. How would that be possible? Because I know some of you still have the God program running in your heads, that there might be a good God out there. Well, if it's all knowing and all powerful, all knowing, omnipresent, all powerful, and benevolent, trying to get through to you in a deep way. And I know some of you already get it, but in a deep, deep way so that you can't forget. So that on your way out, you can't forget this shit and fall for some fake God that comes along and seems nice and it feels good. Feels good in the astral realm out of body. Well, what did it do for her? What did it do for Lacey? Nothing. It did nothing. Now, what would a good, caring being do if they knew that was going on in that house before she melted into the couch? They'd get help. They'd try to help, even if it took breaking a fucking window to get in there, to figure out what the fuck is going on. If they heard screams or heard her crying out or something, if the window was ever open, somebody would do something. But what did the God do that the chick earlier, the Bible, said that God is so merciful? Well, it does nothing to help. How do you call that merciful? I'm tired of religiotards.
But you can only imagine what it was like. The fact that she just rotted into the sofa. They said all the wood floors inside were buckling from feces. And
I don't think that's fake. All the wood floors were buckling from feces. I think eventually she was so starved and weak she couldn't get up from the couch. She didn't have the strength. I don't think she'd need to be tied. She probably just got attached to it. Just sickening. Absolutely sickening. Grotesque and evil. A word that people don't use anymore in this realm, in this fucked up realm. Almost nobody says that anymore. Nobody uses the word evil or demons. And they make fun of me saying, oh, he calls us all demons. Yeah, it's a demonic realm. I make no apologies for saying demons, and I'll continue to use that word every day.
and urine. They said just the stench permeating throughout that house was just a smell they will never forget.
Wow, just a horrible situation. Chris Nakamoto with WBRZ TV in Baton Rouge. Thank you again. And
Beyond horrible, it's evil. And there's always people willing to justify, make excuses, try to defend, pretend that it's only one time that that's ever happened. There isn't. See, that's the thing. You haven't looked. You're ignorant. Most humans are ignorant. They don't do the work. They don't look at the realm and say, how often are people abused here? How often are people neglected? How many are tortured? I know you don't want to face it. A lot of you, most in this realm, don't want to face it. You don't want to face what's going on here. You don't want to face what this place is. So good luck. You'll get recycled. Some of you don't even understand that. You think, oh, I'll get recycled because Steven's going to. No, I don't have to do anything for you to get recycled. That's the default mode of this realm. Be lazy. Pretend it isn't evil here. Go into denial, right into your grave, to your deathbed, when the demonic entities come for you to convince you. You'll just get recycled because you didn't want to hear it from me. Because I said things that didn't make you feel good, so you'll hate me and say he's bad. I hate King Stephen. He talks all this negative stuff. You'll just get recycled. Just like tossing an empty Coca-Cola can into a recycling bin, or a Pepsi, or a fucking Mountain Dew, or Orange Crush, or whatever. Pick your flavor. Or an empty beer bottle, or an empty whatever, empty coffee cup. Do you think anyone cares about the millions of those cups that get recycled every day? Nope. And nothing in the astral realm is going to give a fuck about you either getting recycled. Some of you haven't come to terms with that because you want to believe that there's these caring entities that, oh, they're worried about your fate and no, they're not. They'll toss you into the recycling bin like you're an empty coffee cup. A disposable coffee cup. You are disposable to them. Now, do I think you should be disposable? No. I think you should view yourself as a magical eternal spirit. Do I think that most humans do? No, I don't think that at all. I don't think they do. I think they have slave think. And I think they back down to evil and they defend evil and support evil, which makes me wary thinking about what they are. I don't care how human they look on the outside. I look at their behavior. And a lot of humans support evil, in case you haven't figured that out yet. Look around and pay attention. And pay attention to how many bash me for saying the truth about what this realm is. That should be an indication to you of where you are and how this place works and what populates it. If you're paying attention and thinking, which I don't believe most people do at all. You've shown me by the thousands over the years running these YouTube channels that most people that come to my channel do not think. They just follow the crowd. whatever people say my reputation is, most of you believe it and follow it. Most. And most have religitard programming. They'll say, oh, he's speaking against God. He's evil. They'll call me evil. They'll call me a demon. They've done this for years. Right in the first month of me running my channel, The Sanity Machine, there were Christians coming calling me a demon. That's where El Diablo, the mascot, came from. They were calling me a demon for saying that God doesn't mind the suffering here, that God designed it this way. Right off the bat, I was speaking the truth about this realm, and Christians couldn't handle it. So they had to try to attack me and label me, which is what humans do. That's what people do. They character assassinate and label and try insults and saying I deserve to burn in the lake of fire and everything else. That's what people do. It's not me saying it bitterly or out of resentment. It's me saying it because that's what's happened to me. For years, thousands of you have done that. Thousands. Thousands of humans on YouTube have shown me exactly what they are. They defend this realm. They defend an evil, quote unquote, so-called God that is a demon. You defend demons. That's what humans are good at. I'm going to type it in the chat so in case you missed what I'm saying. Humans are good at defending evil demons. That's what I notice about your species. You're experts at defending evil demons, not experts at facing truth and standing against evil. Because there's very few of you in the whole realm that does that. Most of you support evil. I don't mean in minor ways or unconsciously or, oh, Stephen, you're calling us evil because we eat. No, I don't mean that at all. I mean consciously. You support evil. You make choices that support evil demons that attack me, threaten me, character assassinate me. And it's beyond me, but I'm just using myself as an example because I've noticed this for years on YouTube. Thousands of quote truthers. So some of you have a lot of work to do because you're still stuck thinking, well, aren't truthers good? Well, most of them have not been good towards me for years. You've supported evil demons. So what do you expect me to think of you? I'm going to think of you what I experience and what I notice. Your behavior shows most humans support evil. So I don't think most humans are going anywhere unless given a chance or let out by an intervention, and this realm ended. Other than that, you'd never get out on your own. Never. You're morally not fit to leave this place, most humans, because most humans willingly support evil. If an evil demon on a channel starts slandering me, most people will support it by the thousands. That's what you do. That's what you're good at. That's what you do. That's what you're good at.
How people don't leave toxic relationships inside the body, but the immoral sins that this world faces. And lust is not like any other sin. It's damaging like all other sins, but this is the only sin that invites you to sin against your own body. The Bible reads in 1 Corinthians 6:18 to avoid immorality. Every other sin a person commits is outside the body, but the immoral person sins against his own body. And verse 19 reads, do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God, and that you are not your own? For you have been purchased at a price. Therefore glorify God in your body. All of this is so much deeper than anyone realizes, and it just breaks my heart. I'm sure all of you have heard the quote, we accept the love we think we deserve. And with how people don't leave toxic relationships and how they make excuses for people's actions, it really leaves me speechless. Because if you only knew the love that God has for you, the love that He wanted others to feel for you too, and realizing that there's people out there settling for so much less than that, literally settling for abuse because they think they deserve that. Oh my gosh, that breaks my heart. Oh, I'm sorry, I was not expecting to cry. Back to what I was saying. This sin is just, it's a lot more different than all of the other sins. This is also the only sin in the Bible that God calls us to flee from, to run from, because it also produces in you such a horrible nature. One thing that I think of that usually helps with lust is take away everything you have. Everyone who loves you, everything that you are blessed with. You have no food, no water, no home, no shelter, no mattress to sleep on. You have none of it. The only thing you have is lust. Would that be enough for you? Would you be content? I mean, you wanted to give in so badly, and now that you have it, but you only have that. Were you right? Did it satisfy you as much as you wanted it to? As much as you thought it would? If all you do now is look at women, or if you look at men with so much lust, not seeing them as friends, not seeing them as family, not even seeing them as human beings, if you see them only as something to sexualize, and every single thing that comes out of your mouth is sexual, is inappropriate, is vulgar, that you have nothing of importance to say, and everything you see or touch makes you aroused, would you finally be happy? Because that's all you wanted, right? If you had that for your entire life, wouldn't you be thrilled? Not at all. No. You would feel disgusting and perverted. You would feel so gross and just wrong. Not only that, but you would feel lonely and you would be so desensitized. You wouldn't even know what love is. But think about it. Replace that with Jesus. If you only had Jesus, again, no shelter, no family, no food, no friends, no mattress to sleep on. If you only had Jesus Christ, would you be content? Yeah, you would. Because the love that Jesus has for us is the gift that keeps on giving. The love of Jesus is all you need. All you need is Jesus. That is the beauty of Jesus. Is that when he tells us that all we need is him, he is telling us the truth. Everything else is temporary, but his love lasts forever. 3 more things I want to mention before ending this video. The first being that God understands how hard it is. Like, he understands how amazing sex can be. He understands it. He literally created it. Like, he literally created it, guys. He knows. Okay, he knows. And because he made it, he knows how deep it is. He knows how it affects people, which is why he specifically advises us not to just do it with anyone. When you have sex with somebody, you are literally becoming one body with them, one person with them. Why would you want to become one person with anyone? Like with just anyone? And actually there's this verse in Genesis that I wanna bring up because it's very beautiful. But it's Genesis 2:24 through 25. And this reads, "That is why a man leaves his father and mother and clings to his wife, and the two of them become one body. The man and his wife were both naked, yet they felt no shame." Like, do you understand how beautiful that verse is? They felt no shame. That's how it's supposed to be. You should not feel regret or shame when it comes to having sex. But you do, and the reason being is because it's not a relationship that was formed under God. It was not honoring God. You should never feel regret or shame if you are partaking in sexual relations with your partner if the union was formed under God. But that's the thing, especially now, is that we have a lot of people regretting everything they did because God didn't authorize it. You were not equally yoked. And you know that, and that's the thing. Look, God did not want this for us. He wanted us to have something so sacred and so beautiful and so loving. But we skipped the line and took the next best seat available, regardless of if it was nice or not. We gave in too quickly because we thought that we knew better. But we literally never do. And also, can I just say that when you are having sex with anyone, you are literally absorbing their energy. Like, you're absorbing their energy. Do you realize that? And if that person has bad motives, or they only care for your body or the sexual aspect and not about you whatsoever and your well-being, you will literally feel that within your soul, which is why many times people will walk away feeling bad about themselves and just feeling icky. And if you're anything like me, being lusted over hurts my soul. It genuinely crushes me. Because here's the thing, and this was such a hard fact to face, is that I've been in situations where people have wanted my body more than I've even received flowers, which is 0. Look, we were never meant to have sex with just anybody. And all of this heartbreak that you faced, and all of this unhealthy obsession, it was never supposed to happen. You were never supposed to feel this way. The second thing I want to say is that sin should never be viewed in absolutes. What I mean by that is you can't say that you're not partaking in lust when you do everything but sex. So if you're doing everything else but the actual act of having sex, that doesn't change anything. You might as well be having sex. Truthfully, you might as well be having sex because you're still giving away your most vulnerable parts to someone else, to just anyone else. You're still giving it up for someone who you're not married to, and sometimes to someone who God didn't even want you being with in the first place. And even if you know for a fact that you two are going to get married and that it is under God, if you are not married, it is still a sin. There's no beating around it. You are still not honoring God. You're dishonoring the body that He gave you, because like the Bible mentions, it is a temple. Your body is a temple for the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit is something so powerful and so beautiful, so sacred. Just like how somebody would put a diamond ring or a very expensive piece of jewelry in a container, in a box where not even dust can get to it, that's how you should think of the Holy Spirit in yourself. Think of the Holy Spirit as that expensive piece of jewelry, even though it's so much more greater than that. You would not put something worth so much into something that you mistreat. The Holy Spirit is inside of you. It lives within you. Why would you having it live inside of a body that you don't treat well? A body that you dishonor. Look, lust is a very hard thing to overcome, and I don't even really think anyone truly overcomes it, like completely. But please listen when I say that God will forgive you 1000%. The only unforgivable sin there is in the Bible is the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. And guess what? That's not the topic we're talking about right now. So you're good. Obviously aim to do better each day, but God will forgive you. He'll forgive you. You have to come to Him. You have to repent. And real quick, I just want to say that forgiveness isn't just something that you can have. Forgiveness is something that is given to you. You can apologize all you want, but forgiveness is given to you. You can't just apologize and expect forgiveness. That's another thing that I feel like people forget. I mean, I forget it all the time too, so. One more thing that genuinely stopped me in my tracks when I first heard it is that not only are you sinning when you partake in sexual relations, but you are openly inviting your partner or whoever you're intimate with into sin. You are willingly leading someone into sin. You are willingly leading someone to the road that leads to
Hold on, y'all. I gotta capture some of this shit. This is wild. You did miss it, Lindsay. You missed it. You missed the whole thing, the whole show. It's all over. You were too late. Yeah, I don't choose the body types, to be fair with you. All right, so let me get to the next one here. Oh. All right, who's next on this docket?
The Barely There But Brilliant Award goes to Chuck in Tennessee.
Come on, Moose. Look at the position you're putting me in here. This is ridiculous.
The Mad Scientist Cupcake Award goes to King Steven.
You're fired.
The Stickiest Cupcake in the Box Award goes to Tony Coriolis.
What the fuck is the Stickiest Cupcake Award, man? Don't worry. We're going to get to the good ones here shortly.
Least likely to succeed, Tack Jalcott.
That one is okay.
The I Wish You Would Eat Me Already Award goes to our girl, Lindsay.
No comment. I'll let that one hang in the air and speak for itself. However, we can roll with the next sort of segment here, right? So we're going to go into the participation, where I'm going to need y'all to be as participated as you possibly can, because like I said, This is out of this world, right? This is always it's always a fun dynamic. What's up, Arctic Timberwolf? I write the songs that makes the whole world sing. I write the songs that make the whole world sing. Is this a quote? Yes, he creates. Are you drunk today, Austin Murphy? This sounds like a drunk ego trip right now in the chat. We got to talk about your recovery date, Mr. Austin Murphy. You missed everything.
What's up, everyone? Good evening. So, anyways, I was about to go get my nightly drink, and at this cafe, of course, I don't drink alcohol. I probably had maybe 3 drinks in the last 4 or 5 years total. So anyways, I was going to go get my nightly drink, and I was like, well, let me make a video. And then I was like, well, what is it going to be about? And I was like, there's nothing to talk about, you know? So then I was like, well, why not make a video about there's not anything to talk about? So that's what I'm here to do, people. There's nothing to talk about. And reflecting on Ian and his YouTube thing, that being, he spent a lot of energy and time in the thoughts and just in this trance about the channel and all this stuff and talking about things and you know what I mean? And it became a lot of energy, and I was definitely not in the truth. You know, I was feeding the Matrix, and I'm not here to really reflect too much on Ian, but I do understand it a lot deeper in this moment, and then let it go, you know, and be in the now moment. So, but yeah, there's not much to talk about. And are we tired of talking and listening yet to other beings' ideas that are in their mind and thoughts? And those beings are listening to others' ideas that's in their mind and thoughts, and this endless back and forth of a feeding frenzy for the Matrix. You know, this internet stuff and this constantly talking, and it's like there's not much being going on, you know, like it's really interesting. But that was me too, so I understand, of course. But I let that go, you know? And so what is there really to talk about? You know, like really, like I don't know, people. I do not know. I don't understand at all. What's the point? You know? That's definitely a trap. You know, I mean, in this moment, to be stuck in ideas and the mind and thoughts and just looping in this, defining this hologram, you know, and constantly in a specific label of it, just reminding yourself, reinforcing the prison or whatever you define this place as, reinforcing it for you, and literally creating that energy around you and creating a magnetism to everything that is that, to reflect what's in your mind and thoughts, what you believe, to reflect all of that to you, so you keep looping in it. You know? It's a holographic matrix, people. You know? We cannot forget that. It's very important to understand that and to just let it all go. You know? Let it go. Why not, people? Make a change. Stop being predictable, you know? This system operates on you being predictable, and it's like everything that they're doing is so you become predictable. All of it. That's a big part of it. And so stop being predictable, you know? And if you're in the truth, in an authentic space of energy, You can't be predictable. Actually, you're invisible to the system. You know, it can't even see you. It needs you to operate on its frequency band, energetic band, and range, so you're predictable and it sees everything that's going. You know what I mean? Obviously. And so in that, there's nothing to talk about. You know? There's no story to tell. There's no story to listen to. There's no story to make up. There's none of that. There's no ideas to want to get from somebody else. It's just like it'd be great to find some beings operating in the heart or an authentic energy field, raw energy field, which is very rare, but you're so content in yourself, you're so that you need nothing and nobody, and you're fine alone. You know, I've never felt bored in my life. You know, like, I don't mind. I've been alone a lot lately, and I don't mind it at all. It's actually, why would I? You know, that would be a program I would need to purge big time. I'm glad I don't have that one. You know, so, but so what else can we talk about that there's nothing to talk about? That's the question, people. Yeah, I don't see it, people. I don't see the benefit of these Towers of Babel anymore. I don't. So that's why I just listen to music on here, and that's pretty much it. Is I was listening to music, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Music and maybe some things here and there, but other things I just can't. And you know, there might be some people that don't post that much that I support, and I'll check them out, you know, and with no judgment, of course. Ian was the judger, but and that's where I'm at. It's like I fill my space with mostly music without words. That I'm in a place where I don't. It's like a lot of things I just. It's interesting. Like, if I turn it on or something, you know, something that's not compatible with my energy, it feels, I can feel it deeper. I can feel something that's outside my energy field. This is nothing I should be listening to. You know, there's nothing it's going to bring. It's not compatible with my energy range of what I am. It's not. So I realized this one recently, because there was some beings I would listen to, and this is when Ian really got exposed. I mean, it was a couple of weeks ago, I think now at this point. That was very deep. And it was like, maybe I'll do a separate video on this. I feel maybe I will. I don't know. But anyways, I lost my train of what I was saying. Well, maybe I will. I don't know. But I feel maybe I will. I don't know. But people, maybe I will. I don't know. But anyways, I lost my train of what I was saying. So there's nothing to talk about, and a lot of people, when their mind and thoughts about it, they're gonna get triggered by that, me even saying that, and they get upset, you know. It's deep, and it wants to keep them there so bad. It does not want you to separate from this mind and thought program, this computer. It's terrified that you will create separation from this program and actually operate in your unique, authentic energy field that is like no other. You know, it is deathly afraid. That's how you escape the matrix. That's how you escape this death program we're in. You become invisible to the system. This is the deep truth, people. Who's gonna do it? I'm not. I let that go too. I don't care. Not many people. Very few. At this point, I would say it's about 1 out of 1,000. 1 out of 10,000. For sure. Very, very few. So, I don't know what else to say. I appreciate everyone. Gratitude. I gotta go through a bunch of comments. I started to this morning. I'm gonna get to the different comments on, since I've kind of revamped the channel. And also, don't forget all the videos, over 700, 800 of them. And I gotta add about 20 more are
Why don't you move to San Francisco, Ian? You're living in the wrong place. You should move to San Francisco with that voice of yours, the look of yours, the limp wrist. You should move to San Francisco. You could be a male escort or male prostitute or something. Seriously. Or Portland, maybe. You like Portland, don't you? You seem like the type that would get along in Portland.
in sequence on Odyssey. I'll put the link below if anybody wants to reflect back on Ian's journey, but that's not me, you know? Just so everybody knows, because, you know, all the videos left on the channel. And so if anyone doesn't know, it's all on Odyssey. And everyone, have a great night. Gratitude.
Oh, damn. That's the homeless bum formerly known as Ian. He doesn't want to call himself Ian anymore. Remember the artist formerly known as Prince? Prince tried to say he was the artist formerly known as Prince. Well, that's the homeless bum formerly known as Ian. Ian, you started shit with me. Remember last year? You started some shit with me and you begged me to expose you. You thought that you could just say whatever you wanted and bash me and that there'd be no consequences. It doesn't work that way, Ian. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You're going to find out who I am eventually. The homeless bum, Droopy Dog. Droopy Dog. The homeless bum, formerly known as Ian. Droopy Dog. Droopy Dog. Where's the Droopy Dog meme? There it is. I haven't used that in a long time. There's Droopy Dog. Giving the sign of silence, the shh. There's Droopy Dog. He's saying, shh, that's not Ian anymore. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to be known as Ian anymore. He wants to pretend to be someone else. I showed people he's a fraud and a rat a year ago. Now, I know some people here could see it, but most couldn't. Thousands couldn't see through this creepy creature. Easy to see through him. Ian would judge people. Oh, Ian. Ian. Oh, is that Ian? No, Ian, that's not Ian yet. He's not quite on his back yet like that. That's not Ian yet. It's close, though. Here's another stinky bum homeless living in his vehicle. There's a lot of them on YouTube, especially ones that have messed around and tried to be spiteful and hurtful towards me. They end up not doing too well. In the end, they don't end up very well. And they haven't even seen anything yet. This is just the beginning. They're going to be rotting in this place. I'm not kidding about any of this. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to will it to happen as though it has already happened. They will wish and want for death, these evil demons in this realm, and they won't be able to die. Gnashing of teeth and screaming, wailing and screaming, gnashing of teeth, wishing for death, not being able to die. There's no way out for them. Death would be a release and a relief. That's too good for them. You're going to see what I mean. You're going to see that these demons deserve to stay in here. And the ones who don't see, I'm okay with that. You can stay with them. The ones that you can stay with them. Yes, it's happening now. It's happening now. Finally, there's going to be justice in this place because some of us won't tolerate this shit anymore. They've lied. They've slandered. They've abused. They've tortured. They've murdered. They've kidnapped children, these creepy creatures. They've done all kinds of horrific, demonic, evil shit that can't be forgiven. They can't be allowed to do this for eternity everywhere. This has to be stopped. And it will be stopped. It will be. This won't go on forever. It can't be allowed to go on forever. As many people, as Ian would call them, or the homeless bum formerly known as Ian, people, he would allow it to go on forever. Because they want to convince you it's just people. They're just people here. But is it? Why is there so much demonic activity and torture and demons living in ways that a normal, quote unquote, human being or a good spirit inside of a human meat suit could never live like the way these demons live? These filthy, vile creatures love suffering. They love filth and stench. They're fit for a fucking sewer. That's what they are. This creep on the screen reported my channel, The Sanity Machine, to YouTube about a dozen times last year. Over and over and over again, he kept reporting my videos, saying that I was saying they were copyright, saying it was hate speech, saying I was slandering him, this creepy creature. There's a lot of them on YouTube misleading people. It's going to be funny to me. It's frustrating in the moment in this life, but eventually it'll be funny to me. I'll just laugh at people and say, you believe them. I tried to get you to see, but you stood with demons. You didn't want to listen to me. You wanted to stand with them. You wanted to stand with the demons that tried to stop me the whole time. They tried to censor me. They tried to silence me in every conceivable way. And you defended them. A lot of you that call yourselves truthers, you lined up with these demons that have attacked me relentlessly for years. You'll be saying, let me out. I'm not letting you out. How can I trust you? I showed you everything I could to prove what they are. You didn't want to listen to me. You wanted to line up with demons. So this is where you belong. This is what you chose. You can't be trusted, not only here, but outside of here. Because you have an affinity for demons. You believe demons. You don't listen to truth speakers. You line up with these creeps. So how am I supposed to fucking trust you when you trust and defend and stand with demons against me? Here, you stand with demons. Well, then you can stay with demons. It's that simple. I don't want you. I will reject you and say, I can't trust you for eternity because of what you did down there. You had years to see them when I showed you for hours and hours, day and night, day after day after day, and you still couldn't see it. And you still said, they're not demons. This is where you belong then. You're going to stay with them, and they're going to eat you alive. And you know why I can't trust you? Because you'd put knives in my back outside of here, just like you do here. You'd let children be abused outside of here, just like you do here. You won't call them evil demons here. You'll tolerate everything here. A lot of you can't let the word evil slip up between your lips. You won't call anything evil here, no matter how fucking evil and sadistic it is. A lot of you won't say the word evil or demon, and I see you. You'll call them humans. Well, they're just flawed humans, Stephen. In a realm of demons, you pretend there's no demons. Well, that's why I can't trust you. Because I suspect you're working with them. If you're defending them and their evil actions and you can't say evil or demon, I know what you are then. You're going to stay here. You're going to stay here. 1,000 magical seals will be put on this place. There'll be no leaving. It's going to get dark in here. There's not going to be a sun anymore. You're not going to have a sun anymore for light and warmth. You don't deserve a sun. You don't deserve sunlight. You're going to have your privileges cut. The way that you've harmed others and kept them in the dark, you fucking demons, you're going to pay for what you've done here in this place. You're not going to have luxuries and pleasures. No more vacations, no more expensive cruises and yachts and mansions and private jets. All of that's done. That's going to be done. No more. No more of that. You're going to be starving. Not just hungry, starving and dying of thirst and wishing that it would kill you, wishing for death. And death will never come because that would be a relief. You don't deserve that because you've enjoyed our suffering for years, for lifetimes. You've loved it. You evil, sick things that I know most on my channel can't see what I'm saying. I realize it. I realize it. Here you go. Here's someone in the chat. Take a look. Take a good look, everyone. Take a good look. It's probably a demon, probably someone using a fake name, a sock account. Back again to harass. Oh, I have to define it clearly for you, right? You're the only one that doesn't get what I mean. Wow, how convenient. I've defined it by the way that I've spoken about their behavior. Their behavior defines what they are. How about that? I don't trust you. You come out of nowhere to say that. You stand out right off the bat. That's what you do. Fucking psycho. Most likely it's what you are. Most likely a psycho. Give me a second, everyone. I'm working on something. Has nothing to do with a grip. I don't know what you're talking about. But I suspect you're a troll. And that's what I suspect. Gonna give you a choice. Yeah, here you go complaining, saying I judge total strangers. You're not a total stranger. I can feel your energy by the way you speak and the way you come in here. You stand out. Join the live stream. You got two choices. Either join or I just banned you because I think you're a fake, you're a sock puppet. I think you're someone hiding. That's what I think. How about that? You're not a total stranger, but I think you're a liar. Now's your chance to prove me wrong. Because you came out of nowhere. How about that? Quite suspicious. You're suspect, bitch. You come on the channel and talk or you're out. I'm waiting. The link is posted in the chat room. Click on the link and join the live stream. Oh, how convenient, but you can log in when you get home. Uh-huh. So you can be here in the chat room, but you can't join the live stream. Sounds like an excuse to me. How did I know that was coming? I wonder what channel you're from. Are you from Benedictine's channel? It's a good question, Anna Faye. I think I've seen that septic. Septimus, septic. I'm going to call it septic because that's the energy it's giving off is septic. Are you from Benedictine's channel or Joshua S. John? You've been around somewhere. You're from some creepy group of demons, aren't you? Poor excuse indeed. Demons always have excuses, poor excuses. Always. Don't go quiet now, septic. Now some of the questions begin because we see what you are. Some people might wonder why I think this is someone from one of those channels. A general interest channel where I explore fringe and esoteric ideas for my works and play the odd video game. Joined YouTube in 2013. So that's an older account. Hardly any views on their videos. So they have a failed channel, an unsuccessful channel in terms of making videos that no one really watches. Made videos 8 years ago and looks like they kind of gave up, and 5 years ago might have been their last video. Looks like a failed channel to me. Looks like they used to record their video games. So who's into video games? Well, Christopher Sedaris. Christopher Sedaris channel. Little D Green Wizard is another video gamer loser. Joshua S. John. Reaper. Ignorance is bliss. There's quite a few of them. So which channel are you from? You're from one of these shitty channels. Which one are you from? You're from one of those. I didn't say you're from the Panelverse. But you're from one of those groups where they play video games and talk stupid. Pretend they don't know what a demon is or what the word demon means. You're wasting my time. Maybe you'll do what some of them do next and say, "Oh yeah, here you go." Well, what channels? I've asked you a couple times already. You're going to be banned soon. Either come on live and start answering some questions, or I'm getting rid of you because you've been useless and you're annoying and I don't trust you. For the retards that tune in that say, "Well, isn't it demon Christian?" No, it predates Christianity. Look into something. You people that grew up with the internet at your fingertips, young people that have been on YouTube for 10, 12, 15 years. You don't know how to look into anything? Like, what does demon mean? You have no clue? How stupid are you? How lazy are you? How lazy are you to even do a cursory search and then go deeper and look deeper and think deeper? Like, what's wrong with you? Either answer the questions in the chat or you're banned. I don't have time for this. Someone just lurking around. I don't care if you didn't know they existed. How did you find my channel? And what channels are you from? You're just a waste of time. Go play your video games. You're most likely a little video game addicted incel. Why should I want you around here to ask stupid questions? Go back to your video games. Don't grow up. Just go back to your video games. Just play video games. Well, that's interesting because this channel here is not the Sanity Machine. So if you found my Odyssey channel, how would you find El Diablo channel on YouTube? How would you find the channel you're on right now on YouTube? So you're not making sense. Are you? Because my Odyssey channel is the Sanity Machine on Odyssey. So how would you find El Diablo Radio International on YouTube? We're on YouTube right now. Oh yeah, see? Here we go. You're from Archaics channel. You're an Archaics fan. Are you an Archaics fan? Mm-hmm.
Women are discovering creative new ways to destroy themselves. I'm a paleontologist with a PhD. Come talk to Dino Mommy. 32 million views. This is how Dino Mommy talks to you about paleontology.
Let's get hot and heavy. I'm talking about dinosaur poop, of course.
Yes, love, I'm sure legions of young men are lining up to chat to you because they're genuinely interested in dinosaurs.
I was just thinking, why wait for the weekend? It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
But Paul, surely this is just another massive OnlyFans grift. No, she's only using it to fund her scientific research while inspiring millions every day to love science. Because her content is so sciencey.
Some were long and flexible, and some were short and girthy. I'm talking about necks, of course.
Has PhD still uses her sexuality as a main asset to attract attention. Yeah, I don't remember Marie Curie feeling the need to get photos taken of herself with her arse hanging out to get her research on radioactivity taken seriously.
Oh my god!
Hi.
Oh my god, is it Dino Mommy?
Yeah, I'm a real-life paleontologist with a PhD.
Wasn't the whole point of post-Me Too feminism to drive home how women shouldn't be treated as sexual objects?
Every man wants to talk to a woman about dinosaurs, am I right? Well, lucky for you, I'm Dino Mommy PhD, a real-life paleontologist, and today I'm going to be telling you about the horniest predator ever.
Her entire narrative is that she's only using her sexuality to get people interested in paleontology, when literally the opposite is true. Unless you really believe she wants you to research T-Rex bone density and not just stare at her thick thighs. I mean, come on. The whole I'm a sassy, smart academic is clearly just a marketing ploy thirst trap to get OnlyFans subs. Name another girl who is a paleontologist with a PhD and has an OF. The very existence of the PhD itself still very much being open to question, as is her level of attractiveness. The boyfriend, well, he's also exactly what you would expect.
Good boy. Who's Dino Mommy's good boy?
How is she using her sexuality in this picture like women literally just existing is a sexual thing? Mate, do I need to point it out? Oh my gosh. But for her supporters, Dino Mommy represents more than a gimmick. She's a symbol of women reclaiming space in both science and social media. Ah yes, the age-old sexist discrimination of women not
I'm not scripted at all. That wasn't scripted on Archaic's channel. And my videos are not scripted. How you free flow when unscripted. Yeah, you're a paranoid fucking loser. You were given chances, but you don't make the cut. Goodbye. Goodbye. You're making stupid assumptions like demons do. You're too low IQ to be here. Goodbye, cockroach. Go back to Archaic's channel.
getting enough attention on social media.
Did someone say dino fact?
But who am I to question the moral foundation of her goals? After all, isn't it perfectly healthy and normal to wish that more fathers would encourage their daughters to not be ashamed of their bodies and sexuality? What? Isn't it perfectly healthy and normal to encourage impressionable young women to ask, what is bad about being a whore? Isn't she living proof that women can be anything they want to be? Well, you're a highly educated woman in an elite field of science, yet still feel the need to act like this.
I'm a real-life paleontologist.
Doesn't that kind of totally disprove your point? Call me cynical, but I don't think Dino Mommy really gives a shit about getting people into paleontology. And the inevitable absent parents law probably explains the clamour for attention. But her entire endeavour is seemingly based around getting Kuma-brained simps to empty their bank accounts for her OnlyFans. And I'm pretty sure, especially given her recent exposure, she's earning significantly more from OnlyFans than the average paleontology gig, which pays around $73k a year. Of course, just like Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips, the inevitable consequence of her virality will be to encourage an army of young women to start their own OnlyFans accounts.
Thanks, Mommy.
Ironically discouraging them from pursuing higher education and STEM jobs in favour of the soul-destroying grind of online prostitution, for which most young women will earn peanuts, given that even the top 1% of OnlyFans creators barely scrape the average wage, while the rest make next to nothing, yet have to live with the sad reality of their nudes being on the internet forever.
Thanks, Mommy.
And their ability to find a decent husband drastically diminished, because any normal man sees an OnlyFans history as one of the biggest red flags imaginable. Which way, PhD man?
Hi.
People keep asking me why I still look like I'm in my 20s. Alright, that's a bit of a stretch. 30s. Not bad for 43 though, eh? But no, it's not a filter. I'm not selling my soul to stay forever young. It's Tiege Hanley. I know progress that people still can't handle. The backlash as evidence that society hasn't progressed, that people still can't handle a woman who is both intellectual and sexual. But the irony is that the critics' reaction may stem from the opposite. They intuit too well that the world has fully progressed into a marketplace where sex is the universal solvent of attention. Their unease isn't with erotic empowerment per se, but with the realization that all expertise now circulates through the same libidal economy as beer ads and influencer merch. The paleontologist and the audience mirror each other in this late capitalist tableau. She sells intellect through desire. They resent the recognition that desire has become the only credible medium for intellect to be seen. What she reads as patriarchal resistance may actually be nihilistic acceptance. The sense that there is no longer any space, even for knowledge, outside the eroticized market. If only there were a cautionary tale as to what happens to women who prioritize girl boss feminist careerism and hedonistic promiscuity over finding a husband before they hit the wall and starting a family. Meet Kate Mulvaney. In her younger days, she embarked on a cavalcade of one-night stands, embraced feminism and refused to settle down and start a family because she wanted to focus on her career in journalism, thought the best way to attract a partner was to intellectually bully and hector men. After hitting 50, still refused to settle down and started pursuing younger men nearly half her age, whined about how kids should be banned from flights and restaurants because they're so annoying, but then in recent years began to wonder where all the manly men have gone, became friendless and lonely because all her friends had kids and she couldn't join in on their social activities. Regrets belittling men because she's ended up alone. Super lonely to the point of suffering skin hunger. Now says not having children is not only my biggest regret, it has broken me. And that like so many women of my generation, feminism has ruined my love life. Instead of empowering us, those
Yay, feminism, yay.
ideals of the second wave feminists made us believe marriage and domesticity were to be avoided like the plague, and that men were competition rather than partners. Now her dream of being married with two
Oh, look, everyone, we have somebody joined. It's probably that obsessed loser with all the different names. Snape Severus is there behind the scenes. Just give me a second. This should be good. I bet they're a great guest. I bet they're highly intelligent. Let's go with this here. Hello, Snape. You're on the show.
Why do you
Your audio sucks. You don't know how to say hello? What's wrong with
Hello,
you?
Steve. Why
What's wrong with you?
your recent esoteric videos
What's wrong with you?
literally
What's wrong with you? Your audio sucks. You're a loser. Is that what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Are you crying? Your audio's roboting. Are you a loser? Are you a loser? Hello, Septic. Septic Tank. Septic Tank? Are you a loser?
Yes, I'm a loser.
Are you an obsessed loser? All right, goodbye. Goodbye, loser. It's the obsessed loser. Yeah, he can't stay away. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. What a loser.
only my biggest regret, it has broken me. And that like so many women of my generation, now says not having children is not only my biggest regret, it has broken me. And that like so many women of my generation, feminism has ruined my love life. Instead of empowering us, those ideals of the second wave feminists made us believe marriage and domesticity were to be avoided like the plague. And that men were competition rather than partners. Now her dream of being married with 2 wonderful children and living in a house in the countryside is dead. Many such cases, 20th century feminism betrayed women, promised them fulfillment, empowerment and happiness, only to leave them broken, vacuous and alone. 21st century feminism is making exactly the same promises, only with the added incentive that they don't even need to pursue a conventional career, because far more lucrative awards are on offer if they just defile themselves on the internet. Hi! I wonder how these women are going to end up. If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit
Time travelers, double suns in the sky, and colliding worlds, these are real, parallel universes captured on camera that scientists can't explain. One of the strangest phenomena caught in camera is the double sun effect. Basically, people have filmed what looks like 2 suns in the sky, and while this could be an optical illusion, some people think there could be something else going on. That what we're actually seeing is a glimpse into a parallel universe or an alternate reality. Jim Kaller, an astronomer at the University of Illinois, explains that the double double sun is likely an optical refraction, but he calls it a, quote, pretty darn rare one, and admits that it's not fully explained by science, saying, I doubt it's been computer modeled. There must have been some blob of atmosphere somewhere that caused this truly spectacular phenomenon, which, in a sense, is a mirage, end quote. Now, typically mirages happen when particles in the air bend light, but they're usually vertically aligned with the light source, not side by side like this double sun effect sometimes is. Kaller thinks that it could be a thick patch of atmosphere moving in front of the sun. There's even a historical reference to this in a book called Light and Color in the Outdoors by Flemish astronomer Marcel Meniart. He describes double sun phenomena in such detail that it almost matches the modern sightings. He wrote, so many other instances have been reported that there is no longer any doubt about observations of sun and mock suns being at exactly the same altitude. But even with all this, experts still aren't sure what exactly causes this effect. Grant Perry, an atmospheric scientist, said, this is not a common optical phenomenon that we're seeing here. It's definitely one of those effects that leaves you wondering, could we be seeing something more than just an optical illusion? Imagine for a minute, if you will, that you've just died in a freak accident. Suddenly you open your eyes and an entity is standing over you explaining that you're dead, but has given you the opportunity to travel back in time to a universe running parallel to your own in order to save yourself from dying. Of course, what I've just outlined here is complete fantasy, but many people have watched this video here and conjured up similar ideas and stories. In this CCTV footage, we see two men walking down the street at night. Two men who look pretty similar, mind you, both wearing dark clothing, both around the same height, same male pattern baldness. Now the man trailing behind catches up to the dude in front and taps him on the shoulder just as a car passes, and then out of nowhere, this metal object swings out just in time for the guy to jump out of the way. If he hadn't received that warning tap on the shoulder, the thing would have plowed right into him. Now, there's a lot to unpack with this video. First of all, and what most people point out immediately about this video, is the fact that the guy who gives the warning tap seems to know what's about to happen. He doesn't look back and react like, oh god, we're about to be hit, I better warn this guy. No, he doesn't even seem concerned with his own safety at all. He just is always looking forward, taps the guy, totally calm, almost as if he's experienced this before. He also doesn't stick around, doesn't look at the guy directly, just taps him and then moves on, almost like he doesn't want to be seen. But why wouldn't he want the other guy to see his face? Why the hurry to get away? Well, the fun theory, of course, that started to spread online is that the dude who gave the tap is a time traveler, possibly even a future version of the dude who nearly got hit. Now, is this the only explanation? Well, of course not, but it's a fun idea, and I think there's enough strangeness about this video that it's not easy to chalk up to mere coincidence. Even if there's nothing extraordinary about this video, it's pretty miraculous how this man was mere inches from death. The multiverse theory may actually have some observational science evidence behind it. Scientists at the European Space Agency Planck Orbital Observatory have been studying something called CMB, or cosmic microwave background radiation. This radiation is left over from the early super hot stages of our universe. Now, back in 2010, a team from the UK, Canada, and the US discovered 4 strange circular patterns in the CMB. It's not clear
Do 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 do. All right. I'm gonna drop a link in the chat if you want to watch that whole video.
Women struggle with lust too. I know, say it louder for the people in the back. But I think this is one of the biggest misconceptions. Women struggle with lust too. I know, say it louder for the people in the back. But I think this is one of the biggest misconceptions in the church, that only men struggle with lust. Okay, and I know people are gonna see this video and there's gonna be people that judge me for it, and there's gonna be people that women struggle with lust too. I know, say it louder for the people in the back, but
I know they do. I know they do. Ladies love El Diablo. Of course I know women struggle with lust too. They fall in love with me. They can't help themselves. Obviously they struggle with lust. Look who's back. The same loser wants attention. He's obsessing over me. Go away, cockroach. Go away. You can't show your face. You use all sorts of names. Go away, cockroach. You're of this realm. You're a loser. You belong here. Creepy creatures trying to join again. What a fucking loser. What a creep. What an obsessed loser. That's what he is. Creepy creature. Go away, creep. You're not welcome here. Go away, creep. Go away, creep. Go away, creep. Go away, creep. Stay away, creep.
What do you think about the architecture of Obama's museum?
Stands out.
Everyone is freaking out over Donald Trump remodeling the east wing of the White House. Maybe they are afraid that it's going to turn out as ugly as Obama's library, which in this video we go and visit. That blob of concrete was so thick that my drone lost connection.
Oh, no, I lost connection.
Please make sure that you are subscribed. Let's get into this.
I'm here with Nick Sorter. You guys know him. Woo! Yeah.
Being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members, the police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
And at least that horrible night made you famous.
This is hideous. They've spent how many billions on this?
Oh my god.
I mean, it's a great representation of Obama's presidency, though.
It makes the new Cracker Barrel look good.
Right?
Is that like a stained glass window?
It's like a ghetto stained glass window, though. I don't know if you can zoom in on that.
It looks like a prison.
Still not done. He's been out of office for 10 years now, and we've just now gotten this like ugly behemoth. You're looking at it about $1 billion.
$1 billion for that? How much do you
What? Are you kidding? $1 billion for that pile of shit? God damn.
think it costs to build the beautiful, marvelous Trump Tower that you can see from miles away?
Significantly less, and it's much more beautiful. It's much more beautiful. I don't know who designed this, but they honestly, they need to be
fired. Get out of here.
How many people had to look at this and be like, yes, it's beautiful, it's perfect?
I'm not even being biased. That's one of the ugliest buildings I've ever seen.
Honestly, if you didn't even tell me it was his library, I'd still be like, what the hell is this monstrosity?
Seriously? Like, look at the window. Like, the placement of the windows, it doesn't make any sense.
I guarantee you Trump Tower didn't cost $1 billion to build. It's a lot more beautiful than this. There is bipartisan unity on this opinion. Nobody thinks this thing is beautiful. Try to find me one reasonable person that says that this thing is beautiful.
Some people consider that pretty, or the other building is prettier.
We need to start building things like this again, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, not whatever this is. They said that they wanted the building to the Obama library to, be timeless and not age badly, which I guess they won. They got that part right because it already looks bad. So it's not going to age badly. It's already bad.
Withstand an atomic bomb. I mean, it looks like they just put the concrete, like they haven't done anything with it yet.
Oh no, the facade on that building is pretty much finished. So that's what you're going to see. If you live in this neighborhood, that is going to be the centerpiece for your lives. You're gonna have to see this every single day.
Obama surely had a say in the design.
He's been awfully quiet on that recently.
$1 billion for what you guys just saw? How do you make sense of that?
You're building your ballroom right now. They're also building the Obama Presidential Library. I'm wondering if you've
He
seen...
needs help.
Have you seen pictures of the architecture? And
Yeah, I did. It's not too pretty. And he wanted only women and DEI to build it. That's what they got. They're hundreds of millions of dollars over budget, and I think it stopped.
Oh, was it only women and oh, Jesus Christ. No wonder it's a mess. Holy shit.
I'm reading these terrible stories.
In some way, shape, or form, probably taxpayer dollars found their way to this project.
What do you guys do every day on the job?
So we install showcasing. So see for all the artifacts and things like that.
Wow. How's it looking on the inside?
It's coming together.
Coming together.
What
so you guys had nothing to do with the outside design. Oh. Okay. All right.
So inside it's like a library. There's books.
Yeah. I think it's more than that. It's like
it's more of a museum.
Yeah, museum of like Obama's life and stuff like that. I believe we don't get to tell much about it. We're just, there to install showcases. That's
right. No, we've only been there for about 8 weeks.
People online are saying that the $300 million that is going to be used to renovate the White House, the 90,000 square feet ballroom, is going to be coming from taxpayers. And that is a lie, but maybe they believe that because that is what Obama did.
All right, guys, so we are in the air and we are looking at Obama's library, or lack thereof. So as you can see, this is a construction site. Got some circles on the ground. Maybe it'll be some flower beds. I'm not really sure what this is gonna be. Looks like a rooftop hangout area. So it looks like a mini golf course.
But nobody ever seemed to have any problem with that when he spent $376 million for a renovation funded by taxpayers.
All of the banging, the jackhammering, the dust, the confusion, the noise of all places to do construction is happening right here, the front lawn of the White House.
So when Obama does construction, they're so happy about it, and it's just going to be such a wonderful change, even though he has no experience in construction or real estate or anything for that matter. But when Donald Trump is renovating a small portion of the White House by private donors, they act like he is tearing the whole thing down. We have Microsoft, Coinbase, Palantir, Lockheed Martin, Amazon, and Google. That's massive. Also, look at these names. Makes me feel happy to know that it's not being funded by a foreign government. I just don't understand why America doesn't give credit where credit is due. I bet that this ballroom is going to be done before Obama's library.
Interesting design of concrete. Lots of trees that they're putting up as well. I'm not really sure I see anything that's worth $1 billion though. Like, I'm not seeing anything spectacular.
If you have ever seen a Trump Tower before, then this picture of remodeling should not scare you.
Gorgeous in here. Look at this. The skyline.
Coffee beans too.
I mean, I have to say, Trump's style is exquisite.
Because Obama was running the White House last time when Joe Biden was in office, big donors and such were just throwing cash at this project because they were hoping that Obama would help them out during the Biden years. I mean, it's this big now. Just imagine how big this monstrosity would be if Biden had another 4 years and they had more money to spend on this thing. Chicago has been spared by President Trump.
If it's a library, surely it's going to be filled with just the most egregious books.
It's going to be at the level of America hatred is probably what it's going to be. I'm going to call this now. There's going to be something in this library that acknowledges that it sits on stolen land. Watch, it's going to happen. A presidential library is going to happen.
It's not even smooth. It looks like it's been like scratched or...
It looks like a giant butt plug in the middle of Chicago. I'm just going to say
What do you think about Obama's library?
It looks pretty neat from the outside. I don't know anything more about it.
It looks like a tombstone.
What's wrong with the tombstone?
It's depressing.
Not to me, it's not. Nothing about that man is depressing.
I mean, look at this guy. He's so disappointed. What is this square even?
almost like modern brutalist architecture, which sort of falls in line with Obama. Like, why not build this? This is what I would want my library to look like. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
I can say, I guarantee you, President Trump's library is not going to look like
Is he gonna do the library?
Yes, and actually,
I want to live in it.
It's going to be in Florida, and ABC, their $16 million settlement that they had to make to President Trump goes to the library.
It looks like the workers live here. Go to the bathroom here.
Obama puts his, you know, I mean, they have all the Obama's illegals that he imported to work on the butt plug. They have to house them here so ICE won't touch them.
This is what $1 billion looks like in Obama's spending.
I feel like I'm just looking at a freaking ugly ass wall. it's worse on the other side. You thought this side was bad. I'm on the other side with the drone, and it looks worse.
I know, and it's sad because it's a great spot.
Yeah, I know, it's prime real estate.
You can see the Chicago River behind me. Nick was telling me that at one point the Border Patrol had some boats here, and the mayor and governor had a press conference, and you could see the Trump logo, which is probably
it's down below. It's on the
okay.
side, but it's down below.
Wow.
They were flanked by the big Trump logo in the background. It was beautiful.
This is...
All they did was make the operation look more badass.
Tonight, I'm going to be live in Portland on the Patreon. So
All right, everyone. So Obama sucks, of course. It looks like the ugliest building. Honestly, I think that might be the ugliest thing I've ever seen in terms of architecture, if you can call it architecture. Just, he has no fucking taste. He should stick with blowing Michael Obama. That's what he should stick with. He's just terrible. Ugly. I feel sorry for people in Chicago that have to look at that monstrosity. It's just ugly.
Okay, so if you ever astral projected, you probably seen energy forms, shadows, or felt a distant presence in your room that freaked you out and made you feel uncomfortable and scared once you wake up. But beside those entities, there are some...
Is this guy Russian or Baltic or what is this guy? This guy here. I don't like his accent. It sounds stupid. Okay. It sounds stupid.
Who can pose a real threat, entities that can hold your soul hostage or even infect your physical body with viruses. This type of astral entity I met recently that I never encountered before, and very few people are talking about them. Today I will share what happened when I crossed paths with one of them. Who are these 12-feet Nordic looking pale skin giants in the astral realm? Where did they come from and what are they doing here? Today's episode is based on my personal experience during the astral projection, supported by the similar reports and theories that are trying to explain the nature of these beings. For those seeing me for the first time, I'm Mark, and in 2022, during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I unexpectedly learned how to astral project. Since then, I've been practicing, documenting my experiences and sharing my findings with you. For those curious about how it happened, I left a link to the story in the description. Now, let's begin. After my outdoor experiment by summoning entities with help of an ancient Vedic ritual in September 2023 that yielded an unexpectedly successful result, trust me, I understand how extraordinary this sounds. I'm quite skeptical by nature and wouldn't claim something so unconventional unless I had experienced it firsthand. For those interested in learning more about this ritual, I created a comprehensive video detailing my experience. The link is also in the description, including precise instructions for anyone who wishes to verify its legitimacy through personal experimentation. Returning to my account. Following the ritual's success, I anticipated these entities would continue appearing in my astral projection sessions. Typically, astral entities tend to maintain contact with individuals they choose to appear to, sometimes becoming a persistent presence in one's life. Surprisingly, they didn't reappear in my dreams or astral projections, which was unusual. Instead, my subsequent projections followed familiar patterns. Encounters with recently deceased spirits, unconscious projections of sleepers, challenging lower astral entities, and occasional passive guides who prefer letting me learn through the experience, only intervene when communication with difficult lower entities escalated beyond my ability to manage. Despite this apparent normalcy in my practice, I suspected that such a significant ritual wouldn't pass without consequences, and its effects would eventually manifest. This wasn't merely intuition, it was anticipation of what researchers call the hitchhiker effect. This phenomenon occurs when individuals are followed by paranormal activity after visiting locations where such activity was previously documented. This effect is frequently associated with visitors who dare to step on the territory of the infamous Skinwalker Ranch in the United States. For context, Skinwalker Ranch is a 500-acre property in southeast Utah that is famous for enormous reports of paranormal and UFO-related phenomena. This effect is one of the reasons why the local Navajo people inhabiting lands surrounding the range prohibit their community members, especially children and women, from approaching or even looking towards the ranch, believing the land carries a curse which can be transferred to a person who entered the territory on which the ranch is located. I anticipated experiencing something similar and felt considerable anxiety about it. I even found myself engaging in internal dialogues about why these entities shouldn't contact me again. This behavior stemmed from their imposing appearance and my fear of encountering them in my room immediately after separating from my body during my astral projection, on top of not being able to understand.
Obama loves wieners. Obama loves wieners. Michael is getting jealous, looking on. Michael's jealous. Obama loves to eat. Look at him. He loves to eat wieners. Look at him sucking that down. My goodness. Michael's looking on, getting jealous. Michael's jealous. I took a screenshot of this at Landry's. He's been talking about me putting me in his little polls. Landry. Look at him. Does anyone have any respect for Landry? How could he be respected by anyone? Is that even possible? Best brain rot. Landry is such a fucking zombie, degenerate loser. You know, his father hit and killed a kid. And he has the audacity to come on here, talk about other people. He's from a piece of shit bloodline. His father killed a kid, hit and run, drove over a child and drove away, went back and saw the child dying and left the scene. Okay? This needs to be talked about more because he's such a piece of shit. Like father, like son. He's from shit and he is shit. He's a demon. Here he is. He's a coward. Like father, like son. Take a good look, everyone. Take a good look at what's on the screen. That's Landry's father, arrested for killing a 6-year-old girl and drove away, left her dying in the street. Landry tries to pretend he's not a piece of shit, but he is. He's just like his daddy. He looks like his daddy. That's you in 20 years, Landry. Take a good look at your screen. Take a good look. 2 demons, like father, like son. 2 demons.
Patty cake, baker's man. Bake me a girl as fast as you can. Put her in the oven and put it on 300 and I'm here.
Understand their capability or intentions. Fortunately, for near a year, I observed no unusual activity beyond what I had grown accustomed to experiencing in the astral realm. But in March 2024, something changed. New types of beings began appearing in my practice, marked by frequent unexpected appearances, limitations of my will, alternation of my intentions, and what I can only describe as instance of being taken without consent. Please note that what follows represent just one case, the first in the
Inshallah, we will send them home. This little municipality took more people from Iraq than the whole of USA.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
She pointed at me and said,
pointed at us and said, "Go far into the."
"Oh,
You know what's happened today?
what happened?"
Kim Kardashian, she have a car accident.
Kim Kardashian had a car accident.
Yeah.
Stockholm, once one of Europe's safest and most admired cities, but that reputation is fading fast. Years of mass migration have left deep marks on Sweden's capital, with rising crime, cultural tensions, and entire districts now cut off from the rest of the city. Places like Rinkeby and Tensta have become symbols of segregation and failed integration, far removed from the image Sweden projects to the world. In this video, we're taking you inside the parts of Stockholm most people will never go to show the reality behind the headlines.
Hello everybody and welcome to Stockholm, Sweden. Welcome to Sweden. It's our very first time ever being here. It's our first time ever being this far north actually in the globe. It's cold, it's expensive, but today we're going to be showing you the reality of Stockholm, the reality of Sweden in 2025. Welcome to Stockholm Central Station, and today we're going to be exploring Stockholm together.
Our very first conversation in Stockholm, believe it or not, was with an Eritrean Christian preacher in a church in the center of Stockholm. He has literally just arrived into Sweden in the last month, spreading the word of the gospel.
I'm coming from South Africa.
From where?
South Africa.
South Africa. Ah, nice.
Because I'm preacher.
All of these books.
Arabic.
Arabic.
You know Arabic.
And subtitles in French and English.
Will be saved to Jesus.
Yes.
My dream.
Yes.
No, but when he talking, Jesus by dream.
Is there many Muslim here in Stockholm? Uh-huh. A lot. A lot.
How long have you been in Sweden?
Wow.
Arabic.
Wow. Beautiful.
You like Sweden?
No.
No.
Materialism.
Oh. You think
Materialism. Yeah, yes.
When he's Michael Jackson, he's coming, all people will come.
Oh.
When preach the gospel.
You think Swedish people are very worldly instead of...
Yeah, because this age, when the Bible was written, the last day, people do not listen to the word of God.
Yes.
Because
Ignorance, yes. They
ignorant.
care more about the big house, big car.
Philosophy, so.
Yes.
What is this one?
That from Somalia.
Somalia.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that you do.
Yeah, so
putting all of the books is very nice.
Amazing.
Somali is Muslim
Majority.
Difficult for a Christian in Somalia.
Christian.
No?
Yeah.
Eritrea, Christian, and Muslim.
Yeah, mix.
Yeah.
How is the situation in Eritrea for Christians?
Dictator,
okay?
no.
Or dictatorship?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, very strong dictator.
Is that why you came to Sweden? Or?
I'm coming from Sudan.
Sudan. Yeah.
After Sudan, I served before I'm 16 until 23 years I'm a drug.
Oh, you were.
Yes.
Oh, he was a drug addict. Oh, what a surprise. Drug addicts. They're importing drug addicts.
Drug addict.
Yeah.
Jesus
saved you.
Jesus saved.
Oh, Jesus saved him. Jesus.
30 years I preached the gospel.
Around the
say, Woody, help me out, because I don't need to, because that's right here in the heart. And
it's redundant, right?
You know what I'm saying? I don't need to spread that shit.
And Paul's definitely helped me, and I hope whether you admit it or not, I think, and I want to say, whether he believes it or not, I think there's moments in time where he thinks that a lot of us may have helped him. Because I do believe he did. But I also get the presentation shit really rubs a lot of people wrong. I get it. But I also get his frustrations. I understand. I understand where his frustrations come from 1,000,000%.
It snaps. It's funny, like Landry stream sniping us, watching right now. I should play his dad killing that black girl.
Yeah, and that's
Wait,
another
wait,
thing.
what the fuck?
Wait. Killing.
Oh, excuse me. I mean, deleted.
No, well, let's just say
What
the
the
little black girl
fuck,
died. That's
man?
another thing. The guy comes to our community,
Can you
and
pause it real quick? I just want to say something, right? So you thought that I was doing this live, Gabe? You thought this was a live stream? That was just, I was not doing a sort of. Did you have no concept of the fact that that would not be played on my stream?
I'm not talking to you, killer. I don't know why you keep talking to me. Is it your destiny to talk to me?
No, if you play it some more, I think that even says, "Oh, since he's playing the live stream."
Rest in peace, Destiny. Right.
Yeah. What do you think that she would feel about this? Right? Do you think that she would appreciate the way that you treat it like sort of a weapon?
Name?
Yes, that was her name.
Now, do you think that that's like a sort of an honorable thing to do as a man?
Do you even feel remorse for I've never heard you mention that.
Here we go.
before,
All right, now here we go. He's taking this approach again. We've already been there. We've been there, done that.
I've never heard you mention.
Hitler Mustache Landry. Does he care about the girl that his daddy killed? Does he care about her? Hitler Mustache Landry. He likes to attack people, but he doesn't like when people bring up that he's scum and his father's scum. He doesn't like that.
It's an honorable thing to do. What you're doing right now. Do you think it's honorable? You're talking to me. Are you talking to me now? So this is what it took for you to talk to me. This is how you feel about a situation that's tragic. You want to use it as a sort of whatever you're trying to as a weapon, right?
I think you need to just chill.
I thought we weren't talking.
Why are you sharing this? Obviously, you act like you don't want to share it.
Talking, Gabe. What's going on here? I thought we were talking.
We're talking. I mean, we're not really talking, killer. I'm just saying killer all the time. You seem to not be able to handle it.
Well, because you're telling me that I'm a killer, again. Then that's say it again. Inward PC.
Oh yeah, you know what I said.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, I'm back.
Thank you for coming back. We needed you here to say the
Cynthia will be here in 15 minutes.
So it's okay if that guy says N-word PC, but not me. I understand. Different rules, different people with Landry. Of course. It makes sense.
Tell me about my secret life on YouTube.
Oh shit.
So that's interesting. Not really. Be left alone on panel.
Right. Yeah. You only like to leave people alone on panel.
Yeah. And fall asleep and, all that.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Meow. Was that kitty cat? Kitty cat?
That was. He said, I'm doing good.
That was Kitty.
Cool.
Good to see you, Arctic Timberwolf. Is there anything that you want to... I'm sounding like a panel host. Is there anything that you want to talk about?
Not in particular.
Okay, very good. Wait, we have someone else here. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel.
Noel?
Jesus, take the dolphin.
Oh, shit. King Stephen. Dolphin Jesus.
That's all I wanted to do was do that on there. That's all I wanted to do. I got what I wanted to say in, and I left their shit show. I got in what I wanted to say, and I left.
Really, Landry? I mean,
no, I know it's not interesting. I'm just it wasn't interesting enough for my panel. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, it's definitely nothing new. You're going through what so many people have gone through, right?
With what? With the father?
The panel verse. I'm talking about the panel verse. What do you mean?
Are these your words, DJM?
Yeah. What do you mean?
I'm just asking.
What do you mean the father? What?
My father, right? That's been done before, been done to death.
Your father?
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
I'm confused. Okay, because the father thing, that's a little, no, I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't talking about your dad thing. Okay, we don't want to bring that up. Nobody should bring up family, and I agree.
Yeah, that's a good
Is that
point.
what you're talking about? You know, I went to the laundry room and I was listening, but now I'm back, and here we go.
Well, I'm glad you're back.
Thank you. What else can we talk about?
Cancer.
Chris? Oh, good. We have Arctic Timberwolf here. He never leaves me alone. Ever.
Hey.
Shout out to Arctic Timberwolf and Andy. Andy never leaves me alone either. I don't like to be left alone on panel.
Right.
Yeah.
You only like to leave people alone on panel.
Yeah. And fall asleep and, you know, all that.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Meow. Was that kitty cat? Kitty cat?
That was. He said, "I'm doing good."
That was Kitty.
Cool.
Good to see you, Arctic Timberwolf. Is there anything that you want to? I'm sounding like a panel host. Is there anything that you want to talk about?
Not in particular.
Okay, very good. Wait, we have someone else here. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel.
Noel?
Jesus, take the dolphin.
Oh shit, King Steven. Dolphin Jesus. That was cool.
What in the
So
hell?
fucking weird. Thank you for blessing us.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He's certifiable. You guys don't believe me. I mean, maybe you do. He's a fucking nutcase.
He's a strange man.
But he's sealed into this community. Did you guys know that? Unfortunately, we have to deal with him.
True.
All right, let me see if this works.
Hey man, that was solid, Landry. I really like the AI video you did. I had me busting my ass off earlier, man.
Yeah, that was all I really
Cool
wanted to do.
Hank and all.
Right.
Very
Can
funny.
you share? Can you share with us what you're laughing about?
Me again?
It was just shared earlier.
Oh, that's what you're laughing about? Okay.
Yeah, the distorted proportions.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Landry, did you do a video of me or I was just in a text?
You were in the video. I don't know why you didn't make the final cut. My bad. I'll go back and fix
I
it.
want to see the video. Someone said I was
Oh
dancing.
my goodness.
Chris, go to bed. If you were dancing in a video, you'd want to see it too.
You just made Landry leave.
Landry,
scared him
I didn't
off.
make him leave.
Yeah, you scared him off.
He made it. That little
Way to
fuck.
go.
He
Way to go,
did.
DJM.
He pulled a me.
I think he was insulted because you didn't even notice his new AI video earlier that had you in it from our poll.
I was watching Tommy's. Okay, he should get over it.
And we were watching his from Tommy's.
Well, I looked away for a second. You think I watch every second of Tommy's lives? No, I have
Yes.
shit to do. I miss
Yes.
shit.
Shame on you.
I think you do.
That's why he gets mad and everybody. I miss shit. Okay, and I rely on you guys to give me the information. That's why I have a lot of questions. Okay, I have to look away every once in a while and deal with shit.
Like laundry.
Right.
Laundry and family and husband and kids.
Mango trees.
Mango tree. God. Hopefully, did you guys see we have a giant hurricane heading towards Florida?
No.
Are you going to be safe?
We'll be good. I don't think they Who knows with whatever they project?
Boring demons. They speak so slowly. They're just sickening, disgusting. Disgusting ass demons. They're a bunch of losers. They're losers. Creepy creatures. I'm going to shift gears. Let's see what's on over here. NDE Blissfield. Love Tsunami. Otherworldly Embrace. Love Bomb. Intoxicating Drug. Look at this. Special thanks to Mark from Forever Conman Research Channel.
Are you going to talk about me again? With my great big nose, my big nose, my tiny little hat. I love those shekels, guys. Friends, I love those shekels. I love them. I love them. I love them.
Looks like he didn't respond to El Diablo. Maybe he has El Diablo hidden in his comments. Probably hid me on his channel. Look at this. Do you think he has me hidden? Do you think he's a coward like the rest of them are? Do you think this guy's a coward that runs this channel, NDE Research Project? Do you think he's a coward?
It was a rip that opened up into this brilliant, ultra-real valley. And I remember ascending up into this valley, up into this brilliant greenery, lush with life, absolutely fertile. And I had no body awareness, but I was moving up through it because I was a speck on a butterfly wing. Now, this was not a butterfly like some entomologist here on Earth can give you genus and species. This was the real deal. And butterflies in that realm, just like we often have dragonflies, butterflies, and hummingbirds that are messengers from that realm, from souls of the departed loved ones. And there are thousands of stories out there. I'm sure there's some in this room about that very phenomenon. But in that realm, butterflies are far more powerful and amazing than they are in this realm. And I was a speck of awareness, and it turns out on this wing of this butterfly, this was one of millions of butterflies, and they were looping and swirling in this beautiful river of love and color and life beyond description. And I remember how we would dip down and go through that lush greenery, and there would be flowers and blossoms, buds on trees that would open up even as we flew by. I remember the rich textures and colors beyond the rainbow, and so beautiful. And in that beautiful valley, as we would come up and ascend above all that greenery, I could see that there were hundreds of souls dancing. And when I wrote it all up weeks later, as I came back to this world and was trying to record the whole experience, I described them as being dressed in peasant garb, very simple clothing, yet beautiful colors, and tremendous joy and merriment. And there were lots of children playing and dogs jumping, and it was just a wonderful festival. And it was all being fueled because up above, in the velvety black skies above, were pure spiritual beings, orbs of golden light, swooping and swirling in formation, leaving sparkling golden trails, emanating these hymns, chants, anthems, powerful like a tsunami wave, crescendo after crescendo after crescendo of the most beautiful music, waves washing through me. And that's what was fueling this incredible joy and mirth going on in this Gateway Valley, as I came to call it.
Infinite, no end. So powerful and so absorbing. Wave after wave after wave.
And I became a light blue globe or orb of consciousness. I became this light blue ball, essentially. And I was facing a golden light. And this golden light is, people describe this love, and I use my own analogy to try to describe what it was like, and the closest thing I can come up with is all the love that ever was and all the love that ever will be for all eternity is being poured onto you in a single moment.
This is like no worldly or earthly love. This is like the love of the divine. It was so unconditional and so peaceful. And I'm just sitting there being like washed away in this flood of love.
Everything disappeared. It was like I had no body and there was a separation. There was a sense of self in it. But I felt like I was in a warm bath of love.
All I got instead was this, I'll call it a wave of unconditional love.
And we can literally feel a conscious love coming from everything in heaven, from the grass, the trees, the flowers, the water. You literally feel loved just existing near this. And you feel so loved. And I didn't feel worthy of that love. I had a lot of weaknesses, I still do. But I didn't feel worthy, but yet it was still poured upon me. Despite my worth or value, it was just poured upon me through amazing grace and love from God, the Creator.
When I looked up, this is the incredible thing. When I looked up, it was as if the sun that you see in the sky was in my room. And all of a sudden, this like wave of love, it just covered me. Like when you're in the ocean and the waves come and it's too high and it just covers you. Except imagine that love, that's love.
There wasn't really any goodbyes or anything, but I felt one last I love you from all those lights. And I say I love you, but I mean I felt a hug, a massive tsunami of I love yous. And then boom, I was back above my body, and they're performing brain surgery. And all those good feelings that I felt where I was are just gone instantly again when I'm above my body. Like whatever realm or whatever you want to call it that I was in above the ambulance and above my body watching surgery is the worst realm ever. It's whatever you want to call it, I don't know, but it was horrible, but I watched that.
So we were there, and there was this river there. And Bob told me that the river is a place where you go in and the water makes you forget.
And then all of a sudden, at the doorway beside my daughter, this tunnel, like it was about a foot off the ground, it was perfectly round, it filled the doorway, it went up almost to the ceiling. It was like this ring, and there was like a 6-inch band around the ring, and it was like a flowing, almost like a liquid, like coming out of the tunnel and turning itself, like it was coming out and like it was keeping the tunnel open. And as I looked at it, and as I looked, I could kind of see down, and it was like a wispy kind of white, kind of slowly turning, but at times, but I could see like through it at times, or I could see the wood paneling. And I looked way down it, and way up at the corner, I could see like a little white light, and I was dumbfounded. I was like, I was going to point to it and tell my wife, like, do you see that? But before I could even do that, something popped. I felt like a pop. And right in front of my eyes, and I don't know what to call this. I call it a shard. but it was like this triangle thing like this. And it was right in front of me and it was rotating. It was paper thin. It looked solid and it was reddish. It was like a rusty looking, but I could kind of see through it. And it was turning like this. And all of a sudden it shot towards the tunnel. And I looked at the tunnel and and then there was like 20 or 30 of these things. And I assume they all came from me, these shards, and they all stopped at the tunnel all at the same time, at the same distance, and they all hesitated for a second, and they're all at different angles, and then boom, they went into the tunnel all at once. The moment it went into the tunnel, I was like hooked up to this tunnel. I could feel this tunnel with every fiber of my body, every nerve, every cell was reacting to this, and that's not all. There was like I could feel there's something inside this tunnel. There's something in there. I don't know what, I couldn't see it. I don't know what it was, but I could feel it, man. And it was doing something with those things, those shards or whatever.
Were you outside of your body at that point?
No, I was still in my body. There's that one point of this. I do go outside my body, but not yet. I'm still sitting there at the edge of the bed. My wife looks frozen. My daughter looks frozen. I'm looking at this tunnel, and I can feel there's something inside, and it's doing something with those things that came out of me. And basically, it's basically, this is what I feel. It doesn't care who I am, what I am, if I'm male or female, what I did for a living, how much money I have in the bank, anything like that. All it cares about is, oh, this guy is human. I'm downloading all the information. It's my whole life. Everything is there. Every breath I took, every meal, every word I've spoken, it's downloading everything. And I'm just like I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm just in shock. And then it gets to like where all my emotions are. I can feel it. It's very interested, especially my negative emotions, my guilt, my shame, and not just that, but the good emotions. And it's super interested in that. And I don't know why, but man, it feels like I can feel it. It's almost like it's swimming through these emotions, man. It's so interested. Like where all my emotions are. I can feel it. It's very interested, especially my negative emotions, my guilt, my shame. And not just that, but the good emotions. And then it's super interested in that. And I don't know why, but man, it feels like I can feel it. It's almost like it's swimming through these emotions, man. It's so interested. And then all of a sudden, everything just goes really quiet in that tunnel. And I can feel something building up. And I can feel it, and it's coming towards me, man. And all of a sudden, it bursts out of this tunnel, and immediately I am encircled in just a bubble of positive emotion. Just every positive, every good emotion that you could imagine, amplified by 1,000. I'm just, oh man, I to this day, I'm getting goosebumps right now thinking of that feeling. And what's coming out of the tunnel is, I can't see it, but it's like, it feels like it's just like an avalanche of water just flowing over me, and I'm encased in this bubble of just goodness. And it looks like transparent, clear electricity, and it's just flowing out. And then the room everything became very still, and the room kind of darkened, and my daughter was no longer standing there, and my wife was no longer standing beside me. In my perception, I was still sitting on the bed. I was still in the bedroom, but there's something in the room with me, and it kind of scared me. because I kind of looked to my left and I got a glimpse of something spinning, and I really started getting scared. And the spinning continued, and as I looked over to my left, it was like
Gonna pause it here for a moment. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I want to share something with you right here. Right here. I think I found the right screenshot. Here it is. I posted this a few minutes ago tonight. I tagged NDE Research Project, as you can see. Hey, do you have me hidden on your channel? How about you come on my channel live for a chat about NDEs, the quote afterlife? You're a truth seeker, aren't you? And I'm using kind of chaotic sentence structure and bad punctuation in a sense on purpose, not capitalizing the start of certain sentences, etc. Or are you part of Mark's shill group? Let me know. Cheers. That's on my community page. For the people that haven't paid attention for months or years, here I have tagged many, many channels over the years. From Darius J. Wright, he's been tagged many times, invited. Erica Dubé, Mark Devlin, you name it, channel after channel. Howdy McCoskey, Tony Sayers, Humpty Dumpty, aka Matt McKinley, you name it. Tons and tons of channels have been invited here. That Archaics channel character was invited here to talk and was too much of a coward for years. I had to show up on his show. They're invited and invited and invited on YouTube and in emails. And YouTube is full of cowards. Some of you need to learn this. Some of you don't even realize how that affects you. You're like, well, how does this affect me? I don't know these people anyways. Well, a lot of you have been watching garbage for years, putting your faith and trust in absolute cowards and truth dodgers, and you've been believing them to be truthers or truth speakers. They're shills. They're cowards. You need to get this through your heads so that you understand where you are, not just on YouTube, but how this place works. And a lot of you don't understand how this place works. And that's going to bite you in the ass one day if you don't smarten up and start learning how it works.
almost like a door sliding open, except it was curved, like a corner shower door, you know, those plastic ones that are curved and they open. And it opened and there was like this white static calming, soothing light coming out. But I was just hit with this wall of intelligence, man. Just it gobsmacked me, man. It was just the intelligence was just washing over me. And I was trying to figure out like how intelligent, like I've never encountered anything like that. And the intelligence was, I think it was like I was trying to put a number on it. Like, is the IQ like 500, 1,000, 10,000? I think it was unlimited. And that one after, and I thought about it, but at the time I was like, holy smokes, what the hell is this?
It isn't comforting, but could the massive intelligence be a deception, another illusion? That's what I suspect. The main weapon it has is deception. The love bombs are probably frequency weapons of some sort that behave like a drug for spirits.
The strongest feeling I had there was this feeling, and when I say unconditional love, I mean, it's not the same. I know what unconditional love is here. I have children. I love them unconditionally. I know what that is. This was on a totally different level. This just, it doesn't exist here.
And so the love felt like I was the last newborn child to be born that's ever lived or ever will live again in the entire history of the universe, being hugged, loved, cradled, and cherished by every mother that had ever lived before that. Imagine what that must be like. You mothers in here know what that felt like when you held your first baby for the first time. Imagine on the scale I just told you, and then realize that is nowhere near good enough to explain what happened. It was trillions and trillions of times infinitely more special than that. And I had no idea that I was that loved. And I know it's the same for each and every one of you. That's the unconditional love that was flooding through me. And if the light, I know this.
The love bomb. The love bomb. The love bomb.
That God was a being of light, pure consciousness. I don't know how to explain it all. I was just there trying to understand the power of everything that was going on.
It's like I closed my eyes again and I opened them and I wasn't in the garden anymore. I wasn't back in my body, but I was in this light-filled, I call it a waiting room, but it didn't have walls or anything like that. It was just this almost no sensory, but continuous. It's like a warm hug, this really warm, like God's energy.
And I'm going, who are you? And there was this pause. And then the answer came. And he said, I am Archangel Gabriel. And
who are you? And then he told me I'm Archangel Gabriel. And I believed him, of course.
I just burst into tears. And like even now, talking about it, pause, and then pause, pause, pause. And then the answer came. And he said, I am Archangel Gabriel. And I just burst into tears. And like even now, talking about it, I felt.
It was the most powerful feeling. It's all about feelings. It was so phony, but it felt so good. What's fake feels the best to most humans. What's real and authentic doesn't stir the emotions of humans. It has to be fake. Then it feels so good. If it's fake, it feels so good. If it's phony, it makes women cry if it's phony. But if it's real, if somebody's speaking real truth, they don't care about it. It has to be phony. Has to be some alien pulling a deception. Then it stirs them so much.
Oh, like I was in the presence of unconditional love. And like even now, talking about it, it was
fake as fuck. And I felt so good. I was in the presence of unconditional love because it was so phony and fake. That's why it felt so good. It felt so good. So good. It's what I was always craving, something so fake. I believed what it told me. It said it was the Archangel Gabriel. It was Gabriel. And others meet the Archangel Michael. And others meet Metatron. And some meet 150-foot tall Jesus with brown eyes, and others meet a 6 feet tall long-haired, blue-eyed Jesus. It's okay. It's all fake, and I'll never investigate this stuff. I'll just go by my feelings. They've never misled me. It's just, I'm sorry, lady, but you got duped completely. And if a man like me came along and started trying to get you to question it, you'd be angry with me. You're not angry with the ones that duped you and deceive you. No, you wouldn't be angry with evil. They're the good guys in your mind. Because like most humans, you're warped. You have everything inverted, ass backwards, exactly the way this demonic realm wants you to be. You are the perfect slave. Bless you. Bless your heart. You millions of you don't listen to me. Men like me that come here in this fucked up realm and speak the truth and see truly. You don't want that. You want what's phony, don't you?
I felt.
Put your hand over your heart. I felt like grabbing one of my boobs. I felt this phony love bomb that just felt amazing. This phony love bomb felt so amazing. It was so fake that it must be real. It was so glorious. And I got the full-on love bomb. And they shoved a love dildo up my butt. And it felt so good, this lady saying. It felt so good that I had to hold one of my boobies. I'm sorry for you, lady, but you got completely duped. And there's no way to convince you of what happened because you're going by feeling alone, the way it felt. It's like they have one sense, feeling. If it feels good, it must be true in their mind. If it feels good and strong, it must be true. Have you ever heard of a frequency weapon? An energy weapon that can make you feel all sorts of things? Maybe they have something like that for your spirit. It's just something to consider, you genius humans that never want to consider, maybe I was fooled. Do you ever consider that?
Like I was in the presence of unconditional love. And like even now, talking about it, it was.
Such pretty teeth. Oh my goodness. But no brains. Just all emotion. They can guide you in any direction, lead you around by your emotions like you're on a leash. And they can lead you around this way and that way by your emotions. Because you don't want to question anything. You just feel and believe. You feel and believe. How can I help you? I don't know of a way to help you because you don't think.
And like even now, talking about it, it was. I felt like I was in the presence of unconditional love. And I was being held.
That's when God showed up. And those golden clouds.
That's when God showed up. What? They sound like children. They sound like children that had like just a little fairy tale movie or something. That's when God showed up. Well, how do you know it was God, first of all? How do you know it was God? What are you talking about?
Clouds that were in front of me that I was in. From the corner.
Did God show up on his bicycle? Was it homeless Jesus that showed up? Who showed up? And you're like, that's when God showed up. I mean, God showed up. What do you mean? Pardon me, but what do you mean that's when God showed up? What God are you talking about? What God showed up? I'm just curious. This man said that's when God showed up. He has me wondering, what God showed up? Did God show up on his bicycle? Here's God. He showed up. Jesus of Bethlehem showed up on his tweaker bicycle that he's trying to fucking put together out of stolen bicycle parts. This is what showed up. Is this what showed up on a bicycle? Like Illumitami or Jesus of Bethlehem showed up? What showed up? You said God showed up. I mean, what are you talking about? Some being showed up when you're out of body, and you just assume, well, it must be God.
God showed up. And those golden clouds that were in front of
Love. And I was being held.
that's when God showed up. And those golden clouds that were in front of me, God showed up. And those golden clouds that were in front, that's when God showed up. And those golden clouds that were in front of me that I was in, from the corner of my sight, bottom right-hand corner, it started getting brighter and brighter rapidly. And this
I gotta pause
intense
this.
white light.
Oh my goodness! Rolled in on a cloud of meth. Oh, that's the best one of the night, I think. Rolled in on a cloud of meth. Oh, that's perfect. Jesus of Bethlehem rolled in on a cloud of meth. That's when God showed up on his tweaker bicycle. On a cloud of meth, he showed up and said, I'm God. I'm God. Worship me, bitch. He said, I'm God. Worship me, bitch. Worship me. Who else would I be? Of course I'm God. It couldn't be anything else. There's no other explanation, right? These are geniuses. That's why I titled this live stream. Humans like this are absolutely genius, aren't they?
It just enveloped me, just came on like a rush and enveloped me.
Like a rush of meth. Just came on like a rush of meth.
Made all the clouds disappear and go away. And then I was in white again. But this white was different. It was intense love, radiant love. And it pierced every part of my being.
It pierced his butthole. He said it pierced every part of his being. Even his butthole got pierced by that. Jesus of Bethlehem showed up, rolled in, as Salty said, on a cloud of meth, and he just overtook this man. He gave him the gayest namaste hug ever and said, I'm God. I'm God, bitch. Who else would I be? Come on, my nigga. I'm God.
And it was like the most beautiful feeling of love and like embracement love. It was incredible. And I was like, wow. And at that point, that powerful love, I knew it was God. It had to be creator and God. And
that's the part that's why I have to make jokes, because they'll say stupid shit like it had to be God, it had to be the creator. How the fuck would you know, dummy? How would you know? You don't know anything in this realm, you dumbass. You don't even know how this place works. How the fuck would you? You don't even know that when you line up to vote, you're getting fucking duped. I mean, you don't know anything. Most of you humans don't know anything about where you are. You just go to church and pray. You get down on your knees. Oh, fuck.
that powerful love, I knew it was God. It had to be creator and God. And
So this staticky screen says, and I invited this guy to my show, by the way. I read that. I showed you. I tagged him. NDE Research Project. I'm going to ask the chat right now. Do you think NDE Research Project guy will show up here live as invited? What do you think? He wrote, but what if it wasn't a benevolent entity, but instead one that can send an energy beam of love frequency? Good question. Reasonable question. I'll give him credit. And I've said before, I think, and I said this many years ago, before I even had the Sanity Machine channel, I said it on other live streams. I think they leech our love, store it in a battery, and use some of it against us. They store up our love, our true love, and they use it, they weaponize it against us. Yeah, I don't think he'll show up either. I think he'd rather go blow Mark from Forever Conman channel, Forever Conman Research.
Are you gonna talk about me again? Friends, I hope you find yourselves well.
He'd rather go over there and give BJ's to that nasally grifter, because I think he'd be afraid to show up here.
Started going towards a light. And that light was the most
Grab him by the coochie chakra. Grab him by the coochie chakra.
brilliant light, multiplied thousands of times stronger than what the sun was. And I was being...
So this woman looks to be, I don't know, late 50s, maybe 60 something. She speaks like a child. It's like their consciousness is at a child's level. Arrested development on steroids. It almost always seems to be the case with these people, if you want to call them people.
Light was the most brilliant light, multiplied thousands of times stronger than what the sun was. And I was being pulled.
If you closed your eyes, she sounds like maybe a 5 or 7-year-old girl. She doesn't sound like a grown woman. The way that they are, it's just like children in old adult bodies. Look at her face. She doesn't seem like a grown woman. There's something wrong with these creatures.
Light. And that light was the most brilliant light, multiplied thousands of times stronger than what the sun was. And I was being pulled towards that. And I kept going and kept going and kept going. And the closer I got,
I wish it's just like a little child. Like the closer I got, it just sounds like a little girl going to a playground or something. They just never develop. They never mature. They have no discernment, but it's beyond no discernment. They just don't mature in any which way. It's so weird to me. Maybe she needs 1,000,000 more lifetimes here.
the more intense the feeling of love that was possessing me. It was pushing in on me. It was almost suffocating me. It was so tight.
All of a sudden, I was in a different place.
That sounds so loving. It's almost suffocating her. It was having kinky sex with her and choking her out. I'm sorry, but she's like, it's almost suffocating. What the hell? I can only laugh at this shit. These beings are just like morons that never grew up, and they almost always have money and easy lives here. And it's beyond money. Like they don't go through a lot, it seems like, in this place. And most people will defend them and say, everybody goes through a lot here. Everybody this, we all. And it's like, no, we don't. Some of these beings don't have hardships in this life. And it's impossible to relate to them. I was more mature than this at 5 years old. So I don't know what happened to them. And I don't know what they are exactly, other than spiritually, they're very different from me. I wonder how different their spirit looks. If their spirit was out of body compared to me, it must look like extremely different. Whatever these things are.
I was in the beautiful, beautiful light that is hard to even describe because we just don't have the words. You can't describe a sunset or a rainbow. We don't have.
It was so beautiful, and I can't even imagine there being a nefarious motive or deception. because I can't see them in this realm. I can't see how many millions of deceptions there are daily in this place. So I can't even imagine that light being a deception. Fuck.
The words that describe love.
It's like they're spiritually retarded.
That was the kind of light that I saw, and it just embraced me, and it was so peaceful.
More, a million times more. And I sometimes compare it to if you're lying on the beach in the sun and you can feel it all over your body, the warmth of it. But this was a kind of a metaphysical equivalent of just joy and happiness filling my entire being. And I began to sense that I was being held by a parent figure, like a being. And I began to sense that I was being held by a parent figure, like a baby. I was being held like that. And the parent was pouring in, "You are so loved. You are so loved."
It almost felt as if everything went away and then I became part of everything. I was part of that. I was part of everything out there. My son had melded into me. I had melded in to what I call God, and we had literally became one. And then just all this knowledge, truth, comprehension, everything came flowing through me in a way where it was very, very intimate. It was very, very personal. I didn't see the future. I didn't see, the creation of the world. What I experienced was my life and what had happened in my life.
There was absolutely no fear or apprehension. From the moment I popped out of my body, going down the tunnel into the sphere and then into the light again, there was a feeling of overwhelming, unconditional love. I felt so loved by everything and everyone that I've struggled for over 50 years now trying to find the right words in the English language to explain the level and depth of love that I was consumed with. And there are none. It's not like, oh, it was really a great feeling of love or a lesser feeling of love. There are no adjectives to describe the unconditional love that I felt because it was all encompassing. My vibrations, my body vibrations, my soul vibrations, the Andy vibrations blended in with the unconditional love and the light, and we became one.
Farther away from me was a pinprick of light. And this pinprick of light, I somehow recognized, but I didn't know how. And as it got closer, or did it get bigger, I'm not sure, let's say that it got closer, it paralleled an understanding that was washing over me. Or it was almost like, I refer to it now as the release of this earthly amnesia that we have, where we don't remember what life and existence was before birth. And all of that was starting to fall away. As it got closer and as it got closer, it resonated this beyond love, beyond compassion. I sometimes compare it to a grandfatherly love. Just, there was nothing I could have done wrong. It was just all loving, all loving. And I realized that I had a choice to be assimilated by that. But I stayed back somewhat, and I don't want to say that it talked to me. It's almost like it was a download of information.
It was just this overwhelming, unconditional love that it's so overwhelming that you can't really, I don't even know what to compare it to, because the love is so submerging on all, like every cell in your body level. It's like you are love. It's like you're part of it. We are love. We've just forgotten.
This other light enveloped me. Near the
unconditional love.
I stayed back somewhat, and I don't want to say that it talked to me. It's almost like it was a download of information.
It was just this overwhelming unconditional love that it's so overwhelming that you can't really, I don't even know what to compare it to, because the love is so submerging on all, like every cell in your body level. It's like you are love. It's like you're part of it. We are love. We've just forgotten.
This other light enveloped me. Near-death experiences.
Hey, Seth, good to see you. I'm going to rewind this a little bit. I want to share the staticky part where he says, i.e., the memory wipe. This guy posted this one day ago. So the Trutherverse, or the Soul Trap community, as they call themselves, is still calling it a memory wipe. And I think wipe is inaccurate. I think that's false. If you get your memories back, it means they weren't wiped. So they're quarantined from us. They're kept from us once we're in this realm, but they're not wiped out forever. So they always call it the memory wipe. This Mark Forever Con Man does, so does NDE Research. But he's in his little paragraph here, he says, special thanks to Mark from Forever Con Man Research Channel for some of the NDE reports featured. And he's linking to his shit.
You're welcome, NDE Research Project. You're welcome. And it is a memory wipe. I've been calling it a memory wipe for years, by the way. And I've also claimed that we all chose this. We consented to come here. Of course, I have no evidence to support that big monumental claim that we all chose this, but I claim that we consented and chose this with no evidence at all. I don't need evidence to support my claims. And our memories are wiped out. We'll never get them back, even though people have pre-birth memories, which suggests that we actually can remember past lives, but they're wiped out, people. Well, I'll call it a memory wipe.
See how that works? Trying to teach people something, that these channels push fake shit. Fake shit that I see through instantly. Instantly. Where's your evidence that we chose this, that we consented? Where's your evidence that our memories are so-called wiped out? Where's the evidence? Because I have counter evidence that shows something different than what they're pushing. And this guy's pushing the same shit that Forever Con Man does because he's a student. He seems to be a protege, of Forever Con Man. Like a parrot. He parrots them. That's all they do. Now, if you want real truth, it's on my channel because I'm not part of their group. I'm not a follower. I'm not a groupthink repeater. I'm not a sheep. I think for myself. I speak for myself. Nobody can buy me off with money. I'm independent. I'm trying to show you how dangerous these other channels are. And I don't keep anybody. They'll lie and say, oh, Steven's trying to keep people from these channels. Is that why I drop links to their channels? Really? Because there's a link in the chat room right now. I'm not trying to keep anybody from going there. Have at it. Have at it. If you want to believe that your memories are all wiped out from all of existence before this one, go ahead. But I have evidence that we get our memories back, and some of us can remember lives and living outside of this matrix before being here, which tells you my memory wasn't wiped out. And I'm not the only one that has some form of memories that predate this realm. That shows you it isn't a memory wipe. Okay? Makes sense? It makes sense if you think about it. You start thinking about it. Start thinking about people that experience NDEs and they fled back and they remember 10 lifetimes. Well, how's that possible if their memories were wiped out? They're not wiped from existence. They're pushing this memory wipe thing, which is false. Do you see what I'm saying? I want you to understand what I'm getting at here. It's very important because it matters. The truth matters. If you leave this realm believing bullshit that your memories were wiped, that you'll never get them back, that you're powerless, that you chose this, that you consented, they're programming you, these channels, with a whole bunch of shit. They're programming you with a whole bunch of shit. And I'm battling dozens and dozens, if not hundreds or thousands of channels. I'm battling them with the truth. They're not putting the truth out there. They're putting this shit out there. If your memories are wiped out, how come some of us remember? How come some of us remember past lives? How's that possible? How's pre-birth memories possible, remembering before you were here? If your memories were all wiped out, like a wiped hard drive, because they aren't wiped out. These people are not telling you the truth. I'm debunking them right now. I'm showing you right on the screen. They're not telling you the truth. And I've done this for years, which is why these other channels hate me so much and lie about me and make up rumors, because I expose them time and time again. I exposed Forever Calm Man over 3 years ago. People still watch his shit, unfortunately. And that's what happens. People continue to watch channels that have been fully exposed. Thousands of you watch these shit channels that have been fully exposed as liars. And that's a problem. If you're following liars, do you really believe you're going to get out of here? How does following liars help you get out? Okay. Countless on YouTube follow these liars.
This other light enveloped me. Near-death experiences later. I didn't know anything about near-death experiences at the time. But when they start talking about...
I'll put it this way. What if they feed you 20 things that are wrong? And then you're on your way out. One of those things might hurt your chances of getting out. Maybe to all 20 do. But it lessens your chance of getting out successfully. And I think that's what their role is. I think their role is to lessen your chances of getting out. It's not just one thing. They don't just feed you one lie. It's a combination of things that can be proven to be false, that they keep pushing. Now, why would they keep pushing it if people prove that it's false? If they're supposedly quote unquote truthers? Why would they keep pushing it? The memory wipe and saying we all consented, we all chose this. Why would they keep pushing shit like that? Think about it. That's what I did. I thought about it 5, 6, 7 years ago and said, eventually, I got to start a channel because people are just buying their shit put out by these liars, these shills, these grifters that are selling you lies for money. And I wanted to do something about it, to push back.
the light, I started crying, because, oh my God, other people have experienced this light. Everything disappeared. It was like I had no body and there was a separation, there was a sense of self in it. But I felt like I was in a warm bath of love. Pure, unconditional love. And it was warm, it was welcoming. All my worries, all my fears, all my stress were gone.
But what I was my raw essence there. It was beyond what we assume is our mind even. But I was still myself. I still had my history. I still had my personality. And it was, when you, not only did I not have a body, my own identity was stripped from me at that point.
It was full of love, and yet I was more and more attracted to what I perceived to be the center of this sea of light. It was as if in the center of this sea there was a sun. And my heart was just irresistibly attracted to that. And again, in an instant, with a tremendous clash.
So a lot of what this channel, this guy does with this NDE research project channel is just puts words up on the screen. It's mostly what he does. He doesn't use his voice. Gee, I wonder why he doesn't use his voice. I wonder why he wants to be anonymous. I wonder who he could be. I wonder why he's hiding who he is. Don't you wonder that? Are you starting to realize it's a club of deceivers on YouTube?
Not clash, but in a tremendous and magnificent instant, I entered this center of the sea of light, this sun in the sea, the light, the heart of the light.
The light, the heart of the light. She's got a pearl necklace, so Jesus of Bethlehem doesn't have to give her one in an alleyway. She's already wearing a pearl necklace.
And it was as if I were devastated. It was as if I were, just spider silk in the solar wind. I was completely devastated by bliss and by rapture and by ecstasy. And yet I was not. I was simply in of, and because of that light, and yet I was, as an individual, destroyed. It was as if I were the quintessential phoenix.
She had spirit-gasms, I think. She had spirit-gasms of ecstasy when she was destroyed by God's penis. I'm sorry. She got wrecked. She got destroyed and had spirit-gasms.
I did become aware of a point of white light. Intense.
Wait a second. Is this Jack Talcott's brother? Jack, what are you doing? I think this guy's related to Jack Talcott, everyone. Seriously, take a look at this guy. He's got a purple shirt on. He's rocking the purple.
Brilliant. Gajillion times brighter than the sun. A little point of white light. And it was absolutely beautiful. It was alive. It was like breathing. And somehow I knew I had to go there. I don't know how I knew that, but I knew I had to go there. And remember, I didn't know that I had died. I didn't remember the accident, and I still was trying to figure out what was happening. But I knew I had to go toward the light. And
I'm in darkness. I got to go towards the light. They tell me that in Hollywood. Hollywood movies tell me go to the light. I got to do what I'm told. I'm just a dummy. I got to do what I'm told.
As I approached the light,
yeah, go to the light, dumbass. That's a real good move.
It got bigger and more intense and more beautiful and more loving, and it sucked me in and absorbed me.
Wait a second. It sucked him in and absorbed him. Oh, fuck. What? Somebody backstage? I don't know who this is. Wait a second. I'll bring him on. Hello, my son. I am God. I don't believe that you're God. What are you doing here? What the fuck are you trying to pull? I don't like the way you keep making these sexual remarks about all of these angelic people. I am God the Father. I'm a loving God. I'm not molesting these people with my love. You seem to be an old pervert. What kind of book are you reading? Is that porn or silence? I won't have this from you. Yeah, well, fuck you. You're on my show. Get the fuck out of here. Hit the bricks, bitch. Get going. The door's gonna swing and hit you on the ass on the way out. Fuck you. Fucking demon loser. Get the hell out of here. You old pervert. You old coot. You old psycho. Your creepy smile. You're not fooling me. You're not gentle. You're not loving. You're a pervert. You're sucking these people in like a pervert. That's what you're doing. Absorbing them. You're swallowing them, you fucking pervert. Pervert. So any religiotards watching, it looks like 4 or 5 left at least. They didn't like that. Go fuck yourselves. Get down on your knees and blow your god, you losers. Blow that demon for eternity. Dumbasses.
And more beautiful and more loving, and it sucked me in and absorbed me. And I became the light, and the light became me. I was the white light.
He said he was the white light. Really? Now, let's say that is true. I don't buy that, of course, but let's say it was true. Do you want to be white light for the rest of eternity? How is that fun? How is that good? Who wants to be a white light for the rest of eternity? I mean, that absolutely sucks. That absolutely sucks. Think about it that way.
There was no judgment of any kind, only acceptance.
This guy's voice sucks. He's looking down, reading, no judgment, only acceptance. This is what puny weaklings worry about. They worry about being judged all the time. They're always worried about being judged. You know, if you're attacked enough times in this realm, you won't worry about being judged anymore. You'll just say, fuck them all. They're losers. They're losers. But this guy's just worrying about being judged. And he can't even speak about it. He's edumacated. He's got his edumacation certificates on the wall behind him, but he has to script out this simple shit and read from it. He can't speak on the fly.
Only acceptance and incredible, expanding, embracing love. Everything.
Come on my show and show me how smart you are. Have a one-on-one conversation with me. This guy is invited here, and anyone else who's had an NDE that's been on any of these shows. Come and speak with me. I have some questions for you. And they're not all softball questions. I have some real questions for you about what you're doing.
That a moment before I had thought was important, necessary to the point of being stressed, to the breaking point, was gone, was absolutely meaningless. I remembered all of this.
Yes, NDEs are like an ego bomb. Their ego blows up like, oh, I'm so special and profound. I have it figured out. It's so wonderful over there. And I'd say, excuse me, why is it so full of misery, pain, suffering, disease, illness, hell on earth here? Life eating life, all manner of disorders, deformities, etc. Why is this place so fucked up? If it's so wonderful, if this place was created by the same wonderful God that you keep praising, why is this place so fucked? I never thought of that. You're such great thinkers, you people. You're such great thinkers, you NDEers. I'm going to call them NDEers. They're such great thinkers.
Incredible love and being surrounded by it. I felt not only embraced by these.
Okay, boomer, settle down, boomer. Why is this place so evil where you are right now? Where you are right now? If you look around a little bit, old fella, Come on, Boomer, look around.
But that I was home and I was being welcomed back.
I was home. I was being welcomed back. They move at such a slow pace and speak so slowly. I don't know how the world ran with them. They're so slow-minded, not just slow in speaking. They're so slow-minded, and they get all these degrees. Did they just hand out degrees in the 50s and 60s? Like, were they handed out just like fucking candies, like Tic Tacs or something? I can't figure it out because they're a bunch of morons.
I felt incredibly blessed and incredibly loved.
You were loved so much that you were sent back here to enjoy this hell realm, you fucking fool. You old fool. You old fool.
I felt free for the first time in anything that I could actually remember. I felt.
Doesn't that show you something about this place? If you felt free there? Wake up, you old fool.
Incredibly loved. I felt free for the first time in anything that I could actually remember. I felt that I was free.
Are you free now? Are you free here in this realm? Here and now, are you free?
There was no hierarchy. There was only love, only wisdom, only kindness. And they filled me with this feeling until all of the memories that I had.
Silence, Stephen. I filled him. Don't turn that into something perverted and sexual. I filled him. I filled him up. I filled him with what I call the Holy Spirit. I penetrated him deeply, deep inside his spirit. I filled him inside with the Holy Spirit, the Holy of Holies. I am God. I filled him up. I filled him up. And how dare you call him an old fool? How dare you call him an old fool? He felt free. I gave him a little taste of freedom. Yeah, go fuck yourself, you fucking demon. Fuck off, fucking demon. Get the fuck out of here.
Of crossing over filled me with this feeling until there was no hierarchy. There was only love, only wisdom, only kindness. And they filled me with this feeling until all of the memories that I had of crossing over and all of the pain was loved out of me. It's an incredible experience.
Felt like I was in this void or in outer space. It didn't feel scary, but it was black. Then I immediately felt myself go into the tunnel. And it was very black, very dark in the tunnel. I wasn't scared at all. I was moving very fast. It was exciting and it felt exhilarating. The tunnel ride was very quick and I popped right out of the tunnel and I was immediately in the white light. The light was so bright and beautiful and powerful that it took me a minute to adjust and understand what was going on there too. As soon as I started to settle into it,
She got her spirit cherry popped. That's what she meant by popped.
I understood that it was heaven. I started to.
Wait, was it the same heaven that Lindis and Ian talked about? We're in heaven! Right before the Malibu fires. We're in heaven! The next day, Malibu was on fire.
Feel the light more and feel the energy. I immediately felt this overwhelming sense of unconditional love. Love like I have never felt before. No matter what I had been through in my life, no matter what I had done, it was just complete love for me. I was bathing in it. It was wrapped around me. And so while I was a part of it, I really.
Wait a second. She was bathing in what? What was wrapped around her? She said she was bathing in it. Was she getting some kind of bath? I'm sorry. I don't want to go there. I'm sorry, but it sounds like she got bukkakied or something. Like what is she talking about? She was bathing in it. What the hell? Lady, she's a pervert. This nasally voice chick she's a pervert.
As soon as I started to settle into it, I understood that it was heaven. I started to feel the light more and feel the energy. I immediately felt this overwhelming sense of unconditional love. Love like I have never felt before. No matter what I had been through in my life, no matter what I had done, it was just complete love for me. I was bathing in it. It was wrapped around me. And so while I was a part of it.
King Stephen, I'm growing tired and annoyed with your insufferable comments. Your blasphemous comments, your heresy. You're disrespecting me, talking about me as though she was bathing in God's baby batter. Stop your comments. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. Hit the bricks, bitch. Stop coming around here, you old coot. You old fool. People revere and praise that fucking thing. He's a loser. Your God, your so-called God, is a loser. He's an old coot. He's an old fool. He's an old dumbass. Fuck him.
I really sensed that separation being healed as well. I knew that I was dead. I knew that my physical body was no longer working and that I was no longer a part of it. And I was fine with it. It didn't scare me. It just felt like this is how it's meant to be. And it almost started feeling like my life was becoming a distant memory.
As I'm looking straight ahead, because I'm mesmerized by the big light. Well, it started out light, but it's so bright, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And
wait a second. What got bigger and bigger and bigger? Were you turning on Jesus? Was Jesus getting turned on by you? What are they talking about? Oh, there's Trexty. Trexty's giving the side eye to this. You notice that? Trexty. Trexty, what do you think about God's baby batter? What? Oh, yeah, you don't. Oh, fucking. He's fucking. He called me a fucking bitch. And here's homeless Jesus. Homeless Jesus in a broken wheelchair loves you. That's what was growing bigger and bigger for this guy. This guy was making homeless Jesus in a broken wheelchair grow bigger and bigger. Look at the sandals on him. Jesus Christ. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Look at this. My goodness. My goodness.
I've had a lot of people ask me what the light was like, and I tried the best. And then one day, somebody, this is after YouTube came on board, someday said, "Look at this, Dale." And when I saw it, I couldn't breathe because it was the perfect explanation of what I saw when I left the hospital and I was traveling toward what now I realized was heaven, the city of God. In case anybody's interested, there's a video called the Tsar Bomb, okay? The biggest bomb that's ever been apparently exploded up near the Kara Sea in northern Russia. And
Guess what? It's fake. You got duped by that. You get duped by things they show you in this world.
the Soviets exploded this, I think, I don't remember, 1955, something like that. But when I saw this explosion taken from the footage of an aircraft far away,
You saw fake footage and you got duped. Just like you got duped during your NDE. You're an old fool. You believe yourself to be wise. And you're foolish. Gullible and foolish. And dumb. Just dumb.
for about a half of a second, I could say, if you could back the video up and play it right there, right there.
So they show the fake footage with the blinding white. Fake footage. This NDE guy probably believes that this shit is real. Nukes are fake. The footage is fake. You're believing in fake shit.
Because it was the perfect explanation of what I saw when I left the hospital.
It was a perfect explanation of what I saw. I'm almost in tears when I saw. What I saw. Fuck. Would you toughen up, Cupcake? Jesus Christ, what happened to these boomers? Fuck.
And I was traveling toward what now I realized was heaven, the city of God.
So he says heaven, then he says the city of God. Sometimes it's hard to tell for certain if they're acting or not, but what the fuck, the city of God? Why would there be cities in heaven? A realm of spirits, not bodies.
In case anybody's interested.
Oh, yeah, I'm interested.
There's a video called the Tsar Bomb, okay? The biggest bomb that's ever been apparently exploded up near the Kara Sea.
Yeah, in the 1950s. Why wouldn't there be one exploded bigger since then, every decade since then? You question nothing on Earth, then you're going to get mind fucked when you try to leave or when you go out of body. Left to your own devices, genius, you'd never figure this place out. Never. You're not even close. You're believing in laughable shit. But you're smug. You're an old boomer. You don't have anything figured out.
In northern Russia. And the Soviets exploded this, I think, I don't remember, 1955, something like that. But when I saw this explosion taken from the footage of an air.
You saw laughably fake footage. Dumbass. All of those nuke fucking footage that you see, whether it's American or Russian, is fake as fuck. It's as fake as the moon landing shit.
Aircraft far away. For about a half of a second, I could say, if you could back the video up and play it right there, right there. There's this, no sound, just this bright light. And if you could just freeze it, and right at the center is brilliant, hot, thick, white light. That's what it was like where I was going.
What are you crying about? Did that hot, bright light sear the pubes off your balls or what? What are you crying about? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
And the further you get from the center of that white light, it starts turning a little bit yellow, yellower, gold, gold deep, rich gold. But right in the middle is this hot, bright light, and then it's gold all around.
I wonder, I wonder if it would suit them before this is sealed in, if they're put in oversized adult-sized bonnets, baby bonnets, and adult diapers like big babies, and the pacifiers in the mouth. Just dress them up like big, oversized fucking babies. They're big crybabies. What happened to that generation? Fuck. What happened to that generation? Look at this idiot. The same nuclear explosion from a different perspective. This guy's pushing the fake nuke psyop shit. NDE research project for people just joining. I tagged him earlier on my channel, inviting him here. He's pushing shit, pushing fake shit.
And so I was taken to this palace and I was standing beside Jesus. I won't say what was said is kind of sacred to me. And when this happens, this just light like an atom bomb just explodes and I'm back in my body.
I felt like I was going to melt. I really did. I felt like who I was just so enveloped in this love. And then I felt the separation. I felt the separation from Drake, from God, the creator. I felt the separation from my experience. And to me, where I was, the next second I woke up. And this is 3 days later after my experience. I woke up in the hospital.
It's something that I would have liked to have known, but, it happened to me, in my 50s, is that every single one of us here on this earth are seen. He sees you. He knows your situation. He knows everything that's going on. And you are loved. And I know it seems goofy and cliche, but it's not. It's not. And as I was being, pushed back into, my soul was being, pushed back into my body, it was just one more intense blast of, I love you. And then it was lights out.
And there were beings there. There were these 3 robed guys, and they were overjoyed to see me. They were kidding around and they were bouncing around, and I had known them forever. And there was another guy, and he was in charge, kind of, and he was this tall, wispy guy. And when he came near me, the love from this being was so amazing, I felt like I was going to burst into tears at any moment. It was, your chest was just going to explode with love.
And he showed me that, and I hadn't even remembered that. And he said, I never left you. It was you who turned away from me. And it just blew my mind because he was right. And all that time I thought I was abandoned, but he was right. And I had, but he had never left me. And he sent me this love, this like never ending love that was just so big and so expansive that it was like I wanted to explode. Like my body at the time couldn't even handle that much light.
And I mean an explosion of just the power and strength and love of God just
saturated me. I mean, it just my whole being.
That love, I mean, the love was unexplainable. It was as if you took a thimbleful of love and you said this is a lot of love, you would have exploded with a thimbleful. And you just thought that your whole body was encompassed by this energy.
I was just in this tremendously blinding light, but it wasn't just light. It was, we describe it as love. It was the most unbelievable, overwhelming feeling of love that I've ever felt in my life. I thought the light was so bright it was going to burn my eyes out because, I felt very much me and could see parts of me. And then I realized it's not blinding my eyes, it's so bright, but it just flows through you.
Anyway, I'm going through this tunnel and I finally go through all of these gates and I finally get to this absolute immense presence of light. It's just pure light. I knew there was so much information pouring in with nothing said. Nothing was said. I knew it was home. I knew this is where we all go, all of us. I didn't put it in terms of God then. I didn't, because I'm just in awe. I just, I don't go, oh, this is God. No, it wasn't like that. It's because I was so overwhelmed, and the love was unbelievable, freaking believable. I've still got sovereignty over John's consciousness. Okay, this much I do know. Nothing had taken me over. Nothing evil or good had taken me over. I still had sovereignty as my sovereign consciousness. I could still think as John, with all John's thoughts that I had here on earth. So I'm thinking, okay. And I think I remember saying, where am I? That was the first question. And it said, you've reached us. It's something like that. You'd reached us. I said, but where am I? Because I had this whole concept of going somewhere. I've just been through the earth and rocks and plants through this tunnel. I don't know how long it took because time's just not the same. But, here I had this idea that I'd gone somewhere to the other side of the universe. And I said, where are you? And they said, we are everywhere. I said, well, I don't understand. I thought, I don't understand that. I didn't even think that in words. It knew I didn't understand. So it shifted that parallax thing. Bang, shifts me. A little bit of an emotional insert into my energy field, bang. And next thing I get smashed with this expansion into everything. And it's like, holy crap. That just stripped me of any thoughts. I became it temporarily. So, and it took me years to, map this all out. It's so powerful. It is so powerful. You've got no defense up. Doesn't matter any thoughts that you've ever had that you're trying to hide in your life, forget about it. It knows. It already knows.
No.
It sees through that. All the things you've done wrong, all the things you've done right, it knows. So, forget about it. And then I said, am I dead? That's when I asked, am I dead? And it didn't answer me. And I said, well, am I sick? Am I ill? No answer. I thought, to myself, I'm thinking back in the now, John, I thought I must have been a dickhead because it was an answer that was obvious because I wasn't dead. My consciousness was alive. So it was a stupid question, but we still ask stupid questions through ignorance and shock. I was in shock. I think I was in shock and awe at the same time. It was like a whole multifarious.
Pure love flowing, just flowing, and it was so intoxicating.
I kind of want to be here for my family. I do crave that God experience. and I miss it. But I do know that, you know, I do have to be here for my family, and that's a priority for me. What was interesting is that in the moment that I was with God and almost ready to succumb and say, that's it, I'm going with you, I wasn't thinking about my family at that time, because I kind of figured I'm dead, I'm done, there's nothing they can do or I can do about it. But what was interesting is that God knew about my family, and he knew what was going on.
My breathing stopped, and when that happened, and I was under general anesthesia at the time that this happened, and when my breathing stopped, I shot out backwards through the top of my head. I was laying down, and I actually, the best way I can explain the way it feels is if you're in a pool and you grab onto the side of the pool and you put your legs against the side of the pool and push yourself off real fast. It was like that, but a lot smoother when I came out of my body. And when I came out, it was such a cool feeling. And the first thing I felt was this really strong warmth. This warm, it's like anybody who's had any kind of really good narcotics in the hospital would know this feeling, because it reminds me a lot like I have chronic pain to this day, so I've had to get a lot of different types of drugs in the hospital the last decade and a half. So it's kind of like the best drug you've ever had without all the side effects, without the nausea, without all that. It's kind of like you just had the good feeling and nothing else. It's kind of like that, but times a million. And what these I've watched a couple of episodes on your podcast, and I've only known you for a couple of weeks, so I've watched a couple, and some people say that they call it love. Yes, it's love. I agree with them, but it's something you can't describe in any language that I know yet. It's like this is like, you feel this warmth, and it was almost like I was being embraced, and as I was kicking out of my body, like I had this it's like somebody was like helping me, holding me so I wouldn't come out too fast, kind of thing. And I was just like, no more pain, because up to that point I was in severe pain. The pain was so bad before this surgery, this fifth surgery I had. I was over it. I did not want to be in this body anymore. I was just ready to give up and, move to Oregon and have assisted suicide or something. That's how bad the pain was. But when this happened, there was no pain. It was just like, it was just like somebody gave me the shot of the best drug you can ever imagine. And that's how this love they're describing feels. I'm sure they would agree with me on this.
But this light was so intoxicating, better than chocolate, so intoxicating that I not only did not want to even look at that blackness and darkness, I wanted to be one with it. But again, I was reminded, you promised and you were going to do this thing. And so I chose to go back.
Beautiful. I mean, it's like euphoric. It's like pure ecstasy. It overtakes you. Almost become intoxicated with it. It smells kind of like roses, sweet roses, but it's beyond. It's kind of got a woodsy. Oh, I don't know. It's just very rich. It intoxicates your whole body. It's just like pure ecstasy.
So we're always trying to fill an emptiness, because that's what our brain senses, that we need to be satiated. So instead of so love becomes transactional, because we need it. We aren't living as love. We need to get it from other places. So and so I thought to myself, love should be transformational, not transactional. And I started really meditating on that feeling of that I got when Father God was with me, that just gives you that oxytocin rush. So it's like spiritual feeling of love
And then it's like you get an actual chemicals that kick into your body.
And he slowly disappeared, and then I was just watching myself on the operating table where the doctors shot me with the shot that saved my life. And I woke up on the table and I was punching the doctors because I wanted to go back to that place so bad.
In these near-death accounts, I was reading how people were saying over and over and over again, endlessly. It was a realm I'd never experienced before. It was a world I'd never experienced before. It was a bliss I'd never experienced before. And then you say, well, you believe in reincarnation? Yeah, I believe in reincarnation. Yeah, well, why haven't you experienced it before? Why? You must have experienced it many times before, but that's what I think you indicated earlier. You mentioned earlier, this is the mind wipe.
It was the most incredible feeling of, of joy that I've ever had.
I looked to my left and there was a mountain, and it was a beautiful, beautiful mountain. And I wanted to climb up it because on this mountain was this beautiful being. And it was so powerful with love. I had never felt what I felt.
I knew that I was dead. I knew that my physical body was no longer working and that I was no longer a part of it. And I was fine with it. It didn't scare me. It just felt like this is how it's meant to be. And it almost started feeling like my life was becoming a distant memory.
I immediately start crying, like, oh my God, like her voice been with me for eons. Like I knew that voice so well. And I was like kind of embarrassed and dumbfounded, like how the hell I did not remember her 5 minutes ago, How that possible?
And I couldn't stop thinking, how did I forget who I really was? How in the world, it was such an incredible trick that I was in this body and I was this person, because I was no longer Bill Letson. I really wanted nothing to do with his whole story and his whole life, even though it had been a dream life. So I was flying along, and I was really thinking that was quite a trick, that I forgot who I really was.
I was trying to communicate with them, but I didn't, without a body. So what they had sent me was to use my intuitive abilities and to talk to them through telepathy. And I was like, well, I don't know how to do that. Like I didn't remember. We're having this conversation, though I don't remember the dialogue because that was part of what was erased. And we were doing the life review, which again, they have removed from me.
And there's all these people around me, and I knew who they were while I was there, but I don't know who they are now. And all of a sudden, as I'm seeing all of this, it's like I'm getting downloaded. It's like the veil's lifted, but just enough for me to remember Father God. And he came as the Father. And I could remember, and it was like forgetting your own name, but not knowing you forgot your own name and suddenly remembering. And I was like, oh my God, how could I have forgotten you? It's like the most important thing in the universe. Like, how could I have forgotten you? Why don't we remember you? I don't understand.
And so I could feel myself literally like slipping into a hell or like it was going into that. And as it was getting way more intense, I started to literally feel all these eyes watching me and judging me and basically saying, yeah, this is too bad. You had a chance to make it right, to evolve and to grow and to be, what your soul, your life force always had the potential to be, but you forgot. And here it is. Now you remember it and too late.
Can we learn something new? And something that trauma does is it shuts down our hippocampus. And the hippocampus, we have 2 of them in our brain, and they're how we learn new things. And trauma can actually shrink the size and the openness of the hippocampus. So when people haven't done their trauma work, they often have difficulty learning something new or being curious to go outside of their current perspective.
Since you were told that you've been here thousands of times, have you sat back and thought, what have I done over all these thousands of times that I've been here, and why do I keep coming back?
Yeah, because I'm not good enough. No, not really. Back to your other question real fast. So there's everything to learn and there's nothing to learn. You learn on different levels and you think, aha, every time you get to an aha experience like that, I know now. And then you realize they flip the pancakes. It's like, it's, you go on different conscious levels. So it's everything to learn to get these energies to match up and go where we want to go. But on the same token, that's not the main purpose. Yeah. The main purpose is much bigger than that. It's the whole wheel of creation and the wheel of sheer existence that has to be maintained. I understand it was about 8 lifetimes ago also that I incurred in a very conservative society. I was had this strong impression that was more than just a thought, that I incurred some, I basically, through negligence, lost one of my kids. And it was in a very unforgiving, male-dominated society. I was the wife. And I got really persecuted for it in that sense, an outcast, and starved to death. And I carried the scar of that clear into this lifetime. And so the soul still had that dent in it because that kept resurfacing. That kid kept coming up a couple of times in my lifetimes and was mad at me. So it would cause me problems. And so now it's just this lifetime has gotten released, which is interesting to note. It's like, oh, okay.
And so when they came to me, they said, look, I'm sick, the one gentleman, and the other one said, and my wife is sick. And we both know that that happened because of what we did to you, because of the way we tried to malign you and hurt you. We have created the instant karma back against ourselves. So if you don't mind, would you mind forgiving us so that we could both get better? And I just kind of chuckled. I said, well, boys, I can't really do that. And they said, oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. And I said, well, I can't. You created a karma that exists within the universe. You want me to just say that you didn't mean it, that it didn't really happen? They said, no. We know that we did wrong, and so we're sorry. So if you just say it's okay, this will all go away. And I said, well, I can't do that anymore. And they said, well, either way, we no longer think poorly of you. We no longer are creating bad images of you. We no longer hate you and want you to die. We just want to let you know that we've released you of all the things that we attached to you from the past. And I said, well, I appreciate that. I said, but I can't say that our slate is clean because you took things from me and the universe has to pay me for those things. And if it comes from you, then that's your fault. Sorry, I can't let you go of that. And so it was a combination of things like that. There must have been a dozen different people that showed up from past experiences, that there was a reckoning that had to happen so that my memory in my energetic body was released of all of these things so that my energetic body could operate at a higher frequency, take the rocks out of the battery so that I had more capacity. So that my energetic body could operate at a higher frequency, take the rocks out of the battery so that I had more capacity.
So are you saying that you finally released them, or you forgave them, or what happened?
I said, I appreciate that you've released me, but I don't harbor anything against you. I'm not holding you in this. You have a debt to the universe, not to me.
Okay.
And I can't release you of that debt. But they wanted to make sure that I wasn't still harboring anything against them because they were harboring me. They wanted to know that I didn't still hate them and wish them bad. They wanted to make sure they weren't sick because I was trying to get back at them. That's something I saw in a couple of other near-death experience videos that I watched, is people were explained by other entities and masters about how our thoughts and how our wishes attach to other people and the ramifications of that. Someone cuts you off in traffic and you get mad at them and say, oh, you're a jerk, you're an asshole. We don't realize that we actually attach an energetic karma to them.
The reason why we incarnate is a grace, a gift of God.
So that my energetic body could operate at a higher frequency, take the rocks out of the battery so that I had more capacity.
The reason why we incarnate is a grace, a gift of God, to have the earth, which is nothing but a schooling planet for our soul to undo our karma in the shortest possible time.
If I went back and if I were to fix the problems, if I were to go through the fears and the challenges, if I were to work my stuff out. Also, there was a karmic retribution. Like I had to pay off a karmic debt, which is something I always question whether karma was real. And yes, absolutely. I had to feel what I did to others. And that was a way for me to learn, not like a punishment, but I had to learn that if I do learn that, I'm more chances of me doing that to someone else is not going to happen because I actually felt what they would feel. So karma for me was it was more of a tool for my growth. And when I was a young kid, I had such compassion and such good qualities about me. My parents were always so mad because they knew the young me, but then I changed into this horrible person. Now I know like this horrible person was created because of abuse and trauma. But I'm not, I'm not blaming myself for that. But the abuse, the level of abuse and the trauma and all these things that happened to me, it just made me a version of myself that even I didn't like. But I didn't know how to change out of that, right? It just got worse and worse and worse.
So after you came back, how did your life change?
Well, at first, my life changed because I was terrified of a lot of things, and it ended up backfiring on me at first. It ended up because I was more suffering from PTSD than getting the actual message. Right? I ended up drinking more because I was terrified. It did kick into years later.
Just a little bit like school. What we learn when we're in infant school, kindergarten, is the basic 2 + 2 is 4. But by the time we get up to high school, we're learning calculus and algebra and stuff. By the time, if we went on to university, we're really learning the very hard stuff. And they said, for you, you've had so many lifetimes. This is university level stuff. This is not easy stuff. So for you to expand in forgiveness, you needed some. Forgiveness. You needed something huge to expand, to grow, to forgive. All right. And so you chose these experiences, that are huge. How can you forgive what has happened to you? How can you, that are huge? All right. And so you chose these experiences, that are huge. How can you forgive what has happened to you? How can you forgive your parents for neglecting you to the point where these things would happen to you? You have so many opportunities here for forgiveness and growth and to grow in love. And this is what you chose. And we did warn you. And this is what you chose. And we did warn you that it would be tough, that it would be hard. And we did say, why don't you do it gently over, say, 3 or 4 lifetimes? And you said, no. They said you were a nightmare. You were so stubborn. They said you were a nightmare. You were so stubborn. You know best. You want to do it in one. You want to learn all this stuff and you're going to do it in one. And we did say we'll have to put an awful lot of support from us in place. But if I do it right, this is supposed to be my last life here. And this is something that really has resonated with me in the last 5 or 6 years. It's like, this is your last go. You're never going to taste that food again. You're never going to experience these things again because they're not on other planets. I might have lifetimes in other planets, in other universes. I might have lifetimes in other planets, in other universes. I might have lifetimes in other planets, in other universes. I might be somebody's guide to, be overseeing them. But this is my last lifetime on planet Earth, so let's enjoy it. Let's make the most of it. If I don't complete all the lessons, all the experiences, then I'll have to come back again. We can undo good. I've done a lot of good and I've helped a lot of people, but I've made a lot of mistakes too. And I don't know whether it'll all be balanced up the other side.
from this perspective, which is so narrow, I think I've done okay. But from a higher, wiser perspective, when I get to the other side and see all the people I've harmed, and I have harmed people from not understanding my actions on them when I was in my trauma or my triggers or my reactions, and whether I have righted those wrongs and balanced that karma, I don't know.
I got the absolute tour, and I was only shown a small part of what's there.
When you came back, did you feel like, oh, I'm in this place again? This place is horrible.
Yep. It was absolutely, it was like coming back into a dark world. Even though there's a lot of beautiful things here, it's nothing compared to what it's like on the other side. I just did not want to go back. It felt like I was coming back into a third world country, the Earth, because it is so backward. Only on this planet do we have people who starve, people who are homeless, people who go hungry. And to come back to a world like that and to think that we have the resources to solve all those world problems right now, it's just that we don't allocate those resources to do that. So our planet is still evolving. Hopefully sometime in the future, we'll get to the point where the other planets have evolved, where nobody has to go hungry or die from poor water, and we can end suffering. We have the resources to solve all those world problems right now. It's just that we don't allocate those resources to do that, where nobody has to go hungry. We can end suffering.
Fierce and carnivorous monsters, and at the same time they were gentle giants. They came surprisingly in all shapes and sizes and lived in a world not unlike our own, among birds and frogs, crocodiles and insects.
We have the resources to solve all those world problems right now, where nobody has to go hungry. Where nobody has to go hungry.
it felt like I sat up from my lying position and I looked around. Everything looked the same at the picnic area, but there was almost a glitch in the sky, and I couldn't understand what this glitch was. And so I sat up and I looked. When I looked next to me, my friend was no longer there, and I knew something had happened to me. And I thought, oh my gosh, what happened? Where am I? Like, am I dreaming? Or, I was lying on the blankets, and I thought this must.
All right, I'm going to jump in here. In terms of nature, most people only get a glimpse of nature, the beauty, because and it's not faulting people for this either. This includes me. I haven't seen thousands and thousands of animals die in front of me, but I know logically that that's how nature works. Everything's eating something else. When you see an animal, it's not living for years without eating. It's eating something, okay? Everything here is eating. So when you think about it, there's countless millions, billions, or trillions of animals and insects, every level, eating something else every day. All right? I know that's not a comfortable thought, but I realize that most people look at something and what they're seeing is is pretty much all they think of. Like what an example, if somebody sees a rabbit, not a pet rabbit, but a rabbit that's out there in a wooded area or somewhere, or it comes onto your lawn maybe, but it's a wild rabbit. And it's like, "Oh, it's so cute," and I get that. I get how people react to seeing something like that. But they don't realize that night or that next day, it might be eaten, all right? That's the way things actually work. We don't see it all. If you could zoom out of this place and see all of the wild animals and see what's going on under the ocean, under lakes and rivers, and in the air, and on the land, and under the soil, everything is eating something else. It would be the biggest, grossest, most psychotic and brutal feeding frenzy you could ever imagine. That's what nature really is. We just get glimpses of it. And sometimes it's a glimpse of, and I'm not directing this at anyone, but I'm going to use your example of 30 to 40 elk, right? You can see a herd of elk. You could see a big flock of blackbirds, for example, and just marvel because there's thousands. And it's amazing, and I'm not discounting that whatsoever. I realize how good it feels to see something like that. It feels amazing to see it, and I know what you're saying. To anyone that witnesses that or anything else similar, even just seeing a bunch of deer here, people get all excited. But the thing is, most of these animals will never live into old age. That's rare in nature, because nature's that brutal. And that's besides what most people will say is there's hunters, they're going to shoot them without any hunting at all. If you got rid of all rifles and hunting from America, it's still, there's something going to eat those. That's the way it generally works in this realm. And if you kill all the predators, then everything goes out of balance. If you kill off every predator in an area, the deer will just grow so much that they'll start getting diseases and dying of other things. If you look into it, um, it's a brutal system. And this is not directed at one person. It's in general to everyone here. And if you look at roadkill, you could say, well, that's humans' fault. Humans will run over rabbits and possums and squirrels and chipmunks and all sorts of, maybe raccoons once in a while get hit, killed by a car, various things. Small animals and deer get hit by cars and killed, hit by cars and trucks. But if you take away all of the human element, which I know is what most people want to focus on, and blame us for killing animals with hitting them with our cars and shooting them. Nature itself is brutal, even if human beings didn't exist here. just the way this realm is. It's designed this way. Now, if we think about mountain lions are so stealth, yeah, the thing is, I try to think of them as well. They're hungry. Now, what am I like when I'm hungry? I want to eat something. They can't help it. They have to eat. They can't eat grass. They can't eat weeds or flowers, or they're meat eaters, as far as I know. What are they going to eat? Just like lions in Africa. They have to eat meat. So I remember when Carl was here, and I haven't seen him in a long time, but he'd ask me if I think they're evil for just eat, and I don't. They're programmed that way. They have to do that. If I was a mountain lion and hungry, I would be hunting prey the same way they are. I don't fault them for that. They're designed that way. They're designed, programmed, whatever way you want to look at it. And they get hungry. What's it like to feel hungry? What's it like to go a day or 2 or 3 days without eating and you're still hungry because you haven't eaten anything? So in a way, I also feel for the mountain lions as well as their prey. I don't just look at it as one bad and the other innocent, one bad, one good. It's a brutal design, nature itself. Mother Nature is monster nature. Mother Earth is monster Earth. As I put in one of my recent esoterica videos, Earth eats us all in the end, our bodies at least. All of us. And that's a harsh truth most people in the realm don't want to face. But it does, whether you get buried or cremated. So if Earth is so good, most people, if a monster was eating their family, they'd say, oh, that's a monster. Most people will not call Earth a monster. They'll call her Mother, Mother Earth. But if it was something else doing the same thing, they'd call it a monster. If it was a person eating your family members, you'd call it a cannibalistic, psychotic monster. But since it's Earth, people call it Mother. Oh, Mother Earth is cradling us and coddling us and mothering us, and she's so sweet. And Mother Nature provides and cares for us. And no, it doesn't. People will make excuses, and that's what they do. That's what most people do. I'm not saying anyone here is making excuses, but most humans make excuses. If I say Mother Nature doesn't provide, they'll say, where do you get your food? Well, I have to pay someone that grew it for me or raise cattle. Mother Nature doesn't just give it to me, doesn't just give me food, shelter, clothing, water. It doesn't. There's a cost to all of that. Okay? There's a cost to being in a body and aging and getting broken and degrading and perhaps getting Alzheimer's or dementia or aches and pains and just the body falling apart. You get old enough, your body falls apart. If you were driving a vehicle and parts started flying off, you'd say, what the fuck? Everything's falling apart. The muffler flew off. My driver's side door flew off. This is hypothetical. I'm not speaking about something actual. I'm speaking hypothetically now. If your car started falling apart driving on the highway with parts literally flying off of it and breaking as you go, mile after mile, more is breaking, and somehow you're limping along, you'd say this is fucked up. Well, that's the design of the human body. People don't want to admit to that. They don't want to confront it and face it and think about it. They don't want to face the millions of things that can go wrong in your body with your heart, your blood, your organs, your muscles, your ligaments, tendons, bones. It goes on, your brain aneurysms, strokes, heart attacks, all sorts of things, liver disease, breast cancer. It's endless. And, most people never think of it. Most people will never say it's a bad design because they fear that thing that they call God, that monster that they worship. And they think, I better not piss that thing off and say the design sucks. Well, I'm willing to stand here and say the design of the human body absolutely fucking sucks. God's design sucks, and God's plan is the worst plan ever. And I'm one of the few, I think, in this realm that's willing to openly say that, using my voice, showing my face, as you've seen. I don't have to show it this moment. You've seen me, and you hear my voice. It's not AI. It's not text on a screen. You know who I am. I'm not hiding from you, and I'm not hiding from what people would call their quote unquote God at all. And some of my first videos on my channel was saying God's plan sucks years ago. And you know, I was saying it decades before any of you knew me. I'm not new to this. And that's something that does matter for context. Because I had a view of this realm and a model before any of these shitty YouTube channels existed, before YouTube itself existed. Maybe you should consider that, some of you. I wish all of you would, but I doubt that will happen. I wish you'd understand that I'm not new to this, and that does matter. It's not a boasting thing. It matters because on the internet, a lot of people see a new picture, or if I post a picture, they'll assume it's brand new. Or I post a picture and they have no sense of time and no sense of, oh, Stephen existed and had thoughts and ideas and formed a model before we ever knew him. That's almost impossible for most on the internet to do for some reason. I see humans as very limited based on them showing me by the thousands running my YouTube channels how limited most people are. They act as though I popped into existence when I made a YouTube channel. Well, you know, I existed long before this. I've always existed. There's no starting point for me and no ending point. That's what eternal means. And a lot of people that call themselves truthers believe that God created them. Well, then you have a starting point, which implies an ending point. That's exactly what they want you to believe, that you're just a mortal being, that God created you out of dust or mud or fucking Adam's rib or whatever, and that you'll die one day and you can be judged and you can be ended. No wonder you're afraid. You've been duped by lies, fear instilled in you, and you haven't questioned it and looked at it and saw through it and said, this doesn't make sense. I'm a spirit. It doesn't matter if my body dies. I live on. Maybe one day you'll understand me. Maybe you won't, though. That's the thing. I don't just assume that because I'm speaking words that are going through the internet, through the air and through wires and connections, that you're going to hear it and go, yeah, I understand. Most people don't understand. For the most part, most in this realm have never understood anything I've said that mattered at all. Most of the people I've spoken to, in person, over the phone, over the internet, any type of means, in just texting and communicating in comments, most in this realm that I've had any interaction with in my lifetime have not understood the vast majority of what I'm saying at all. And that's something I'm aware of. That's something that many of you don't seem to be aware of with your own lives. You don't seem to be aware of it. I am, though. Now, there might be a few dozen on Earth, maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000 that understand this. I don't know the number, but it doesn't seem like many understand that. And I'm aware of it, that for the most part, I'm speaking into the wind. Most people don't fucking understand what I'm saying about eternity, about this realm, or just anything that makes sense. They don't understand. They'd rather go to a shit channel and just that's run by a parrot that just keeps saying, we were mind wiped and we chose this and we consented, and just repeating the same old shit that Forever Con Man and other liars put out there for money. They program you and people pay them to be programmed. People pay demons to be programmed on YouTube and they call themselves truthers. You're paying to be programmed. That's what you're doing. And they get all upset and angry with me when I tell them that's what you're doing. It's exactly what you're doing. You're paying liars and shills and grifters to program you. Some of you are paying every month. Some of you are paying $150 phone calls to get programmed by shills and duped by Forever Con Man and Lolita and others, Tony Sayers, whoever. That's what a lot of you do by the thousands. Darius J. Wright, people pay him. The list goes on. It's a big list. People love it. So I have to go by your behavior. Most humans love paying to be programmed. They pay to be lied to. And people will say they don't know any better, Stephen. They'll make the automatic excuses. Well, they've never looked up their names and put exposed after Tony Sayers exposed or whoever, Darius J. Wright exposed or something, and come across my videos exposing them. Like, I'm convinced humans love to be duped and pay frauds, and you don't want truth. Most of humanity does not want truth. And you've shown me that for decades. So when you start showing me something different, maybe then I'll have a different view. But until then, I'm going to go by my experience for a lifetime, including these years that I've been running YouTube channels. Most people don't want the truth for free when it's handed to them for free on a silver platter delivered to them. They would rather go somewhere and pay for shit sandwiches, as Tony Sayers calls it, or pay to be programmed by nasally voiced liars that sound like shit and feed you shit, and you'll have your credit cards out paying. That's reality. You don't have to like it, but it's the way it is. It's their full-time job, programming people. And I expose these shills and liars, and people flock to them. How do you think that makes me feel? I'm like, what am I doing this work for? They just keep flocking to them. That's what people show me. You can make all the excuses in the world, but people flock to these channels and pay for lies every day. So it makes no sense to me when some of you say people want to be free, people want the truth. No, you don't. Human behavior would reflect that if that were true. En masse, not just one or two. I don't cherry pick and say there's 20 people watching me out of the whole realm right now. Humanity's craving truth. No, you're not. There's outliers. There's a few exceptions, a few dozen. That's all. A few dozen. But for the most part, most humans prefer this realm. They prefer to be lied to. They prefer to pay for it. And they get angry and nasty towards ones like me, spirits like me, that hand away truth for free, hand out truth for free, alchemical gold for free. No one who sells you lies gets as many death threats as I do, or has threats levied towards their loved ones and sick things said as much as, like, no one has the demons attacking as much as I do that I've ever seen. People prefer paying for lies. And I know it's an uncomfortable truth for, quote, truthers, but I don't even believe that most truthers want the truth at all. You want shit sandwiches that Tony Sayers hands out and the lies that others charge for. People love it. I'm not talking about normies or zombies or ones that are just, I'm talking about what people would call truthers. They prefer lies. Anyway, that's the way it is. So I don't know what's wrong with people that come to my channel that believe, left to people's own devices, that they're going to get themselves out. I can't fathom that. How does that work? I know people like to spew bullshit without thinking. I realize that's a human trait, that humans love to do that. They love to come to my channel and leave great big comments that are pages long at times. But how does that work? These zombies that can't see through a near-death experience and the obvious deception and gaslighting and lies and all the shit that goes on. You actually believe that they're going to get themselves out of this realm, left to their own devices, with no spiritual beings like me intervening and doing anything to not only help them, but to shut this down. Left here, they would get, you believe that they would get themselves out? How's that even possible for someone to think that? Like, I'm wondering how fucked up humans are in terms of being completely illogical. If I had to bet, let's say I had to bet on one or the other, just two choices, that 1,000,000 beings have gotten out of this hell realm system already, freed themselves from this sewer matrix, or 0 so far since it began. If I had to bet one or the other, I had no choice, I had to for some reason, I would bet on 0. Now that might be disheartening for some, but I don't have much faith in humans doing it on their own based on what I see. I just don't. I don't think people are that smart. I don't think they're that wise. I don't think they make good decisions. I don't think spiritually they're anything other than spiritually retards. That's what they seem like to me. Almost every near-death experiencer seems that way. Almost everyone that talks about OBEs seems that way. Most beings in this realm seem spiritually fucking retarded. Fucking retarded. And you might, oh, I hate when he talks this way. It might be striking you that. Like, go away then. Go eat cupcakes somewhere. Go be a snowflake somewhere. Go be a snowflake in a fucking volcano. Just stay away from me. I'm just tired of the crybabies that don't like my tone, the tone police, or they don't like what I'm saying. If you think these spiritual retards are going to get out on their own, well, then I guess that no pressure's on me then. Is that what humanity's telling me? Are you telling me that I should get myself out, as many of these channels say, and just leave and not look back? Is that what you want me to do? Morally, I would say I can't do that. But if all of humanity said, Stephen, we don't want you to shut this down, don't interfere. If you were all in agreement, maybe I'd consider. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but maybe I would consider just getting myself out and leaving you. Because a lot of you just think you don't need any help. You can do all this on your own. Well, if that's the case, why has humanity failed so far so miserably to do shit here and failed to get themselves out and failed to shut it down, failed to do anything at all? Why is that the case then? Because I'm a logical being. I have to wonder why the fuck you haven't succeeded. If you humans are so great at everything, you don't need any help. You don't need a being to shut it down. You don't need that. You don't need that to be done, right? So many keep saying we don't need King Stephen. He thinks we need him. If you don't need me, left to your own devices, maybe I'll do that then. Maybe I'll consider that. Because I'm wondering if humans can learn any fucking lessons at all, whether they're in this realm or anywhere. I have to wonder at times. If you don't need any help at all, if you're like these smug NDEers, figure it out on your own then. In my view, left to your own devices, humanity would not get itself out. They'd keep doing what they're doing. That's what I see. The pattern keeps repeating. Just like the near-death experiencers. Some of them have 3, 4, 5 NDEs, and they still have nothing figured out. They get dumber each time, more programmed, more zombified, more belief in God, more belief in the Matrix. You don't learn. You don't have a pattern of learning. I don't mean you personally. I mean humanity. And that's for those that consider themselves to be human beings or human slaves, human meat suits, human doings, human puppets, human zombies. Maybe that's what most of you are. But if I had to bet, left to your own devices, I don't think you'd get out. Humanity is what I mean. I don't mean individuals here. Hopefully, I don't have to keep saying that. Look around at most people. If you don't think that the retarded humans need any help getting out of here. I don't know what you're looking at then. You must be looking at a different reality than I am. It must be entirely different for you, but I don't think that's the case. I think you're just spiritually blind and doing what humans do, pretending, lying to yourself, lying about where you are, lying about the abilities of others, making excuses, not being honest. Humans are very good at that, truth dodging. The most crippled beings in this realm that are struggling, that can't feed themselves, that are wheelchair bound, that are nonverbal, that are just like in a prison of a human body. People say they're special, they're gifted. It's a gift from God. Their parents are so lucky to have to care for them their whole life. Humans do anything to warp things. Most humans never just are honest and speak the truth bluntly, directly, the way I do. Most never do that. They go a whole lifetime, if not millions, potentially millions of lifetimes, never speaking the truth and just saying it the way it is. Some of you humans will argue over a fucking snowflake. You'll argue if we're outside looking at the ground and there's snow falling, it's snow, and you'll argue that. You'll deny the truth of any fucking thing. You're experts at denying truth and dodging truth and doing mental gymnastics and pretending and lying to yourself, and that's what people do. That's what I notice, at least. Doctors will lie to you. Some of you will lie to your own doctor. Some of you will have family members that will lie to you about their health. You'll lie about anything. You'll lie about ingredients in the food that you made and someone else is eating it. People lie about every fucking thing you can imagine. And then they'll expect me to believe that, oh, humans are waking up and people don't need your help. They'll get it on their own. They'll figure this out one day. I just don't buy it. I think this would go on for eternity without humans stopping it or figuring it out. That's what I think. And I think humans would pay deceivers for eternity to be lied to and fooled and misled by deceivers forever, because you never seem to learn. I don't just mean government. I mean fucking YouTubers. You'll pay them every month all over YouTube. You can't figure out that that's a scam? What does it take for people to figure that out? That's why I mock it and say, get out your credit cards. Pay them. Lose money. Learn the hard way. Get your credit card bill and say, fuck, I spent $1,000 last month on liars that fooled me. That stings. That hurts me a little bit. I could have used that money for something else. Like, it's sheer stupidity. And most quote unquote truthers support it. Almost every channel has some form of membership or donate or PayPal or Cash App or Super Chats or Patreon site or membership club. And you just feed into it. And people puff out their chest. Well, I don't pay them for a membership. I don't pay for. Great. You're one out of how many? Like, yeah, I'm aware exceptions exist. But most people are paying for shit in this realm. When do I think humans would get tired of lies or paying for lies? Never. I don't think the human appetite for paying to be lied to would ever be satisfied and stop. I don't see it. I know humans love hopium and copium. Humans love to say humanity's waking up. I've heard that my whole lifetime. I've also heard when I was very young that there's an ice age coming. And then I've heard there's global warming. And I've heard this and that. Humans will believe whatever's put out there and is popular in the moment. You'll believe anything. You'll believe the end of the world's coming in 1999 with Y2K. Then you'll believe it again with 2012. And then you'll believe it again with. You just believe it endlessly. That's what humans do. Humans believe. Humans follow. Humans follow programming. Humans have very short attention spans. They'll tune in for a few minutes and then go somewhere else. They're bored hearing my voice or hearing me speak about this. They don't like it. So they'll go somewhere else and then they'll tune back in hoping there's drama or hoping I'm talking about them. They're that petty, that low attention span, that low IQ, and low EQ as well. Just pathetic. I think there might be a group of us that are not human beings. We're in these meat suits that look human, but we're very different from the rest of the beings on this earth, if you want to call it earth. That's what I think. That's what I strongly suspect based on the evidence, my observations, my lifetime of experience. It's not something that you can Google and see, is there a white paper written on this by someone famous? No, it doesn't work that way. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe or listen to anything I'm saying here. You can go away to the shit channels, fill your head up with shit, get recycled. The people that dip in and dip out all the time during my streams that aren't here to learn anything. They don't stay here even for 30 seconds to learn something. You don't deserve the truth that I'm speaking. And I mean that. It's not arrogance. It's not superiority. It's not as a punishment. I'm not saying, I just, that's the way I see it. And I'm going to say it the way I see it. You don't deserve what I'm sharing here. The ones that are too lazy to even spend, let's say, 30 minutes solid to listen. You dip in for 10 seconds, 30 seconds and leave. He's not talking about what I want. I want drama, drama. That's what people do. There's probably at least a third of my audience on live streams that do that are lurking demons that dip in to see if I'm talking about Baxter Large or London McDouchebag. They do that. They tune in here. Then they copy my expressions and mimic and copy and steal and mock. And they're not the only ones. There's a group of them. They don't deserve what I'm sharing here. That might sound strange to some ears that don't understand, but hopefully one day you'll understand. Maybe I should say understand like the New Agers do. Maybe that would make more sense. If you're an evil creep, you don't deserve a drop of water of mine. You don't deserve anything. Maybe one day you'll understand my perspective on that. It's actually a moral stance. Now, would I help an innocent good spirit? Absolutely, I would. I wouldn't just help them with a glass of water. I'd go into a river and get the water and purify it and give it to them to drink to help them if they were in trouble. I'd go out of my way. I'd risk harm done to me to help them if I know that they're a good being. But an evil being, you don't deserve a drop of what I'm doing here. Not a drop. Not a drop of truth. Not a drop of pure water. Not the tiniest fleck of alchemical gold that I've been handing out. You don't deserve any of it. I mean that. Would I seal them in here for them to be hungry and thirsty forever? Yeah, I would. Do I think most would agree in this? I don't think so. I think most in this most in this realm would oppose me and try to stop me, including by violent means. I think most in this realm will try to oppose me and stop me from doing what I'm going to do. I've said many times this place does not deserve to exist. It doesn't. I don't know if you even know what I mean by that. This place is so evil, beyond anything I've experienced. It's beyond my personal experience and my losses, my suffering, things I've gone through. It's beyond that. The realm itself is so evil, it doesn't deserve to exist. It's designed to create pain, suffering, loss, heartache, grief. It's designed to create dis-ease and depression and people that are desperate to leave. Millions self-exit. In your lifetime, millions of beings here have ended themselves. They wanted this to stop so badly. If you start looking at the way this place operates, you might begin to see just how evil it is, how bad it is. It's worse than, I think it's worse than most in this, than almost everyone in this realm can even see. And it does take decades of researching every little thing to get to the point of realizing just how evil it is by design on every level, every which way you can look at it, from what's in power to how evil's rewarded here, good spirits are punished. Every which way you look at this realm, it's fucking evil. And it's defended by most. They love it. Or they say they love it. Maybe they're lying. How am I supposed to help liars, though, if that's the case? If they're lying and they don't love it, but they say they love it, how am I supposed to help them when they're lying to me? How am I supposed to help people that can't even tell me the truth? Even in private. There's people that lie to me in private conversations. There's people that have lied to me my whole life, including family members. Lied and lied and lied. How am I supposed to help you when all you want to do is lie to me? The same way demons do. People will lie and say they love this place or it's not so bad. Look at the evidence, no matter which way you look at it. The evidence that I've presented is undeniable. I've made an airtight argument showing what this realm is. I didn't just show one little piece and say, it's evil because there's tornadoes. They'll try to misrepresent me and say, oh, Steven says it's evil because there's natural disasters or weather or glitches or it's not perfect. No, look at the evidence. Look at what I've presented. Look at the totality of the evidence that I've shared over the years. Look at all of it and tell me that this is an hell realm designed to be evil, to cause disease, to cause massive, massive suffering, to feast on us physically, emotionally, psychically, and spiritually. This realm feasts on us. And then tell me how good it is. Lie to me if you want. That's what people are good at. That's what you're really good at. Most people, by the millions, if not billions, are very bad at telling the truth. They're very good at lying because they're used to lying. And I've said demons lie like breathing. It's like breathing to them. They don't have to think about it. It's automatic. That's what I mean by it's like breathing. Lying for demons is like breathing. They just lie and lie about this place. They'll lie about me and say his life must suck. He must be miserable. It's just because he wants to tear people down. Not at all. I want to empower and uplift people, good spirits. As for demons, I want to seal them in here. They know that. But they won't differentiate at all. They'll lie about me and say that I just want to keep people down or tear them down. They lie and lie and lie. And they lie to you, and unfortunately, most people fall into the lies. And they follow the lies. If this place were good, let me say a few things here. If this realm were good, fear wouldn't exist. Aging wouldn't exist. Disease wouldn't exist at all. None. Doesn't teach anything. Things like that. That's just off the top of my head. I could go all night long talking about how if it wasn't evil, these things wouldn't exist. But people will justify it and say, we need these things, Stephen. That's what people have done my whole life. It didn't just start on YouTube. People have argued for this realm, to defend this realm. Defenders of hell realm, my whole life. My whole life, people have said it has to be this way. Why? Because it's evil. That's why. Because without all this shit, it wouldn't be an evil realm. So to be evil and exist, it has to have all this shit. But if this were a good place, none of that would exist. What's the point? Once some of you reach 50, 60 years old, you might start to realize, oh, now I know what he means by aging. Now I'm starting to get it. Where your body's starting to wear down. You might get knee problems. You might get back problems with your discs. All sorts of shit that people by the millions go through. And people defend it. Oh, it's great though. Oh, it's aging. You're lucky. You're privileged to age. It's better than being on the ground, they'll tell you. They don't want to look at the design of the body or anything. Anything. Most people will defend this place no matter what. They'll call me stupid. They'll say, oh, Stephen has brain rot. They'll name call me. You know what your realm is good at? Is insulting the greatest geniuses, the genius, brilliant minds, brilliant philosophers, artists, poets, thinkers, problem solvers, spiritual beings. That's what you're good at. Tearing down the ones that speak things and teach things and give of themselves, give their time, their energy, their discoveries, their insights, their teachings. You're some of the most fucks, like in terms of a species, human beings, man. I don't even detest you though, but it's just gross what your behavior. It just is, for the most part. You hype up and put on pedestals the creepiest abusive sickos and psychos ever. And then what you do with your geniuses is you constantly attack them, especially the ones that try to help you. They get a special kind of hatred from humanity. And I know the excuses. Well, they're in this realm. They can't help it. They're programmed. They're this. All the excuses flood in. Not anymore, but if I would have been running this stream 3 years ago, 5 years ago, the chat room after I filtered out hundreds of fucking demons, but that's what people would do. They'd make excuses. And I'm just tired of all the excuses in this place. The excuses made by humans have never made this place better, never fixed it, never made it better, never improved it. Whatever way you want to say it. Hasn't done shit. But that's what people are good at. I've heard it my whole life in person, not just on YouTube or the internet, before YouTube, all over the internet. I've heard all of the excuses all over the place for why this place is this way, for why humans follow evil and why I keep getting tricked and supporting it. I'm convinced that humans left to their own devices would make excuses for eternity here. And nothing would ever get better. It would just get worse. And people would just make more excuses for why it's worse. Just excuses and excuses and excuses rather than looking at it and confronting the truth of this fucking reality and saying it's a hell realm, it's a sewer matrix. Most people can't do that. They just want to make excuses. There was someone on my channel early on, in the early months, I would say in the first 6 months of the Sanity Machine channel. And again, I'm thinking back to years ago. But in the first 6 months or so, I remember a guy being on here that didn't last very long. And he said that he had disabled children, and I was wrong. They are a gift from God. And he had 2 sons, and both, he claimed, were severely autistic, where they will need care. They're unable to be independent. They'll require care for the rest of their lives, whether he's alive as a father to do it or not. And said I was wrong about the disabled and how they suffer and God's design. And that's the level that most people are at in this realm. And I know all the excuses. They have to convince themselves, Steve, and they're not going to look at it as the way that you do. They can't do that with their children. It's just all the excuses. Human beings might be the greatest excuse makers anywhere in existence. But the funny thing is, your excuses never help you or help humanity or make this realm better or make anything in it better. Never. You just make excuses for shit rather than face it. That's what you do. Most of you. It's not just 51%. That would be most. A majority could be 51%. It isn't just 80 or 90%. It's almost every single human being on earth, for fuck's sake. It's an incredible majority. Massive majority do that constantly. Doesn't it get annoying to any of you after a while when you just notice that it's automatic for people as soon as you say something? They start making the excuses. They all start flying out, whether it's in text or they're speaking it. It's so fucking annoying. And it's what people do. People love to make excuses. Never changes anything for the better. I'm convinced, I'll go this far. If I left this realm, hypothetically, I'm not saying I'm going to do this. It's a hypothetical, if you can pay attention and understand that. If I left this realm tonight, hypothetically, and just left and did nothing to shut it down, just got myself out and went far away like that Ackville chick and almost all of them say to do that. Just leave this place and forget it. And then I returned in 10 billion Earth years. I think it'd be the same beings making excuses, and this place would just be much worse, much worse. And people would still be saying, well, it's better than nothing. We're still alive, and just making all the same shitty excuses. That's what you look like to me. I would expect it to be that way rather than humans to, at some point, stop making the excuses and start doing something to confront the truth. 10 billion years, I'd expect it to be humans still making excuses no matter how much worse it is. It's what you do. It's what you do. This place could smell like the worst sewer ever, and people would lie and say, it's not that bad. It has to be this way. We have to smell this. Has to be this way. It's always smelled bad, they'd say. They'd make up some excuse. Well, we polluted too much. It's our fault. That smell isn't sewage, it's pollution. It's air pollution. We polluted the air. We're buying too much shit. There's factories made. They'd make up all kinds of excuses. That's what people do. And I don't know why most people don't get tired of it, like including the ones on my channel. It doesn't seem to bother most. It's one of the reasons I don't want to be around most people. I'm just tired of all the fucking lies and bullshit and excuses that people make for everything. You could point out the worst evil ever, and they'll immediately just start making excuses for why that is. or for why their God allows it, or for whatever. They just constant excuses. It's part of the gaslighting of this realm. If you see how evil this place is, they'll make every excuse they could ever come up with. The last thing they'll say is their quote unquote God is evil, and that this realm is evil, and that Mother Earth isn't nurturing and caring. They didn't, almost none of them can do that, can admit that. Almost none. They'll get so desperate to talk about how they can eat a couple edible berries in nature as though that's going to sustain you for years if you lived out in the fucking wilderness. It's incredible how desperate they are to protect the lies. You'd starve to death out in nature, out in the wilderness. I know some of you think you're clever. You studied a couple things. You can strip tree bark and get to the fat wood and get a little. You'll be eating shit out of under tree bark trying to survive. But you won't be having meals, is reality. That's the truth. Unless you know how to fish and know a great fishing spot where you can reliably catch fish, you're not going to be getting any protein. You're not going to be getting many nutrients and vitamins that you need. You're going to be starving. Because nature doesn't provide the way, it's not a supermarket, the way liars pretend it is. That's reality. That's reality. You'd be eating worms, be digging in the soil trying to dig up worms, little grubs and slugs and little bugs to eat. You'd be eating bugs. Desperate. And edible fucking leaves that just eating, just desperate to stay in hell realm. And lying to yourself saying this is good food. Had a good feast tonight. I had a mushroom that was edible. It's pathetic if you really think about it. But I don't think most of you are like me. Most humans. I don't think most that walk around on two legs will say in this realm don't think the way I do. I'm not desperate to stay here and starve and live on next to nothing out in the woods like some of you are. You're very attached to this place. You're very attached to a lot of it. The nature that we see might be a poor imitation of something somewhere else that they copied, evil copied, and made it this way. But people worship it here. It doesn't have to be good. People will worship it. That's what people are good at. Being deceived, making excuses, lying to themselves, lying to others constantly. Almost nobody got it when I showed those animals in the woods where a guy would put out food and I'd say, why do you think they're eating that? Why do you think they're cautiously going to it, but eating foreign foods that do not grow in the forest? A thawed out frozen pizza from the supermarket does not grow in the forest for squirrels and raccoons and deer and bears and everything to come and eat, and ravens. Pizzas don't grow in nature, and other stuff like peanut butter that he puts out there. And they eat. They didn't get it. They were just silent when I asked, why do you think they're there eating? Eating foods that are completely foreign to them. They would never have encountered in nature. Well, they'll eat it even though they don't recognize what it is. These animals will eat it, and birds, because they're hungry. Most animals and birds day to day are pretty hungry. It's not like they're always getting well fed by Mother Nature that people put on a fucking pedestal. Almost nobody, I don't think I've heard anyone say that in my whole life, anywhere. In all the nature magazines that I read growing up, from Ranger Rick to National Geographic to Nature Magazine and Equinox, and there was a bunch of them I had subscriptions to, and all the nature shows on TV, that the majority of wildlife are hungry. That's their day-to-day state. They're not walking around with full bellies. They're hungry. Hungry. A lifetime of hunger. People can't think of that unless they're a very lucky squirrel, let's say in someone's backyard, where there's a tree that nuts fall and there's all kinds of trees for them to feast on all the time, and they don't have to compete, let's say, with other squirrels. Let's say they're the only one in that area, or there's one or two, and they have a good food supply, and they manage to not get taken by a bird of prey, and they might have a sustainable food supply in some neighborhood, somebody's backyard. That's best case scenario. In the wilderness, though, animals are hungry. And those experiments with food proves it. With the trail cameras in the woods. Consistently proves my point. People don't like that. Because they want to believe nature's a Disney movie, that all these animals are well fed and nature's abundant. They keep being told, well, where's all the food? Walk through the forest. I've done it before, saying, where's the food? People hate that. They get angry at those videos. They'll start talking about desperate shit like stripping the bark off trees. There's certain trees you can do that. And there's some edible shit under the bark that you can cook and boil, and it's ridiculous. It's like a survivalist mentality. You want to live on that for 20 or 30 years? Are you fucking stupid? Let's get real. Do you want to look for berries 8 hours a day every day and look for mushrooms and gather enough to get your calories to sustain yourself day after day, and your life becomes hunting for food every single day, all day long? Well, is that what you want to do? Would that be your dream life? Walk around till your legs are fucking tired day after day. You're exhausted. Every day, you're looking for food. That's your number one thing. To look for, find, gather up enough food to eat. Whatever it is. You have no choice. You have to eat whatever's edible to sustain yourself. And then lie to yourself and say, oh, thank Mother Nature. And thank God it provides. You're eating mushrooms that are growing out of bear shit, let's say. Congratulations. And you found some edible berries, a little bit of red edible, whatever kind of berries that are not going to make you sick and end you. And some can. But humans being humans would lie to themselves and say, nature's a supermarket. Nature provides all this food. And you spent 8 to 10 hours a day, daily, roaming around for fucking food. Yes, Peanut. And it's the same way in the wilderness. Because some people would say that, well, humans designed cities. It's our fault. We built cities, and that's why they're starving. But in nature, animals are hungry for days. Lots of times, wolves go days without eating. By the time they find something, a wolf pack finds something, they're very hungry. Very hungry. What kind of life is it to be hungry all the time? That's nature's design. That's God's design. People will call anything good in this place. If this realm is so good, how come I can come up with so many criticisms for it? How would that be possible? If it's so good. What a beautiful realm, right? Put some food out. It will be eaten. Wherever you are, if you're in a city, you're in the country, you're at a cottage, if you put food out, animals will come and eat it. It will be eaten by something. By raccoons, by stray dogs, stray cats. Something will eat it.
Must be a dream. And I sat up and I looked and I saw this glitch, and it's almost like if you take two pieces of a screen and you fit it together, it's just out of place. Like the one frame does not fit the next frame, and everything just had a glitch.
Do you think that we live in some type of simulation like the Matrix?
Absolutely, absolutely. But it's so, like I said, Jeff, you can't take quantum physics and simulation and science and draw the line, because it's connected to our consciousness. It's connected to our soul. It's connected to our frequency, all of that.
Do you think it's possible that this realm that we live in is just a simulation?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I do. I do. I've had like some weird experiences that I feel like are glitches in that reality or in our reality that are just really bizarre. And I'm just like,
like what?
Like, going someplace and hanging out with people and then finding out that place doesn't exist in reality. Like that has happened. Yeah. Like, I mean, even I had the GPS coordinates still in my car, and I went to just drive by it, and there's like a house there instead of this apartment building we were in, and I'm like, what? And it wasn't there. There's been like things like that happen, or just I had an apartment that I lived in Sherman Oaks that was haunted. I guess you'd say, but my stuff would go missing all the time and never came back. Like it never reappeared. So where to go? Like literally, I mean, things like car keys or hairbrushes or remote controls that just vanished, and I live by myself, and they're right there and now they're gone. Or they're in the freezer, like that happened one time where like my keys were in the freezer, and I just walked in the door from work and hadn't gone to the kitchen yet. I put my keys down by the front door and they're in the freezer. It was just weird stuff like that. Like, I don't know, is that a ghost doing it or is it just a glitch? I have no clue. There's too many weird things that happen. I think that it could definitely be a simulation or a hologram or whatever, I guess. I mean, that's what the government determined, right? You've read the Gateway Project.
But what was that? I don't know if I've read
the Gateway analysis.
Is that with Bob?
Yeah.
Oh, what was that? Jeff Mara's like, oh, what was that? Oh, what was that? I don't know that I read that. I don't know that I.
Monroe stuff?
Yeah.
But I don't.
The most stuff? The most stuff? Jeff's voice.
The hologram?
I haven't read the research on that. Can you tell us?
Oh. Yeah, so the Army Corps of Engineers, physicist or doctor that did the report had said, like factually reported, it's a fact-finding document about how the our universe is just a hologram.
You mentioned that this is the dream and over there it's real. Mm-hmm. Would you say then that the other side is more real than you and I sitting here?
Yes. I really feel like this is not real. This is, like, I guess we're fulfilling a purpose or doing something, and one day.
So this guy's channel puts up the words "not real." Why doesn't he use his voice? Why does he just put words on the screen? Who's running NDE Research Project? And thanking Forever Con Man. Is it Forever Con Man himself? Or who is it? Who's running this channel? Who's running this channel? Who's running this channel?
That will be over, or that we'll wake up from whatever it is that we're doing over here. And we'd mentioned before, kind of like a simulation in a way. It was almost like, like that's what I woke up from, that, that wasn't real. And it was like, I felt this, like, okay, relief, a sigh of relief. And like, it's fine. That wasn't real.
My priorities are different. And that, I think, to a large part is due to my mental exploration, spiritual exploration from my experiences and life.
Have you explored the channels, the Sanity Machine and El Diablo Radio International? No, of course not. You're very spiritual, this guy. What has he explored? What has he explored? The Jeff Mara podcast, a shield channel that pushes bullshit for profit? That's what you've explored?
Experiences, near-death experiences. And I actually did die of a heart attack for 4 minutes once. And but that was like falling asleep. I had many spiritual occurrences after that, after I got out of the hospital, and I had no damage and everything else. And the world it was like the Matrix.
Why haven't you explored the greatest show? What's wrong with you, old man? Why haven't you explored my channel? All of my channels. Why haven't you explored my Esoterica series?
It's looking at the world after that.
I actually was skeptical about possible explanations of what had happened to me. Was I suffering from hypoxia, for example, an oxygen starvation to the brain? I didn't know. It didn't seem dreamlike. It didn't seem like a drug.
Oh, hold on a second, everyone. There's somebody backstage again on here wanting to come on. Silence, King Stephen. You call yourself the King of Kings. That's heresy. I am God. And suffering is necessary. It teaches these people. I am God the Father, and I teach these people through suffering lessons. They're in a beautiful school. I created this beautiful earth for them to learn. Oh, me, oh, my. Here, I have my book here. You've disturbed me from my book. Humans can only learn by suffering, King Stephen. You're confusing them by talking this way about my creation. I'm a kind old man. I'm a kind old soul. I don't look mean and cruel. They love to see me when they pass away out of their parasite-infested bodies. they, they, they love to see me and pray to me and praise me. They love to praise me. Enough of that, old fool. Get the fuck out of here. You lying, demonic piece of shit. You sadistic piece of shit. Get out of here, you creepy side-eye piece of shit. Get out of here, you snake. Get the hell out of here.
induced trip. It seemed actually more real than this is. In fact, I would say.
Then could you start to see it as a trick then? Is that too much? It seems more real over there or out there than this is. And they're like, well, do you see that you're being tricked then? I don't know. If it's more real over there and this seems like a dream, don't you see the trickery then? Is that too much for you to see? You geniuses?
That existence is reality. This is sort of an illusion. In fact, I would say that existence is reality. This is sort of an illusion. Or at least it seemed actually more real than this is. In fact, I would say that existence is reality. This is sort of an illusion. Or at least a construct. Let's put it that way.
Is it possible that we are
My construct, the construct, my phoenix, my construct, my archaics, AIX, my construct. And here's Jeff. Is it possible? And this is what people watch. Pay to be programmed. They pay these channels to be programmed. It's just incredible. The level people are at. I can't pull them away from paying these frauds.
energy on the other side and everything else is energy? And so we're experiencing everything as energy, or are we still separate from energy? We're just an awareness experiencing energy.
I had the feeling that this is just my feeling, of course, this is highly subjective.
Feelings, nothing more than feelings. They always talk about I feel like, I had the feeling. They never use the word think or I was conscious or aware. It's always feelings, nothing more than feelings. I feel like this guy looks like a vampire. How about that? That's what I feel like.
That everything that we experience over here is a kind of a simulation for a real world, like we are used to having here, but real on the other side. Like there is as if we are here in a kind of simulation of the real thing that this is on the other side.
So you're saying that this is a copy of the other side and the other side is the real world.
Yes, exactly. You can put it this way. Without boundaries. This is just my feeling, of course. This is highly subjective.
Oh, interesting. That's why in Overwatch, I think I might know who this is. Dan the Yes Man. NDE Research Project. This might be Dan the Yes Man. This might be Dan the Yes Man. Dan the Yes Man.
This is just my feeling, of course. This is highly subjective.
This is why an Overwatch is important. That's his favorite word. Overwatch from Overwatch Project Channel.
And I sat in my room and I just started screaming for Father. I said, look, come on. I don't know what I agreed to.
Look at the black eyes here. Screaming for Father. By Father, he means God, not his father here. Look at the black eyes. He calls God Father. like a child, like a child.
For father. I said, look, come on. I don't know what I agreed to. I don't know what you made me say yes to, but I take it all back. I don't mean it. I don't want anything to do with this shit. I want nothing. I'm done. And sure enough, about 2 days later, he appeared. Only this time, it was like a hologram. It wasn't him in person like he had been before. It was just this kind of mere light faded image, right?
If you could compare the other side to this side, which side would be more real?
That side. That's real. This.
And that doesn't give you a clue about this side and how all this works. This is the limit they're able to achieve is, well, that side was more real. And then I'd say to them, well, what are you doing here then? Why does this exist?
This is like a hologram to me. This is like a.
Then what are you doing here? What are you doing here?
How do I describe it?
She's making these sounds like, struggling. Why does this exist, lady?
Kind of like a. I don't know.
Her brain is Windows blue screening. It's shutting down. She's shutting down.
This is very flat here. It feels very almost one-dimensional.
Do you believe like we live in like a whole simulated reality? Or it's just we get external programs from people around us that give us...
Lady, I've got my hair like wings. My hair's like my Jeff Mara hair is like wings. Do you believe that this is some kind of perverted hologram? Sorry. Oh, people take this guy seriously. It's just incredible. There were people arguing with me 5 years ago saying he's straight and I said he sounds gay. They couldn't handle it. People can't handle anything in this realm.
Limiting beliefs.
Well, there's that part of it. I think the program began way before this, right? Before, I was a child and I get my mother's program because she teaches me what she thinks she knows, right? And
lady, you got a lot of books behind you. What are all those books about behind you? Y'all read those books behind you, lady? I don't think you read all those books.
whatever she got from her mother, because her mother tried to teach them what she thought she knew. But if it's all a lie, and everything that we're getting taught coming down the chain, and it all gets skewed and changed, right? Words get changed, meanings get changed. And it just keeps going and going until pretty soon you literally have no idea who you really are.
Well, you don't need to know who you really are, lady.
You literally have no idea who you are.
Lady, I think you got some man hands.
And
it's okay. Anything goes in this reality.
Just keeps going and going until pretty soon you literally have no idea who you really are. People say we come here to learn things. I don't think we do. I think we're trapped here. And I think the game is on right now because people are waking up everywhere. But I think the game is how do you escape?
Earlier you said the world is a lie. Earlier you said the world is a lie.
The game is how do you escape?
It's escape. I hate to be critical, but she doesn't even know how to pronounce the word escape. It's not escape, it's escape. How do you escape? She's one of the only ones, though, like, to her credit, to say that I've seen. One of the only ones. How do you escape?
Earlier, you said the world is a lie. Does that mean that we live in some type of simulation or something?
Yes, I think we do.
Jeff loves to ask that question. That's one of his favorite questions.
The way I feel we do. And, well, look at all the things, the belief systems that we have created in all of this world. It's only two things. It's fear or love. There's only two emotions, but we drag all those emotions up and we call them certain things like I'm anger or people's hurt me. I'm a victim. Look at all the things they've trained people to be. But that's not even who they are because they don't even know who they are because they were told by their parents who they are in the womb. I remember going back into my mother's womb, and because I did die for my mother, like I said, I was my mother's seventh miscarriage, and I only weighed 1 pound and 7 ounces in 1951. I should never survive that. But I remember I went back into my, mother's womb, and she was angry, she was upset, and she was in fear all the time. So what do you think the baby got? They were already programmed before they ever get into that. If so, the mother's gone through trauma or there's something going on, that baby is traumatized.
Traumatized and programmed in the womb. I've said that before, that it begins before you're here. It begins actually before you're even in the womb. The programming begins before you even get into the womb. They try to get you. They try to program your spirit. That's how insidiously evil this place is. But people love it. They love to pretend.
That baby is traumatized before it ever hits this plane. And that's what they've done. When I say they, I'm not talking about somebody in this plane. I'm talking other things are involved in this. We have layers and layers of information that's going out, and we are not even tapping into what we can do. The mother's gone through trauma or there's something going on, that baby is traumatized before it ever.
We're not even tapping into what we can do. I think people are going to be surprised because I remember certain things that I can do. You're going to be surprised. You're going to be surprised that we're not all the same. That's what I think. And I don't care who believes me or not. Doesn't matter to me. There are demons on channels saying, nobody believes you. Like that Joshua loser earlier. Was it earlier today on his shitty live stream said, nobody believes you. Nobody believes you. I don't care if anyone believes me. Actions will speak louder than these losers not believing me. You don't have to believe me. It's going to happen regardless. Disbelief won't stop me at all from doing what I'm going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Ever hits this plane. And that's what they've done. When I say they, I'm not talking about somebody in this plane. I'm talking other things are involved in this. We have layers and layers of information that's going out, and we are not even tapping into what we can do.
And then this white being appears in front of me. It's made of white light. His heart is a blazing blue star, and his face is Jesus. I just knew it was Jesus. And I was surprised because I wasn't a Christian. So I'm saying, oh no, are you sure you want to talk to?
I've disagreed with a lot of these ND channels where they claim if you're Christian, you'll see Jesus. Well, there's lots of NDs of atheists seeing Jesus or Jews seeing Jesus or Christians seeing Muhammad. All sorts of combinations. It isn't as simple as, oh, it's catered to Christians. They all see Jesus. All Muslims see Muhammad. No, it isn't that way. It isn't that simple. It isn't. And I've been saying that for many years, long before this little clip here tonight.
And then this white being appears in front of me. It's made of white light. His heart is a blazing blue star, and his face is Jesus. I just knew it was Jesus. And I was surprised because I wasn't a Christian. So I'm saying, oh no, are you sure you want to talk to me? I'm looking over my shoulder, like, are you sure you come for me? So we had this conversation in my head telepathically. And he said, because your heart is pure, if you want to, you can stay with us here in the golden light. But, there's always a but, we're asking you to go back.
Jesus got his hair is like coppery color. Not brown, it's not black. It's like coppery. Beautiful color. And his hair is up to his shoulders here. He's dark. Probably a little darker than me. Maybe not. It's like Middle Eastern type of look. When I touched Jesus, like in person like that, he was walking and faced me. He had brown eyes. Beautiful brown eyes. But when he turned around and he opened his arms for that light to hit me, he's got blue eyes. Now his eyes were completely different.
And I was weeping and I was telling him that I was sorry I didn't do enough for him, that I didn't tell enough people how much that he loved them. So at this point, he walked past me. He had on this beautiful white robe. And he said to me, Renee, there's so much unforgiveness in the world. And he then told me, he said, my children are perishing because they're not reading my word. And I said, well, there's so much corruption of your word. And he then told me, he said, my children are perishing because they're not reading my word. And I said, well, there's so much corruption of your word. He said, my children are perishing because they're not reading my word. He said, my children are perishing because they're not reading my word.
But his eyes, just so much love and light and beauty. He's very handsome. And I'd say about 6 foot, maybe a little less, and just regular size, slender. And he had on like a white robe with a blue sash. And I saw his bare feet and his skin's bronze, just not real dark, but just kind of middle. And his, I was just looking into his eyes was everything. I mean, just so many waves of love was just beaming off him. He's just saturating me with it.
Wait a second, that's the way the ladies feel about me. Ladies love El Diablo. They look into my eyes and they say, oh, Stephen, I would follow you to the ends of the earth.
And he looked just like the pictures
They can't help but fall in love with me. They can't help themselves.
in the Bible. And whether that's the way I expected him to look is why he looked that way, I don't know, but that's how he looked to me.
Oh, he doesn't look like our pictures.
He looks at his skin tone is more towards the olive green kind of color, more
Olive green, that doesn't sound like copper. That's very different from copper. Copper or bronze toned skin. Olive green, his skin's all over the place. Is he a lizard? Is he a Greek? Olive green skin? What's going on, lady? Does he have blue eyes or brown eyes or fiery eyes? He's different. His hair is different. Everything about him is different. There's a different Jesus. Jesuses. Well, there's nowhere with more Jesuses than here. We've got Black Jesus. We've got Demon Jesus. We've got Mexican Jesus. We've got Dolphin Jesus. We've got Eskimo Jesus. We've got Viking Jesus. We've got Jesus of Bethlehem. We've got more Jesuses here than you can shake a goddamn crucifix at. Tons of Jesuses here.
Arabic in color. He has a nose, not a little finite, tiny little nose like we depict in the pictures we have. And he looks very strong. I mean, he looked like someone that said, wow, you were either a carpenter or you were a mason. And because you look strong.
Yeah, he was a mason. He wasn't a carpenter. He was a mason for sure. A lot of the Bible is Freemasonic. And Jesus said to his disciples, the brothers will let you in anywhere. Just show them who you are. They'll know who you are. Well, with a handshake, they'll know that you're a Mason and you'll be able to be welcome in their home. Jesus was a Freemason.
But his eyes, they were like, I want to say they glowed like gold or like this amazing hazel blue gold kind of color.
And Jesus Christ himself walked into my living room now. And he looked exactly like I had seen the pictures in the books and the Bibles. He was a Caucasian man with shoulder-length brown hair and a short brown beard. He had brown eyes. He was wearing a white robe.
A white robe. All you have to do is put on a white robe. Doesn't matter what if your eye color changes, your hair color, your height, type of skin you have, it doesn't matter. The white robe.
I think Jesus disguises himself as the person that you love the
Pardon me, everyone. I think this woman here is going to show you something
most so that you're not scared. Because I'm going to tell you what, once I saw him there, I was not scared whatsoever. And I thought that was very, very thoughtful of them to make that, like they come. I don't know who, but they come when you die and they help you.
What do you think of that beautiful lady? That beautiful redhead? She got the hots in her NDE. Look at this gorgeous woman with eyes blacker than coal. That's not a demon, is it? Could that be like she's got black hole eyes, blacker than coal? I'm going to show you. Take a look at that on the screen.